Good morning, everybody, and welcome to round 3 of the Route 66 Sprint Series here at Whiteland Raceway Park in Whiteland, Indiana. We have more racing on deck today, with kid cars going first for their second heat. And they are already on track. Let's go with our starting lineup. Starting in first place, kart number 95, Kyler Hendrickson. Starting in second, Diesel Maxwell. And in third is Caden Marcia. Karts are all lined up, heading through turn number 16, heading towards our flagman now. They are all lined up, and green flag is in the air, and we are underway with kid karts. My name is Carter Pease, and alongside me is Nate Dean. Nate, how are you this morning as we get some more racing going?
You know, I'm good, ready for another day of racing. Sunday, the final day of the Hoosier State Challenge, and like you said, we're here for round 3. Kid karts are underway and having a bit of a laugh because Caden Marcia trying to do the 3 wide start that you'd see at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the Indy 500 here for heat 2 of kid karts. But we are underway. Kyler Hendrickson out in front and leading over Diesel Maxwell. It's a record scratch of what we saw yesterday between these two battling it out for the win, with Diesel being quicker in some spots, but Kyler just being a lot more consistent with his lines as they make their way through the cutoff. Now it should be interesting to see these two battle it out throughout the day. Diesel had a bit of an incident and dropped a few tires towards the end of Heat 1 yesterday that took him out of contention. So hopefully if he's cleaned that up, we'll see a good race in kid karts for Heat 2.
Absolutely. Kid karts brought to you by One Power Sports. Yesterday, as Nate said, was a little bit of a record scratch compared to today. Kyler Hendrickson taking the win by 3.3 seconds over Diesel Maxwell. And it looks to be most of the same going so far with Kyler Hendrickson and that Lightning McQueen number 95 kid kart taking the lead early and pulling away from Diesel Maxwell in that 141 top kart.
Yeah, Maxwell must have had some sort of mistake or something on the back half of the track that we missed. They were a lot closer last time across the stripe, and now the difference 2.9 seconds between Kyler Hendrickson and Diesel Maxwell. Hendrickson going purple last time across the stripe. It's a 39.777 for him, and then a 41.6 for Diesel Maxwell. A big, big gap between those two drivers at the moment, as Hendrickson getting it all loose in 14 and snatching it back up for him. He just seems very, very confident behind the wheel at the moment. The driver who goes into this race as your points leader in kid karts and your points leader in the Hoosier State Challenge as well. Going into the weekend, just 20 points in front of Caden Marcia and the Diesel Maxwell, 45 points away from the Hoosier State Challenge lead. At the moment, Hendrickson looking good to try and clinch that maiden Hoosier State Challenge at the moment, but still we have a long Heat 2 and an even longer final later on in the day.
Right you are. Heat 2 is 12 laps for these kid karts, and the final will be 16 laps on this shortened Whiteland Raceway Park. The cutoff happening right after turn 1 to a long straightaway heading towards the chicane on the big track, and then they go through the banked turn 11 through turn 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. That's the commonality between these, between the kid kart track and the big track that they run on, where the seniors run on. So when we're talking about turn 1, we'll be talking about a little bit tighter turn 1 than what you're used to at Whiteland Raceway Park, and then a straightaway, and then turns 2 and 3 and 4 join up at the big track with the banked corner and the chicane.
Yeah, it's almost like they're taking as Caden Marcia goes for a spin into the grass, might take out one of the cones, but he keeps it running. The kid kart's really running the old Whiteland Raceway Park layout, not using any of the new sections, so it's kind of cool to see for them what we could have been racing if they didn't add that layout. Thankfully they did. There's a lot more lap time there, a lot more of a technical circuit, and it's a lot more fun, having a lot of feedback from the driver saying it's a very, very fun track to drive. It's challenging but very rewarding in places. I believe we're going to get the halfway signal from our flagman, Porter Weisencell, this time by Caden Marcia, coming through 14 with leader Kyler Hendrickson behind. Marcia having a bit of a half spin there. Hendricks going to go around the outside of 15 and 16, but Diesel Maxwell might be gaining. It's 2.8 seconds last time across the line for Hendrickson. It's 2.2 now. Diesel Maxwell is gaining on Kyler Hendrickson in front, and we could see a race on our hands in the next few laps.
This will all depend on how well Diesel Maxwell can get around that lap traffic of Cameron Marcia. He gets held up a little bit in turn 11, and there's contact between the two of them as they come together in turn 11. Both are off track. We'll have to see if they can get moving once again. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, both of them out. That's not going to help Diesel Maxwell with his chances to try and fight for the Hoosier State Challenge. Of course, the one saving grace for him is kid karts are allowed to be pushed back on track, so that's what's going to happen for Diesel Maxwell. Caden Marcia, I believe, is going to get pulled back on track as well, but just a bit of a awkward incident there in turn 11 at the Monza for Marcia and Maxwell. Maxwell thinking there was a gap on the inside. Marcia holding his line, doing what they told him to in the driver's meeting, and really unfortunate for Diesel Maxwell. But the good thing here, only 3 karts in this class, is Kyler Hendrickson goes around 2. Caden Marcia getting collected with them again, as more happenings going on between the leaders and lap traffic. Unfortunate for Hendrickson, but he'll keep going, and this might just be Marcia's day done. 2 incidents thus far. It's not been a good Heat 2 for your final winner back at Newcastle Motorsports Park, as Diesel Maxwell and Kyler Hendrickson, the only 2 left in this kid kart race.
Yeah, and it's really hard to get karts moving after they get into the grass there. We had a deluge of rain after our races yesterday. It looked like a monsoon out there, and the grass, as you can see on our camera images here, is very wet, and it's really hard and really slippery to get out of that grass there when your cart gets stuck there. So our corner workers doing great work getting them getting Caden Marcia out there, back on track, getting him restarted so then he can continue on with his race.
And you can see there from the broadcast images when they lifted up Caden Marcia's kart just how much dew is on his tires. He's going to have wet tires for the next couple of corners now, so it's going to be hard for him to try and deal with that. And as he comes across, the contact patch is starting to dry up, but when you get through those corners and when you start to lean on them more, that's when more wet patch gets introduced to the tire. As Diesel Maxwell right behind, he's going to have to try and get past Caden Marcia clean this time, but tried it to the inside again as they go through the chicane. But another added thing that makes it even more hard, especially for these kid karts to get back out on track, is the cameras don't really show it too much, but if you cut the grass all the way down to, let's say, the dirt, it is a very, very big drop-off between track and grass, and especially for these kid karts that don't have a ton of power, it's going to be really difficult for them to get out of wet grass and get going again. But it's going to be 2 to go this time across the stripe.
Yes, sir, 2 to go. That 2 to go signal has already been given to Kyler Hendrickson. Diesel Maxwell has just crossed the line for 2 to go. So it's going to be 1 to go for Kyler Hendrickson as he exits turn 15 and 16, heading down the front straightaway. One more time here, white flag in the air for Kyler Hendrickson, and as he goes purple for his lap time, 39.373, compared to Diesel Maxwell's fastest time of 39.670. Kyler Hendrickson has that kart hooked up today, and he's really moving along.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the incidents Diesel Maxwell found himself in. We could have been in for a really good race here in kid karts to wrap up the Hoosier State Challenge, but we still have opportunity for that in the final. White flag for Diesel Maxwell as he makes his way on to the old track. Caden Marcia will be the next to take the white flag, but coming around the final corner to take the win in heat number 2, Kyler Hendrickson takes the win for the 95 kart, as he's going to have to hold behind Caden Marcia, because Caden, of course, still racing. So that could be a bit of a timing and scoring nightmare, but passing under yellow flag conditions. It is kid karts, but that might have some implications for Hendrickson. You are not allowed to pass after the checkered flag. It's considered a yellow flag, and the track workers have those yellow flags out. It'll be interesting to see from race control what we do with that, but provisionally Kyler Hendrickson takes the win for Heat 2 of One Power Sports Kid Karts, with Diesel Maxwell in second and Caden Marshall rounding out the field in third.
Absolutely. That's your One Power Sports Kid Kart class done and dusted here for Heat 2. Up next for their heat is 206 Senior. 206 Senior brought to you by Kart Circuit Autobahn. And let's go over our starting lineup for 206 Senior, brought to you by Kart Circuit Autobahn. Starting in first after a dominating performance yesterday, James Overbeck. Starting in second, kart number 577, Jerry Fandry. Starting in third, Alexander Kardashian. Fourth, Eli Warren. Fifth, Braden Johnson. Sixth, Adam Maxwell. Seventh, Connor Foshing. Eighth, Riley Baldwin. Ninth, Peyton Polaric. 10th, Logan Frank. 11th, Mick Gallagher. 12th, Jahan Davis. And 13th, Dane Underwood. Going to be a very exciting race for 206 Senior, their Heat 2. We were looking at their practice results. Eli Warren fastest in morning practice this morning, followed by Jerry Fandry, Alexander Kardashian P3, James Overbeck, your pole sitter, was fourth fastest, and Braden Johnson P5, matching his starting position right now. So we'll have to see how that shakes up. Maybe there's some pace that's been found overnight by Kardashian, by Warren, by Fandry to give a little bit of a hustle to James Overbeck to see if they can give him a challenge for this heat.
Yeah, and James Overbeck, the man to beat. The only thing I have on my notes for this race is big and circled. It's 9.4. That was the margin of victory for James Overbeck in the first heat. An unheard of margin of victory, especially in a 206 race. I believe it's the largest one we've had this weekend. It's possibly one of the bigger ones we've had this season if we exclude a couple of kid kart results back at Newcastle. But still, James Overbeck will start on pole. It was a 9.4 second gap last time. He said he thinks if the drivers behind him start to work together a bit more, that it's going to come down a bit and they're going to obviously find some speed, but so did he with our interview yesterday that you can see on our socials later on in the day. But these guys, the top level four-cycle class in Route 66, will be fighting in the Hoosier State Challenge, not only for a trophy, but the winner of this class and for the Hoosier State Challenge will be getting $550 second, $275 third, a set of MG Reds. They're going to be rolling into the tram line soon for Heat 2. This is one of the most exciting classes we've seen in Route 66 Sprint Series racing throughout the entire season. It might not be a huge field, but the level of talent is so high. Into the tram lines they go, looking for the green flag from Porter Wise, and so we get it. We go green into turn 2. James Overbeck takes the lead. Alexander Kardashian going to follow through, gets past Jerry Fandry. Kardashian into second. Foshing having a good run. Eli Warren getting hit. Warren, your championship points leader, falls through the pack, and Warren not getting the run he would have wanted. He's stuck behind Jerry Fandry. And Mick Gallagher, where did Gallagher come from? It's only his second race racing in a regional series, period, for him. Braden Johnson there as well. He got an amazing start. Connor Foshing is in there as well. What happened to some of our front runners? Eli Warren, Adam Maxwell are further back. Jerry Fandry, Peyton Polaric, they all had terrible getaways. Foshing and Polaric need to hook up in the next couple of laps if they want any chance of catching these front runners, because if they are smart, Overbeck, Kardashian, and Braden Johnson are going to hook up together and leave this race to who wins it for the final couple of laps. They need to get out of here as they come across the stripe yet again. Kardashian on the 505 roll blue top cart in second at the moment, going purple of everyone in the track. Braden Johnson starting to fall off just a little bit behind. Connor Foshing in fourth, Peyton Polaric rounding out the top 5.
A terrible start by Jerry Fandry and Eli Warren there. Jerry Fandry starting P2 all the way down in P6 right now, and Eli Warren started P4 is down to P7. There was a bit of an incident for those two in turn 3, but still out front it's James Overbeck continuing his dominance that we saw yesterday. But Alexander Kardashian changing his fortunes around, starting in third all the way up to second, all over the bumper of James Overbeck. He showed great pace in practice this morning at Alexander Kardashian P3 compared to James Overbeck in P4 in that morning practice. We'll have to see if Kardashian can improve his position and get up to P1 possibly. He's going to have to fight hard because James Overbeck is already pulling away a little bit, probably about a car length here after 2 laps of fighting, 56.481. Purple lap for James Overbeck, 56.655. 2 tenths faster than Alexander Kardashian that last lap, pulling out a gap of 0.354 for James Overbeck.
Yeah, and Kardashian is not going to let him get away too easily. Of course, Overbeck setting that purple time. That's 3.5 tenths. Last time across the stripe between those two. Overbeck, as we've said all weekend and on all season long, widely regarded as one of America's top 4-cycle drivers, racing with us this weekend, raced with us at Newcastle Motorsports Park, and is trying to go for that Hoosier State Challenge victory. Of course, he's trying to fight off Eli Warren, who had a terrible start to this race and has bumper damage to his front bumper. The front left of it has seen better days, looking a bit secondhand, and we're going to run the risk for Eli Warren of potentially a pushback bumper that's not going to help him. Peyton Polaric is under attack from Jerry Fandry into turn 2. Fandry gets the move done, and that's him up into the top 5. That's only going to help Warren bring him back into things. But Overbeck is in that battle. He's second in the Hoosier State Challenge at the moment. And Alexander Kardashian is not going to let him get away too easily. Blake Deester from Top Kart, who's been with that brand for so long, has been working hard behind the scenes to try and get this program running for Alexander Kardashian in the 4-cycle, and it's working brilliantly. Kardashian, one of the best drivers in the country, full stop. He was running up front at the Super Nationals in Las Vegas a couple of months ago. He was really fighting for KA100 victory in a couple of classes against the world's best. And for James Overbeck, you have one of the nation's top drivers right behind you. Braden Johnson in third, doing an incredible job. Overbeck fastest yet again by 4.5 tenths. Then it's Foshing in fourth, Jerry Fandry in fifth.
A great run by Overbeck there. Purple time that time, 56.029 compared to Kardashian's 56.076, so about half a tenth between the two as they stand right now, but lap to lap. Connor Foshing is in fourth. Braden Johnson third. It's a great run for him. Braden Johnson started in fifth. It is all the way up to third now. So Jerry Fandry's recovering now P5 and trying to chase down P4 of Connor Foshing. He's going to be on his bumper as they get down to the chicane heading towards turn number 11. Through turn 11 they go. Jerry Fandry with a great run. Let's see if he moves to the inside, and he does through turn 12. Jerry Fandry recovering up to P4. Let's see if Eli Warren can be able to pick up the scraps there. Not quite yet. Eli Warren looking to the inside at 14. Eli Warren gets past Connor Foshing as well. But Fandry and Warren working together to recover after the start that they had and trying to get up to P3. Let's see if they can do that by the end of the race.
Kardashian goes purple last time across the stripe, putting Braden Johnson even further in the dust, but that move on Jerry Fandry put on Connor Foshing was clean going through turn 12. Foshing giving way too much room to Jerry Fandry when he went past, and that ultimately let Eli Warren, who's fighting for this Hoosier State Challenge Championship and the overall championship here in 206 Senior, presented by Kart Circuit Autobahn. Those two find themselves in fourth and fifth with a mountain to climb to try and even catch up to Braden Johnson, as up front James Overbeck and Alexander Kardashian separated by about a kart length between the two of them. It's pretty much been that for the entire race. Kardashian really hasn't been able to touch the back end of James Overbeck on that 544 Coyote kart that we've seen him run for the past year or so throughout CKNA competition, route competition. Coyote chassis is such a quick platform on these 206 categories, but at the moment, of course, he's showing that. Same with the Coyote chassis with Braden Johnson in third, by the way, and then you have OTK Products in fourth and fifth. Top Kart, again, we haven't seen them at the top level of a senior competition at this regional level for some time, so it's so good to see the Top Kart guys up and fighting for a senior race win. Heading into the chicane, Carter, though, it is still James Overbeck.
Yeah, Overbeck stealing fastest lap once again from Kardashian down to the 55.6 range, 55.6 for Kardashian as well. Those guys are slugging it out fast lap for fast lap, and it's 7 thousandths of a second difference between Kardashian and Overbeck that last lap as they head through turns 14, 15. Kardashian all over the bumper of Overbeck now as they exit 16. Overbeck just gets such good drive out of 16, that tight corner there, but Kardashian takes fast lap once again, 55.650 compared to Overbeck's 55.7. It's going to be .221 at the stripe between Overbeck and Kardashian. If Kardashian's going to get past Overbeck, he's going to have to work very hard for it because Overbeck's just not showing any mistakes. He gets through every corner very clean, and he's just showing excellent pace. But in third, Braden Johnson starting to fall back a little bit into the clutches of Eli Warren. Eli Warren up to P4 now. A great recovery for him after that abysmal start. Jerry Fandry, P5, chasing down Eli Warren, trying to keep up with him so that he can salvage what he can in this race. In 6th is Connor Foshing, 7th Peyton Polaric, 8th Adam Maxwell, 9th with Riley Baldwin, 10th Logan Frank.
Yeah, Eli Warren was the driver to beat in both senior categories, whether it be K100 senior or 206 senior, back at Newcastle Motorsports Park, doing the double, something we haven't seen in quite some time in Route 66 competition, to get the overall win in both 4 and 2 cycle competition. But Eli Warren, in his first full season of senior racing, did that at Newcastle, but over at Road America now this weekend, he hasn't had the pace he might have wanted between the two classes at a track that you could consider one of his home tracks, not doing too hot compared to the likes of James Overbeck and Alexander Kardashian in this 206 senior heat number 2. But there's a long final ahead of us Sunday afternoon that could really determine who takes the win here for the championship, who could take the win for the Hoosier State Challenge, and could really bring Eli Warren back into this race. Back into this race, though, seems like it's Alexander Kardashian who seems to be closing that gap ever so slightly to James Overbeck. Kardashian just seems like he can go way deeper in the corner. Carter, you and I both know he loves a tight go-kart, especially on those top karts, and it seems to be working. Purple for Alexander Kardashian, as he is still stuck behind James Overbeck, but Eli Warren is caught up to the back end of Braden Johnson, gets the move done. Eli Warren up into third, and that could be an inside starting spot on the second row of the grid for the final that could prove crucial to his Hoosier State Challenge championship hopes. But out in front, Alexander Kardashian is quick, and he is pressurizing James Overbeck out in front.
Absolutely a great recovery drive from Eli Warren. Alexander Kardashian does love a tight kart. He's one of the deepest on the brakes I've ever raced against, and it's great to see him back up front here in a top kart in 206 senior. It's going to be a good fight for him with Overbeck in that final, and the finals are all 20 laps in the afternoon, so it's going to be a long race. Make sure that you get your kart set up right. So further down the field, though, we have Eli Warren still in P3, Braden Johnson moving down to P4, Jerry Fandry in P5. Fandry looking back, he's got nobody behind him, so he can focus forward. Connor Foshing P6, Adam Maxwell P7, Peyton Polaric P8, Riley Baldwin P9, Logan Frank 10th, Mick Gallagher 11th, 12th, Jahan Davis, and Dane Underwood rounds out your field of 13.
5:48, Mick Gallagher slow out of the final corner. He's going to concede a couple of positions as one late move from one of the other drivers there into turn 2. Don't know what happened to Gallagher out of the final couple of corners, was just very slow, but Overbeck responds to Alexander Kardashian's charge. Purple for the 544 Coyote driver with James Overbeck behind the wheel. One of the cooler helmets, I have to say, with the Burger King crown around it. I think he used to have an actual one taped around it, and then he got the helmet painted and had that permanently in there. So really cool to see from James Overbeck's side of things. Two really unique helmets actually out in front, with Overbeck's Burger King helmet and then Kardashian's half and half helmet. The one paint job from TJ Coyne and Octane Visual a couple of years ago. He said, I really want to have a painted helmet, but I don't want to lose that identity of having the white helmet behind you. So he went with that half and half helmet. So really interesting front 2 out in terms of helmets, and really too interesting in terms of racing. Kardashian still closing. It was just under 2/10 last time across the stripe. It's got to be closer, Carter.
Definitely Kardashian all over the back bumper of James Overbeck. He looked to the inside briefly for turn 12, decided not to go for it. I just want to point out James Overbeck fastest time, 55.555. I think that number 5 is lucky for James Overbeck today. But Kardashian goes up front, though, to take the lead over James Overbeck with 2 laps to go. Goes defensive into turn number 2. Kardashian keeps ahead of Overbeck. Good run through turn number 2 there. Overbeck trying to get wide, trying to do an over-under through 3 and 4. Doesn't get it done, so it's still going to be Kardashian out front in turn number 5. But still, it's Eli Warren in 3rd. Jerry Fandry has moved up to 4th. A good recovery for him that puts Braden Johnson down to 5th. Adam Maxwell has gotten his way up to 6th over Connor
Over
Foshing.
back to the lead, out of turn 8 though, Carter. Sorry to interrupt, but Alexander Kardashian was going way too defensive for 4-cycle racing through a very tight technical section at the back of the track. James Overbeck did the over-under the century on Alexander Kardashian to retake the lead. I thought it was a bit too early of a move from Kardashian because Overbeck just seems so comfortable in front. Not for long though. Alexander Kardashian back to the lead. White flag this time across the stripe for Heat 2 of 206 Senior. Kardashian goes defensive. Overbeck to the outside. They're going to make the run into turn 2. The 180 left as they come out of it and into this new section. Kardashian still defensive on Overbeck, who's still behind. Are we going to see the same mistake from Kardashian? I think he would have learned. Overbeck on his rear bumper going through turn 7 now into 8. This is where Overbeck made the move for the lead just last lap. He might do the same again. Overbeck is going to go to the outside. Kardashian tries to outsmart them. Drag race down the back straightaway. Overbeck gets the move done with just a couple of corners to go now. Through the Monza they go into turn 12. Late on the brakes is going to have to be Alexander Kardashian to try and get this move done in 14. Overbeck knows that's where the move's going to come. Through 13 they come. Overbeck goes defensive on Kardashian. Kardashian knows it. 2 more corners to go to decide who's going to win it. Kardashian's going to go to the high side. Comes to the inside, but to the line. James Overbeck wins in 206 Senior over Kardashian by just a 1/10 of a second. Fist bumps between the two of them as they go past the tram line. What a race for 206 Senior, and what a final we have in store for us later on in the day for Kart Circuit Autobahn 206 Senior. Eli Warren had a really good recovery drive to end up 3rd. Jerry Vandery 4th. Braden Johnson 5th. Adam Maxwell not having the race he would have wanted. That AMAX team are going to hit back at the tent and try and find some more pace on that 541 Coyote card. Connor Foshing 7th, Peyton Polaric 8th, then you have Riley Baldwin 9th, and Logan Frank on that 598 Kart Republic, rounding out your top 10.
Safe to say that race was way more exciting than James Overbeck's domination yesterday of a 9-second victory. So I'm really looking forward to that final 20 laps. Your Kart Circuit Autobahn Briggs 206 Senior race is all done. Up next is going to be Micro Swift. Miami Micro Swift presented to you by Allison Racing Engines. And while we have some time, let's go over our starting lineup for Miami Micro Swift. Starting at the point, pole position, Slayton Baldock. Starting in 2nd, Danny O'Gara. 3rd, AJ Stoner. 4th, Cameron Johnson. 5th, Austin Taylor. 6th, Alyssa Eddy. 7th, Elam Stoner. 8th, Liam Four. 9th, Tori Daniels. 10th, Sebastian Kohler. 11th, Kaysen Hendrickson. Cooper Mull. 13th, Lawrence Jorgensen. 14th, Lincoln Wiley. 15th, Easton Kabinski. 16th, Hendrick McKay. 17th, Jackson Franklin. Rounding out your field is number 11, Drew Schneider. All right, here we go with IME Micro Swift presented to you by Allison Racing Engines. We are all lined up on the front straightaway. Slayton Baldock, your pole sitter. Danny O'Gara outside pole in second place. Here we go. Green flag is in the air. A great start for Slayton Baldock. Danny O'Gara trying to carry it around the outside. A bit of a shuffle here for all the karts. Our top two going at it, Slayton Baldock and Danny O'Gara going at it back and forth, trying to fight for the lead. Wow, those top two have really pulled away in the first 5, 6, 7 corners as they head down the backstretch to the chicane. That's AJ Stoner in second place with Slayton Baldock. Danny O'Gara has dropped down the order a little bit to third. So right now it's going to be Slayton Baldock in first, AJ Stoner in second. And that is Austin Taylor in third, Danny O'Gara fourth, Elam Stoner in fifth, Tori Daniels in sixth, Sebastian Kohler seventh, Liam Four in eighth, Alyssa Eddy ninth, and Cameron Johnson in the top 10. Not the ideal start for Cameron Johnson. He started in fourth and has dropped to 10th. Cameron Johnson also was the fastest time in practice this morning, showing some really good pace, hoping to get a good result here in heat number 2 to set up a good starting position for the final. As we have a battle for the lead, AJ Stoner goes to the inside of Slayton Baldock and gets the pass done, so that puts AJ Stoner up in P1. Slayton Baldock gets right back on his bumper as he fights for the lead now in turn 16. He's going to stay in line. And with that fighting, that's going to put Danny O'Gara back into the picture. Danny O'Gara with the purple lap time that time by 54.315. That's 0.3 faster than AJ Stoner that last time. He's 1.5 seconds behind the leader. Slayton Baldock takes the lead back from AJ Stoner. And while those two fight, that just brings Danny O'Gara even closer to the two of them. So it's Baldock, Stoner, O'Gara, your top 3. Austin Taylor in 4th. Elam Stoner rounds out your top 5. Through the bank turn 11 we go. Into turn 12, really hard braking zone, tight 180 corner. It's still Baldock out front looking back towards Stoner. He sees Stoner right behind him and he knows he can't make any mistakes here. As they go single file through 14, 15, 16, down the front straightaway we go. Slayton Baldock purple lap time, but that time is immediately taken back by Danny O'Gara. O'Gara with the 53.9, that's 0.3 faster than our leader, Slayton Baldock. He has gotten within 1 second of the leader. Danny O'Gara, clearly the fastest kart out there right now, and he's getting closer and closer, inching closer and closer as the laps go on and the corners go on. We have a good battle shaping up here for 4th place with Austin Taylor and Elam Stoner fighting for 4th. Your top 3 are nose to tail right now. It's going to be Baldock, Stoner, and O'Gara. Heading through 13 and 14 we go. Single file, O'Gara is there in the battle now. And Nate Dean is back here with our winner from from 206 Senior, James Overbeck. Nate, what do you got?
Yeah, so we're going to take a bit of a break in the action as Micro Swift are absolutely going at it. James Overbeck, what a run in 206 Senior for you. You had a 9.4 second margin of victory in Heat 1. You backed it up with beating one of the best drivers in the country in Heat 2. We talked a little bit about how the race went for you and your start. Just walk us through the race and how it went.
Oh yeah, I got out to the lead right away, and Alexander was right behind me the whole time. I couldn't break away from him, and honestly, towards the end of the race, my car was falling off a little bit, so he just kept getting a little bit closer and a little closer every lap. So he definitely kept me on my toes the whole race, and that was a lot of fun the last 2 laps being able to battle.
Yeah, and you talked about your kart wasn't exactly there, and we talked a little bit about the start of things. Talking about the start and the inside definitely being the way to go. Back at Cup Karts, we mentioned how you could hold the outside there because of just how sticky those Vega tires were. You kind of he was able, not exactly to be able to hold it on you there. But again, really good start for you. Kart setup isn't exactly there. Just talk us through that a little bit, where you could improve on things and what you're going to do for the final.
Yeah, we made some changes this morning, but with how bumpy the track is, honestly, it hurt us making that change. So I think we're just going to try and go back to where we were and where we were best with, even though it didn't feel great. It was better than how it felt just now. So I think we'll be better in the final, and hopefully on the start with Alexander starting second, hopefully I can get a couple karts in between us, and I feel like if I can do that, then I don't know if he'll be able to catch me or not, but it'll be a good race in the final.
All right, James Overbeck, thank you so much. You got a K100 race to go and get to. Good luck with that, bud. We'll see you, hopefully, we'll talk to you later on in the day, so good luck to that. We're going to get back to the action in Allison Racing Engines Micro Swift. Carter, it was all kicking off between AJ Stoner, Slayton Baldock, and Danny O'Gara. Baldock getting up the inside, O'Gara taking it away. Carter, it is all kicking off in Micro.
Yeah, absolutely great time to rejoin the action as we have the top three fighting for the win. AJ Stoner pulling away as Baldock and O'Gara fight here for second place. They're letting Stoner run away with it right now, and they are side by side through the chicane. It's going to be very close. They go through turn 11 single file. O'Gara is going to look to the inside at 12. He doesn't go for it, so it's going to be Stoner, Baldock, O'Gara, your top three. In fourth is going to be Austin Taylor and Elam Stoner still in fifth. Sebastian Kohler still in 6th, Liam 4 still in 7th. As we go single file through turn number 16, let's see what the gap is here. AJ Stoner still in the lead by 4/10 over Slayton Baldock. Danny O'Gara in third, just a 10.5 behind him. Danny O'Gara goes up to second place though, as we have a great fight for second. Danny O'Gara right back into the picture for this win halfway through this race. It's going to be Stoner out front, O'Gara, then Baldock, Taylor, and Elam Stoner are fighting. Elam Stoner moves up to fourth over Austin Taylor. A great move by him in turn number 5. And back up front here, we still have Stoner, O'Gara, and Baldock. O'Gara gets a great run through turn number 11. They're bumper to bumper as they go through 12. O'Gara pushing Stoner through 13. In 14 they go. O'Gara gets a little bit sideways, but he carries it through. Through 15 they go, and 16. It's still Stoner out front. O'Gara all over his rear bumper. 0.086 between the two of them across the line. Into turn number 2 they go. Stoner goes defensive, but O'Gara stays right on his rear bumper. And with a front row seat is Slayton Baldock. Baldock going personal best that time by 54.034. Fastest time of the race goes to Danny O'Gara, though, at 53.595. Through turn number 11 we go, the banked corner. It's going to be Stoner, O'Gara, and Baldock still. These top three have been fighting tooth and nail all weekend. Baldock getting the win yesterday, O'Gara getting second, and Stoner third. So it's pretty much a reverse order of what the result was yesterday, with Stoner benefiting the most, getting from third to first from the start. AJ Stoner sets his personal best lap time that last time by 53.941. So does Slayton Baldock, 53.905. Heading down the backstretch here, Stoner goes a little bit defensive as they go into the chicane. Bumper to bumper they go. O'Gara all over the rear bumper of AJ Stoner, looking to the inside possibly for turn number 12. Nope, he doesn't go for it. Nate, we have a lot of action heating up here for the top three fighting for that top spot. What do you think will happen?
Well, look at another top three battle up in front of them. 3 lap karts that AJ Stoner, Danny O'Gara, and Slayton Baldock are going to have to get past to continue this battle. This could get really ugly as Heat 2, the gloves start to come off as we've seen before. Hopefully all of them can get past cleanly. We can continue this battle, but AJ Stoner on that new Sodi Racing USA chassis out in front, and here comes the lap traffic. This is where things get interesting. AJ Stoner is going to be the one to bring them through it. They have 3 karts in front of him. AJ Stoner has a rocket of an engine on. He elects not to try and get past here. AJ Stoner up the inside of 1. O'Gara gets stuck behind 1. O'Gara gets past. Slayton Baldock does too. AJ Stoner up the inside of Hendrick McKay. And Daniel Guerra, Slayton Baldock get past AJ Stoner again. He's clear of the lap traffic, so is Daniel Guerra. Slayton Baldock making a bit of contact with one of the lap cards, and that's not going to help his progress. And now it's just a two-horse race, it seems, at the moment between AJ Stoner and Daniel Guerra, who has a massive run going into turn 2, and they're going to elect to work together. Daniel Guerra could have easily taken the lead then and there away from AJ Stoner, but Carter electing to work with him.
Absolutely, and we have 3 laps to go here as it's AJ Stoner still out front with O'Gara. O'Gara looks like he wants to go for the move, but then he just decides not to. Very indecisive from him, but he's probably just waiting for that last lap. Next time by the stripe, though, we will get the 2 to go signal from our flagman Porter Weisensell. Down the backstretch we go. It's going to be Stoner and O'Gara, the 2-horse race, as Baldock has lost a little bit of momentum and not able to gain back on the front 2. Through turn 12 we go. Very clean between the 2 of them. They both look very smooth as they go through the corner. Further back the field, it looks like Austin Taylor has gotten back past Elam Stoner for 4th. Here we go with 2 laps to go across the stripe. It's AJ Stoner and Daniel Guerra, a difference of .082 across the line. And it looks like Stoner goes very defensive. Actually, no, O'Gara gets him. Danny O'Gara passes for the lead over AJ Stoner, and Slayton Baldock, with that battle between the 2 of them, is right back in the picture with less than 2 laps to go. Danny O'Gara takes the lead over AJ Stoner.
Cameron Johnson, who's had a bit of a disappointing weekend thus far, is purple in 6 as they continue to battle. AJ Stoner now down to 3rd. Slayton Baldock, your winner from Road America, is into 2nd and has his sights set on the lead of this race that is held by Daniel Guerra. Into 12 they go. It's still O'Gara out in front, shedding a bit of light on the 7th, 8th, and 9th battle. That's Sebastian Kohler, Liam Ford, and Alyssa Eddy, who have been going at it all race long, and you cannot separate those 3, just like you can't separate these 3, who have 1 lap to go to decide the starting order of the final grid of the weekend. Danny O'Gara leads at his home track with Slayton Baldock and AJ Stoner behind. Stoner is out of this race essentially for the lead. He's still on track and going, but 3rd isn't a horrible finishing position for him. He would have been wanting to fighting for the win in the last couple of laps here. More battling going on between that's one of the Stoner brothers and Cameron Johnson. That's going to be Elam Stoner conceding a position to Cameron Johnson, your championship points leader going into this weekend, and who's sitting 2nd in the Hoosier State Challenge Championship. But out in front, Danny O'Gara, a couple more corners to go for him to start on pole position for the final for the MPG Motorsports driver O'Gara through 14. Couple more corners to go. Danny O'Gara is going to come out of the final corner. Big STIMA celebration for him. Danny O'Gara wins heat number 2. Slayton Baldock in 2nd. AJ Stoner in 3rd. What a race we had in the middle portion of that. Austin Taylor is going to come across the line to hold 4th, and it's a 2nd row starting position for the MPG Motorsports driver. That's 2 of the MPG drivers in the front 2 rows. Cameron Johnson in 5th, and it's Elam Stoner, Sebastian Kohler, Liam Ford, Alyssa Eddy, and Easton Kabinski rounding out a very exciting top 10 in Allison Racing Engines Micro Swift.
Absolutely great recovery drive for Cameron Johnson, who was as far down as 10th at one point after a very poor start from 4th. So Cameron Johnson, well done on that recovery and able to salvage what was a poor start at the beginning of that race. And that is going to conclude our Allison Racing Engines Micro Swift.
Gonna throw one thing in here, Carter. Elam Stoner is bringing them back to the pits at a snail's pace. All these drivers being warned at the drivers' meeting, do not pass after the checkered flag. They're all doing fairly well, but that's just one thing they have to be careful with. That could rearrange the starting order. But as the front 5 come into the pit area, Austin Taylor getting a fist pump of approval. Austin Taylor did a really, really good run there. Cameron Johnson, like you said, having an amazing recovery drive after a bit of an issue off the start, going off track, and an issue for Cameron Johnson. Again, your championship points leader. Maybe not the weekend he would have wanted thus far, but there's always time to improve in a very, very long final event. The rest of the train really coming into the station, led by Elam Stoner. Looking at a couple of replays now between this front 3 battle with AJ Stoner, Slayton Baldock, who went up the inside and thought he had the move done until Danny O'Gara got right back past just this 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 complex is so good for racing. So many switchbacks and opportunities to hold it around the outside and get past the driver in front of you as we go into scales for these guys, but a really big field of quick swim. KA100 juniors are up next. Carter, how's the starting order looking for that?
Here is your starting order for KA100 Junior. In first, cart number 850, Austin Olds. In second, cart number 863, Cash Perkins. In third, cart number 894, Jackson Deal. Starting in fourth, cart number 864, Cade Yeager. Starting in fifth, cart number 875, Isaac Malkiewicz. Starting in sixth, Benham Abernathy. Seventh, Brady Shad. Eighth, Braden Zerves. 9th, Roman McCurdy. 10th, Landon Buer. 11th, Quentin McPherson. 12th, Ethan Tovo. 13th, Mason Kunn. 14th, Asen Dramilev. 15th, Dane Van Dyke. 16th, Race Beckman. 17th, Brandon Saraki. 18th, Ryan Mort. 19th, Shane Reddy. 20th, Clayton Slifer. 21st, Jack Fiver. 22nd, Chaz Variale. 23rd, Oliver Gaffer. 24th, Jocelyn Slinker. 25th, Cami Pfister. 26th, Cody Lindstrom. 27th, Charles Ropke. 28th, Tyler Johnson. And 29th, Charlie Myers. And that is your starting lineup for KA100 Junior, presented by Quick Swim.
Austin Olds will lead this field to the green, and he leads the Hoosier State Challenge at points as well. He's one of the best drivers in junior racing at the country at the moment. We are at a snail's pace at the moment. Austin Olds, 5th fastest only in practice. Cash Perkins in second, but back to Austin Olds. It doesn't matter if he's racing here at Route 66, Stars, CKNA, SCUSA, USPKS. He is always going to be up front, and that's what we see. And big thing for him, Jackson Dull behind him. MPG Motorsports teammate will be pushing him off the start. Those two are going to work together, but they need to be in even and in order for the start. They are. Green they go. Jackson Dull not getting the best start in third. Austin Olds, though, takes the lead and holds the lead. More argy-bargy, as Martin Brundle would put it, Carter, going through the first complex of corners. 1 cart up in the air. 2 cart up in the air. That's Oliver Gaffer. Oh, Gaffer in the puddle. The puddle that all the kids were playing in last night. In there. More carnage in turn 7. It is all kicking off in KA100 Junior, and you don't know where to look right now. Cami Pfister is one of the drivers. Is that Cade? No, it's not Cade Yeager. Out. That's the one of the 812. That's another MPG Motorsport driver, Ryan Mort, who was having a lot of fun at the Reaction Challenge last night, mind you, is out of this race at his home track for MPG Motorsports. But it's Cash Perkins and that Lando Norris kart, who is right behind Austin Olds on this opening lap. Behind them, Jackson Dull, Isaac Malkiewicz, Brady Shad for Millwright Racing. Pass for the lead from the Lando Norris kart driver of Cash Perkins. That 863 yellow flags in effect for this part of the circuit. You cannot pass under the yellow flags. Everyone holding with that regulation as they come through 7. Malkiewicz up the inside of Jackson Dull gets that move done, and that's Isaac Malkiewicz up into third on his first full season of junior racing as they make their way into the chicane. Carter, it's Cash Perkins leading the way.
Absolutely, Cash Perkins out front after a great pass heading into turn number 2. Austin Olds in second. Looking into the inside at turn number 12. He gets a great run through turn number 12. Let's see if he makes this move at 14. Yes, he does. Austin Olds going back to the front ahead of Cash Perkins. In third is going to be the 875 of Isaac Malkiewicz. In third. In fourth is going to be the 894 of Jackson Deal. Fifth, Brady Shad. To the inside goes Austin Olds defensive. Cash Perkins was right on his rear bumper following him through turn number 2. And they are going to be bumper to bumper, the top 4, with the 5th place of Brady Shad trying to join the party. It's still Olds out front. Cash Perkins goes to the inside, though. Overshoots the corner. Austin Olds does the over-under on him. And Cash Perkins maintains second place. But it looks like we have Jackson Deal trying to get ahead of Brady Shad, or Isaac Malkiewicz, excuse me. It's going to be a fight for third. Off track goes Jackson Deal. Deal losing a lot of track there, and he loses a lot of positions in the process.
Benham Abernathy is going to get past Brady Shad, too. All of this battling up front is music to the ears of championship points leader going into this weekend, Cade Yeager, who has not had a really good Saturday and not a great start to Sunday. But that Red Speed 864 driver is closing in on the front of the field. Purple for Austin Olds. Last time across the stripe, they were white lining it going into turn 2, and it was all kicking off in this high-octane racing that is Quick Swim. KA A100 junior. Olds continues to lead as they can breathe a little bit. Down in 13th, Ethan Tovo, who has had absolutely zero luck this season in Route 66 Sprint Series competition. He's down in 13th, but he's purple. He's 6.1 seconds off the pace on that Rolson Performance Group. Tovo Motorsports Cosmic Kart, and some work to do for him. But Austin Olds still out in front. Malkiewicz is putting the pressure on Cash Perkins. That battle for second, as you see on screen there, between the Lando Norris kart driver and the Gilliard driver. Both of those drivers on OTK products, with Austin Olds on the Kart Republic DAP under the MPG tent. Again, comes across the line. Cash Perkins in second. Fastest of anyone on track. 4.5 tenths behind Austin Olds, and closing as they make their way through the new section.
I'm surprised Cash Perkins got fast lap that time around. He got so sideways through turn number 11 after the chicane, and it caused Malkiewicz to gain so much time on him, but he was still able to get purple lap time. That's so impressive by Cash Perkins. Let's see what he can do when he gets a clean lap here. I bet he can go even faster when he has that rabbit to chase two of Austin Olds. Olds still out front. Malkiewicz in third, Abernathy in fourth. Cade Yeager gets up to 5th place. A great recovery for Cade Yeager after a disappointing Saturday for him. He's getting up there so he can get a further starting position for the final. It's going to be a great result for him. But it's still Austin Olds going through turn number 16 across the stripe. Let's see what lap times look like. Austin Olds with the purple lap time, that time by 50.793, but that's taken away by Roman McCurdy in 6th. McCurdy gets fast lap 50.702, so McCurdy's showing great pace out there right behind Cade Yeager.
McCurdy in 6th, your hard charger from Quick Swim, A100 Junior, back at Newcastle Motorsports Park, gaining a ton of positions, ending up 9th. I think he went from 40th to 9th that race. He knows how to make his way through a field, and he's proving that yet again. He's behind Cade Yeager on track, but he has some time to move up. Jackson Dell and Brady Shad, really the two biggest losers from this race thus far. Both of them getting caught out in incidents in the 9, 10, and 11 complex. That's the chicane. As Shane Reddy and one of the Millwright drivers through the banked corner, the Monza, getting all sideways. Both of them lucky to keep it out of the barriers. Roman McCurdy is going to move up to 5th and holds that purple lap time. McCurdy is a driver on a charge at the moment, and we could see him be potentially racing for a race win later on the day. Rolled up black flag for the 24 Burrell Art driver of Shane Reddy, who did so well in 206 Junior. I'm getting corrected. That's not Shane Reddy. It was Clayton Slipper. That was 4, as that was the incident we were talking about later on in the lap at turn 11 at the Monza corner. But still out in front, Austin Olds continues to lead from Cash Perkins and Isaac Malkiewicz, who's starting to fall back and really needs those two to start battling for him to get brought back into things at the moment, as we're going to go halfway this time across the stripe.
Halfway across the stripe for Austin Olds. The gap between the 3 karts up front is pretty even from Austin Olds to Cash Perkins, and then Cash Perkins to Isaac Malkiewicz. Malkiewicz went purple briefly, but McCurdy resets fast time once again. Roman McCurdy is the kart to watch right now, as he is faster than anybody else. He's about a 10th faster than your leaders up front. So that's McCurdy chasing down Benham Abernathy currently in P4. He's last time by, he was about 6/10 behind Benham Abernathy, and probably going to be shrinking that gap even more as this lap goes on. You can see Roman McCurdy tucking behind the steering wheel, trying to get any aerodynamic advantage possible, getting in that draft behind Abernathy. Through turn 11 they go, through turn 12 they go, and they're currently in 4th and 5th, but up front still Austin Olds, Cash Perkins, and Malkiewicz. Malkiewicz gaining quite a bit of time on Cash Perkins, as he really just got good run and good speed through turn 16 there, as Austin Olds resets fast lap 50.466 for Austin Olds, faster than Cash Perkins by 4/10 that last lap alone.
Perkins, Lando Norris, OTK is starting to fall off, and Malkiewicz is starting to come in both at the same time. Malkiewicz is really closing in that gap, and he's right on the rear bumper, as you can see on the live broadcast from Whiteland Raceway Park. And yeah, it's just Perkins wasn't really gaining on Olds at all. Of course, Olds going purple last time across the stripe, and Isaac Malkiewicz was just about 4 kart lengths or so back from Cash Perkins a couple laps ago, and he's managed to bring that gap to just about half a kart length right now, going through 14. They come Austin Olds out in front by a bit of a comfortable margin, but not enough to start coasting. Still needs to push. Who is pushing though? Roman McCurdy is caught up to the back end of Benham Abernathy. Goes purple. Does the 831 MPG Motorsports driver. He is right there on the Hoax driver development driver of Benham Abernathy on that 817 Esprit kart as they'll make their way through this new section into 6, 7, and 8 now. McCurdy up the inside for 4th on Benham Abernathy. Abernathy's going to fight him back. He'll try the crossover through turn 8. I don't think he'll have enough. McCurdy goes defensive on the inside through the chicane, but still, it is Roman McCurdy in front of Abernathy. Cash Perkins has a lot of pressure behind him in that battle for second. Malkiewicz looking for a move into 14. Perkins goes a little bit defensive, holds that move off from Isaac Malkiewicz on the 875 Gilliard chassis. Both of them clipping the bump a bit too much out of 16. McCurdy goes purple yet again as yellow flags for one of the drivers in turn 7 as no passing into turn 2 all the way to 7. That's a ton of passing opportunities being taken away. Yellow flag, in my opinion, just a bit too early on the track, but track workers doing everything they can to keep this racing safe as the driver is safe and behind a barrier. Yellow flags still being waved though. Hopefully we can get those clear, and those are cleared now. Green flag conditions on the full track. But Carter, the real story of this race so far is just how in front Austin Olds is and this battle for second between Cash Perkins and Isaac Malkiewicz.
It is a replay of yesterday. Austin Olds winning yesterday's race by 1.867 seconds. He is currently 1.353 seconds ahead of second place Cash Perkins, so he is out of DRS range there. And it's going to be, it looks like Roman McCurdy still in 4th, trying to pull away from Benham Abernathy, and he is doing so. Roman McCurdy 0.2 faster, or a 1.5 faster than Abernathy that last lap alone there. And it looks like Isaac Malkiewicz just biding his time to get past Cash Perkins here, so we'll have to see if he wants to make that move now or later. But he better not waste too much time getting that move done, because I know Roman McCurdy will be wanting those two to battle, so then he can gain back and try to get some scraps for 3rd and possibly even 2nd.
Jackson Dahl gets past championship points leader Cade Yeager through turn 8. The MPG Motorsports driver gets past the Red Speed kart for that would be 6th position and a 3rd row starting spot on the grid. 2 to go this time by for our quick swim KA100 juniors. Malkiewicz going to stay behind Cash Perkins for the time being. That's the battle for 2nd at the moment, and Benham Abernathy isn't letting Roman McCurdy get too far away. He's fallen off a little bit from McCurdy, but he's still within touching distance if McCurdy makes any mistakes, but he has been pretty flawless throughout this race, setting fast lap after fast lap. And if we look at the timing, I believe it's still Roman McCurdy who holds that fastest lap of the race at the moment. Austin Olds making his way through turn 12. He'll have to do that one more time as they'll see the white flag in the air this time by. Brady Schad and Ethan Tovo have a battle going on further back in the pack. That's for 9th and inside the top 10 for those guys. Braden Zerv's in there as well. Zerv's not having the race weekend he would have wanted thus far. White flag for the front 3. We're going to watch the battle for 2nd. Malkiewicz stays behind Cash Perkins for the time being. As the rest of the field making their way into 2. Shad goes defensive on Tovo as Zerv's is going to go up the inside of Tovo. That was a move and a half from Braden Zerv's. Tovo is now falling into the clutches of Quinton McPherson, but the battle for 2nd kicking off with Isaac Malkiewicz getting past in turn 7. Malkiewicz just has half a track to go to defend this from Cash Perkins, who has held on to that 2nd spot for most of this race. Through the Monza they go. Malkiewicz looks all out of shape there. Goes defensive into 12, holds that. Perkins is going to try and do the over-under, unable to do it as Malkiewicz put that kart exactly where he needed to. Blocks again into 14. He might be able to hold this. Your winner, though, Austin Olds across the line takes the win. Isaac Malkiewicz takes 2nd with Cash Perkins 3rd. And Roman McCurdy, like he has all race, fastest lap on the final lap. He ends up in 4th, and he is going to be one to watch in this final with Benham Abernathy in 5th and Jackson Deal, Cade Yeager, Landon Bueller, Brady Schad, and Braden Zerv's. Your top 10 as they slow down for their warm-up. That's their cool-down lap.
A great recovery by Jackson Deal all the way down to 10th at one point, gets back up to 6th and salvages what was a poor start for him. So great job to Jackson Deal. Let's go over your final finishing order here. So first was Austin Olds, 2nd Isaac Malkiewicz, 3rd Cash Perkins, 4th Roman McCurdy, 5th Benham Abernathy, 6th Jackson Deal, 7th Cade Yeager, 8th Landon Bueller, 9th Brady Schad, 10th Braden Zervs, 11th, Race Beckman. 12th, Quentin McPherson. 13th, Ethan Tovo. 14th, Asen Dramilev. 15th, Mason Kuhn. 16th, Dane Van Dyke. 17th, Clayton Slipper. 18th, Chaz Variale. 19th, Charles Rupke. 20th, Jocelyn Schlenker. And 21st, Shane Reddy. 22nd, Charlie Myers. 23rd, Cody Lindstrom. 24th, Brandon Saraki. 25th, Jack Fiber. 26th, Tyler Johnson. 27th, Cami Pfister. 28th, Ryan Mortz. 29th, Oliver Gaffer. And that is going to conclude IME KA100 Junior, brought to you by Quick Swim. And while we do have some time here for cleanup, let's go over some of our partners with the Route 66 Sprint Series. Our title partners, Franklin Motorsports. Go stop and see Jamie Saraki at the trailer there. Jamie's a great guy. They have all your karting needs for OTK, Merlin cards, everything. IAME, thank you to IAME for partnering with us this year, providing great KA and Swift engines. Thank you to MG Tires for providing great tires for us. We'd also like to thank our series partner, AMAX. AMAX is here at their home track. You can stop by and see them at the buildings next to the grid. They have a beautiful sign on the building that points out where they are. We'd also like to thank Mills Pallet Incorporated and Millwright. We'd also like to thank Holtz Driver Development for their event dinner partnership here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Dinner was delicious last night. It was great to have dinner and play some cornhole and have those reaction time challenges. And we had a great fireworks show also at about 9:30 last night. So for everybody that saw that, I hope you enjoyed it.
So after that quick swim KA100 Junior Heat number 2, we're here with the winner, Austin Olds, at what is MPG Motorsports home track. It was a good win for you in Heat 1. You backed that up with a win in Heat 2. It was a pretty dominant run as Cash Perkins and Isaac Malkiewicz were battling it out behind you. Just walk us through that race and how it went for you.
Yeah, at the start, I kind of had a rough start. Got shuffled back to about third, had to work back forwards, and they kept trying to pass me. And whenever I was able to get some clean air, I just put my head down and went.
Yeah, no, obviously that showed because you absolutely checked out of there. You won back at Newcastle Motorsports Park, so that puts you at the top of the standings for the Hoosier State Challenge. Obviously, you've been doing really good this weekend so far, and a win in the final could potentially give you that Hoosier State Challenge. Do you think you could get that?
I absolutely think I could. My DAP car has been on rails the whole weekend. Gotta thank the whole MPG Motorsports crew, my mechanic, for everything they've done this weekend.
And what's it like being under MPG Motorsports? Because it's one of the teams that have been on the rise in the past couple of years with Chase Jones, you have Race Liberante, Braden Eves, all under the tent and really being cornerstones of this organization. Just what's it like to be working with them and work with such a successful team?
Well, I think part of the reason is the team atmosphere. It's always how fun can we have, and the more fun we have, then the better we do, because we're not worried about how far off we are. We just worry about how we can get better.
Of course. Austin, best of luck in the final for KA100 Junior. We'll see you on track this afternoon, so thank you for spending some time with us. We'll have KA100 Masters on track next shortly. Bit of a quick start for KA Masters as we get reshuffled here. Catching us a bit off guard, Adam Kreppen will be leading them to the green on a day that he could become Route 66 Sprint Series champion. Looking for the green, they'll get it for heat number 2 of Mill Rock KA100 Masters. The real storyline this weekend has been between the battle for second with Randy Klimek leading that right now with Corey Dominic, Wesley Steege were both contenders for that second spot, and they will continue to battle for it because Adam Kreppen is absolutely gone on the first lap out of 8 Carter. Adam Kreppen has just been so dominant in Masters racing, whether it be at the regional or national level this season. It's just a thrill to watch him and just how perfectionist he is on track.
Absolutely, you just watch him. You watch Bob's son go through the corners, and he just has really smooth steering wheel inputs. That car just glides through the corners. But I'd like to talk a little bit about that fight for second place, because we have Randy Klimek getting in second. Wesley Steege was in third yesterday, and Corey Dominic is in fourth. Corey Dominic, though, in practice this morning was second fastest. So Corey Dominic, I think, is going to be in the picture in that fight for second place with Wesley Steege and Randy Klimek, as they're actually battling right now. Corey Dominic trying to get around Wesley Steege and not able to do so quite yet. They're dueling back and forth, doing a lot of switchbacks for the both of them. But it's going to be very interesting to see how this race goes here. As to the inside, Dominic goes, but Steege is able to stay ahead as they go through the chicane. Through turn 11 they go, and he looks to the inside. Nope, Dominic thinks better of it, so it's going to be just another lap in fourth place for Corey Dominic as Adam Kreppen goes through turn number 14, 15, 16. Randy Klimek able to pull away from third and fourth a little bit as they battle, but so far right now it's still Adam Kreppen setting purple lap times.
Yeah, Adam Kreppen going fastest of anyone on track. 1.2 seconds, almost 1.3 over Randy Klimek at the moment. Kreppen with a chance to potentially bring home a couple trophies as battle for third at the moment between Wesley Steege and Corey Dominic. That is heating up for the two of them, getting all sideways out of turn 6. This is looking like some shifter racing at the moment, the way they're just powering out of the corners between these two. Down the back straightaway they go. It's still Steege in front of Dominic. Those two continuing their battle from earlier on in the season, and it's good to see some hard racing here in the Masters category. But back to what we were saying about Adam Kreppen, the man who can bring home a few trophies this weekend, obviously fighting for that final win trophy at the end of the day. If he gets the final win, a bit of a cool and unique trophy being presented this weekend that Whiteland Raceway Park in the O'Garas did for us as Kreppen goes purple yet again. He has a chance to be the Hoosier State Challenge champion in KA100 Masters, and even though we don't have the 2023 KA100 Masters Championship trophy here with us, he has the chance to potentially get that. Is Corey Dominic up the inside of Wesley Steege. Steege gets it back, and we'll go back to our running order that we had last time across the stripe. But at Carter, it is really heating up between Steege and Dominic.
It is, and while that is all happening, Randy Klimek is able to be a hop, skip, and a jump away from those two as they keep fighting. They just keep losing time to Randy, so Randy's going to be relaxing in second place right now, just trying to stay as close to Adam Kreppen as possible. But let's see, as we cross the stripe here, it's going to be Steege and Dominic third and fourth. It looks like Steege actually sets his personal best lap time, 51.846, compared to Dominic's 52 flat. So Dominic just slowing down a little bit. Let's see if it was just a mistake and he can get that gap back.
Yeah, I think he'll be able to. He has some good one-lap pace as he's really reeled in Wesley Steege. He's really good, is Corey Dominic, in 4, 5, 6, and 7 compared to Wesley Steege. He's able to make up a ton of time, and look at him there. He is right on the back bumper as they head into the chicane through the banked Monza, and it's still Steege out in front. It's not really a passing zone for these Masters, is this back half of the track. They're preferring to do their passing on the flatter new portion. In the back is one cart around Mingyan Zhu on the 467, locking it up. Battle for third, side by side. Oh, Dominic in the grass as they go through there. It's a really, gets really tight through turn one there, and we saw that from Corey Dominic, who almost had it. Wesley Steeves is still out in front, and we are loving this racing in Mill Rock K100 Master.
Absolutely, that was quite the ride for Corey Dominic. It looks like they're side by side once again through turns 4 and 5. Corey Dominic does get in front of Wesley Steeves. They're side by side heading down the backstretch through the chicane here. And Wesley Steeves does back out of it, so that puts Corey Dominic up into third. And we have yellow flag at turn 12. No passing will be allowed from 12 to 14, but it's still Adam Kreppen out front. Out at turn 16 once again. Let's see, does he reset purple lap time? No, he doesn't. He's 0.003 of a second slower than his fastest lap time. What consistency by Adam Kreppen. Randy Klimek in second. Dominic in third, now pulling away from Steege. He's already about 2 kart lengths ahead of him after passing him just 1 lap ago. So it's going to be Dominic and Steege, your top 4.
Yeah, Kreppen has officially put on cruise control at the moment. Klimek behind, not making any inroads. He's 2.8 seconds back, and I don't think he'll be able to catch Adam Kreppen out in front. Klimek, who has been a front runner in this master category for quite some time, and on a personal level, it's a bit unfortunate because he had. It's unfortunate that he shaved his beard from last season, because Carter, you missed it last season. It was so big and bushy, it kind of came out the bottom of his helmet.
Did it really?
It really did. It was a majestic sight to look at, and the photos I could show you later are really amazing for Randy Klimek, but he's out in second. Halfway for our Mill Rock KA100 Masters with, surprise, surprise, Adam Kreppen out in front, but the battle between Corey Dominic and Wesley Steege seems to be reigniting.
Yeah, Wesley Steege is keeping Corey Dominic honest. He just set his personal best lap time that time by 51.727, just 0.003 faster than Dominic, but still, he's staying less than 1 second between the two of them. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that battle for third place develops, as you could give Kreppen a magazine right now. You could give Randy Klimek a magazine. They're both just out front. Big gaps between first and second and third. So those two are definitely just getting laps in and just going to make it to the end of the race. But this battle for third is going to be definitely the most exciting. Those guys are definitely going to have the most to talk about at the end of this race.
If it doesn't show already with just the gap that he has to Randy Klimek, Adam Kreppen just has that kart absolutely dialed in and is able to rotate on a dime. If you watch them through 14, his inside rear tire, the one that will jack up traditionally on go-karts, just gets pretty much a mile high off the ground, and he just gets it through there nice and easy. Just a couple of inputs on the wheel, and is just really, really textbook driving compared to the rest of the drivers, which I haven't seen any of their inside rears pop up in 14 quite like it they do in Kreppen. Kreppen, who is, as his hat says, an engineer, out in front and has obviously got that kart dialed up out in front and continues to lead.
An interesting stat for you right here, Nate. I'm comparing his lap times to the times of KA100 Senior, which are lighter by rules, and he's only 0.6 off the fastest laps of KA100 Senior yesterday. So Adam Kreppen definitely getting really close to that fast lap time, as he actually just reset his best lap time that last time by 50.9 compared to the 50.3s that they're doing in KA Senior, and Kreppen has to have more weight on the kart by rules. So Kreppen definitely showing some great pace here, especially compared to his KA100 Senior counterparts.
You know, if he wraps up the title this weekend for both the Hoosier State Challenge and the championship, I would love to see him drop back to KA100 Senior, because it would be awesome to see Adam Kreppen back in that fight for the podium, essentially, at this pace for Kreppen. That would be really cool to see him. Of course, this is his first full year in Masters. He's been in the senior category for a long time, long enough for you and I to both race him, Carter, in Route 66 competition, and all that, those years of experience really paying off and showing, especially on the timing and scoring. It's now 5 seconds between Adam Kreppen and Randy Klimek.
Absolutely well out of DRS range for Adam Kreppen. Same for Randy Klimek, too, over Corey Dominic. Dominic definitely pulling a gap now over Wesley Steege, even though Steege has just put his best time in, 51.625. Dominic still faster yet, 51.514. So Dominic is showing his pace from practice this morning. second fastest in practice. He's definitely capable of running towards the Randy Klimek range of this field. So let's see how that final race goes with that 20 laps. I think Randy might have his work cut out for him with Corey Dominic showing the pace that he has.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Klimek is just able to break away from those two. That's really the only reason he's not in the fight, is because those two are so caught up and battling each other. It's built him that bit of a gap, but it is coming down between Klimek and Dominic. It is just, as they cross the line, 4.4 seconds. It's not enough to do anything about it this race, as we are only going to have a couple laps to go. I believe next time across the stripe, but come the final, we could see potentially a 3-kart battle for second, and that'll be one to watch, as KA100 Masters has been a bit spread out throughout the season, but it's so nice to see these drivers all battling on track. And hopefully when we get the legs of Ming-Yan Zhu back out on track after an unfortunate DNF on lap 4 for him, we could see 5 drivers battling it out for the win. Well, really one driver battling it out for the win. Adam Kreppen at this rate is 2 to go this time, but we'll have 4 drivers battling it out for that second spot.
Absolutely. Adam Kreppen with 2 to go for Millrock KA100 Masters. Randy Klimek in second, 51.646. He's still about 0.6 off of Kreppen's pace lap to lap. Corey Dominic is actually 0.2 faster than Randy Klimek, so I'm really excited to see how this Masters battle shapes up here with Dominic showing the pace he has, especially at the latter stages of the race. I think Dominic's really going to be putting up a good fight with Randy to see who can get second place for this race. But still, Adam Kreppen going through turn 12, that kart just slides perfectly through all these corners. You just watch him through 13 here, heading down to 14. He can take the line he wants to. He knows he's not under threat from anybody behind. Through 15 and 16, 1 lap to go for Adam Kreppen in your KA100 Masters, brought to you by Millrock.
Getting really jealous of Adam Kreppen, watching him drive that thing, just how well it responds to him. I'm getting jealous of that setup, as wish my car would drive that well. Of course, he goes purple again, 7.1 seconds to the good of Randy Klimek. As that, honestly, that 7.1 seconds, we know how dominant Adam Kreppen is in this race. That just goes to show how impressive of a run James Overbeck had at 206 Senior yesterday, when that was 9.4 seconds against a full field of incredibly talented 206 drivers. I'm so looking forward to that senior final later on in the day, but the moment right now belongs to Adam Kreppen. Coming out of the final few corners, he is just 1 race away from becoming your 2023 KA100 Master Champion. But we'll have to wait for that until this afternoon. Checkered flag in the air for Adam Kreppen, takes the win, and that is 8 for 8 wins on the season. If he makes it 9, he will become champion for what I believe could be the first time in a long time for Adam Kreppen. Randy Klimek comes in second. Corey Dominic and Wesley Steege end their battle, with Dominic in third, Steege in fourth in year 1 retirement, making up the top 5. Ming-Yan Zhu, as we get ready to get 206 sportsmen on track.
One interesting thing to look at there, Dominic set his fastest lap on that last lap, 51.155, 0.7 faster than Randy Klimek, so it's definitely going to be a good battle for that second place in your Millrock KA100 Masters. Up next, we have 206 Sportsmen. 206 Sportsmen brought to you by Mac Paving. Mac Paving. Let's go over your starting lineups for 206 Sportsmen. Starting in first, kart number 243, Christopher Yotzi. Starting in second, kart number 227, Leighton Mole. Starting in third, kart number 289, Braden Domont. Starting in fourth, kart number 202, Isaiah Maxey. Starting in fifth, kart number 205, Evan Benoit. Sorry, Evan. And starting in 6th, Danny O'Gara. 7th, AJ Stoner. Starting 8th, Caleb Johnson. Starting 9th, Theodore Gaffer. Starting in 10th, Easton Kabinski. 11th, Colin Eddy. 12th, Sawyer Chambers. 13th, Henrik McKay. 14th, Jake Variale. And 15th, Pearson Golseth. And starting shotgun on the field, Kaysen Hendrickson in 16th.
This could be one of the more interesting battles for the Hoosier State Challenge that we've seen between AJ Stoner, Christopher Yotzi, and Leighton Mole. The points between those 3 going into this weekend, 3 points separate them. AJ Stoner has a 3-point difference on Christopher Yotzi. Yotzi and Mull are tied on points going into this weekend for this. This is going to be settled on a track. It's pretty much going to be let the best driver win, and Christopher Yotzi at the moment is taking matters into his own hands. He will start on the front row alongside Leighton Mull, who is tied with him on points going into this weekend. AJ Stoner has his work cut out for him. He needs to make up some spots this race to get back into things. Stoner is going to start on the 4th row in 7th alongside Caleb Johnson. In front of them on the 3rd row, Evan Bennett and Danny O'Gara. Like you said, O'Gara is going to be a threat for this race. He didn't really have the pace in 206 Sportsman that he had in Micro Swift back at Newcastle Motorsports Park, so I don't think he's really going to be a threat for that Hoosier State Challenge Championship for 206 Sportsman presented by Mack Paving, but we will see him battling for the win. Leighton Mull and Christopher Yotzi give each other a thumbs up. I don't know if they know the points battle going into this weekend, but honestly, if they don't know, the better, because we're going to have a really, really good run for these guys in a couple of corners time once we get them to the green. Braden Domont has been incredibly impressive in his 2023 campaign. Only his 2nd year of full-time karting. He's an indoor karting champion, and to be sitting on the 2nd row in such a stacked field of 206 Sportsman drivers is incredibly impressive for Braden, and I'm guessing he'll be moving up to the junior ranks soon, so he's going to want a good result to end his sportsman career in the next couple of race weekends. Isaiah Mackey will be alongside. They're going to look for the green flag. This time, are they going to get it? They will. Green flag for Mack Paving, 206 Sportsman. Through turn 2 they go. Christopher Yotzi leads them. Leighton Mull and Braden Domont fighting it out. Domont will take 3rd. Danny O'Gara moving up some spots. AJ Stoner not getting the start he would have wanted. Stoner has dropped so many positions. He'll try to run the outside of one of the drivers. He's got to be a hard charger this race. 3 wide for Stoner, excuse me. Bit of a technical issue there on our part, as out in front though, Leighton Mull leads the way over Christopher Yotzi, then Braden Domont, Isaiah Mackey, and Carter. Danny O'Gara in 5th, rounding out your top 5.
Absolutely great start. Ideal start for Christopher Yotzi. Leighton Mull in 2nd. And it's going to be Domont in 3rd. Let's see what AJ Stoner can do to recover after that poor start for him. But it's the top 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All bumper to bumper as they cross the line. Leighton Mull is up front. Christopher Yotzi in 2nd. Braden Domont 3rd. Isaiah Maxey in 4th. Danny O'Gara rounds out your top 5. Evan Benoit 6th. Caleb Johnson 7th. Easton Kabinski 8th. Theodore Gaffer 9th. Colin Eddy your top 10. It's still Leighton Mull out front though, pulling a bit of a gap, probably about 3-4 kart lengths as they go through turn number 5 and 6. Through 7 they go, and then into the tight number 8. Down the backstretch they go. Leighton Mull with about 4 kart lengths over Christopher Yotzi. Through the chicane and the bank, turn number 11, full throttle through there. Yotzi gets a great run all over the back bumper of Leighton Mull now. Through turn 12 they go. It's Christopher Yotzi in 2nd, following Leighton Mull.
Caleb Johnson has engine issues, and he's going to get the mechanical black flag. He's been spewing oil all over the back of Theo Gaffer, who's behind him. As you can see there, 283 meatball flag for Caleb Johnson. His day is done. I'm guessing that's a head gasket, well, I forget the technical term for it, but we've seen a lot of issues with the Briggs 206 on the side cover gasket. That's it. Battle for the lead. Christopher Yotzi up the inside. Leighton Mull takes it back. Yotzi back up the inside, side by side, in a turn 7 between those two. Leighton Mull takes the lead, but for how long? Because Christopher Yotzi is going to fight back around the outside. Crossover incoming from Yotzi. He decides to hold it around the outside. Braden Domont's going to come with him. Domont's going to be side by side with Mull. Braden Domont to P2. What a move from Domont to put himself in 2nd. There's just one more kart in front of him for Domont to potentially take the lead. Christopher Yotzi, who leads championship points going into this weekend here at Whiteland Raceway Park, now leads with Braden Domont, Leighton Mull, Isaiah Mackey, Danny O'Gara in 5th.
It was about 4 crossovers in a row between Christopher Yotzi and Leighton Mull as they're battling through 3, 4, 5, and 6. And it looks like, yep, we have our number 283, Caleb Johnson, pulling into the pits with his mechanical issue. That's so unfortunate for him. But it's Christopher Yotzi out front, followed by Braden Domont. Domont setting his personal best lap time that last time by 56.682. Yotzi 1/10 faster, 56.5. So Yotzi definitely the fastest in the field right now, and it shows it with how he's pulling away in first place there. And it looks like we have a battle for second place as Leighton Moll's trying to get back to the inside of Braden Domont. They're side by side through the chicane. It usually doesn't work. He backs out, Leighton Moll backs out, and it's going to be Domont remaining in second, and third is going to be Leighton Moll as they go through turn 12. And it's still Yotzi out front pulling away even more as they keep battling for second place. Through 14 he goes, and it's going to be Christopher Yotzi out front, followed by Domont, then Moll. And who do we have in fourth? Isaiah Maxey and Danny O'Gara is your top five. Right behind O'Gara, though, is Evan Benoit in sixth. Let's see if they can do anything to get back up towards the front.
Yotzi goes purple, but the big question in this race, what is going on with AJ Stoner? He's down in 13th. He's second in championship points, and he's leading the Hoosier State Challenge going into this weekend. That's not the result AJ Stoner needs. He's going to have to bring home a Hard Charger Award in the final if he wants any chance to try and get this Hoosier State Challenge championship, but it's going to be difficult for him. It's not been a great weekend thus far. It's not been a great day for him thus far, in this 206 Sportsman category presented by Mac Paving, of course. But looking back out in front, Christopher Yotzi has built a gap over Braden Domont, who is in second, and Leighton Moll still running in third. Isaiah Maxey, fourth still, and then Danny O'Gara, hometown boy, on that top cart in fifth.
Across the line they go one more time. Purple lap time for Leighton Moll, 56.024. That's a second and a tenth and a half faster than the leader Christopher Yotzi. So Leighton Moll definitely having his setup come into play now as he's all over the back bumper of Braden Domont. Through turn 5 and 6 they go. Double apex 180 there. But it's still Yotzi out front. And right behind Leighton Moll is Isaiah Mackey. Mackey all over the bumper there. Let's see what he can do to see if he can get up to the top 3, top 2, maybe even to get a better starting spot for this final. But Leighton Moll all over the back bumper of Braden Domont. Single file through turn number 12. Let's see if he dives to the inside as they go through 13 and 14. Does he go to the inside? No, he doesn't. He's going to just stay in line and bide his time to see if he can get him later in the race.
And Braden Domont, who finished fourth back at Road America on his first race with us in 2023, out in second at the moment and doing a really, really good job to defend the challenging pack. Yotzi going purple last time across the stripe and has almost pushed that 1 second barrier between himself and Domont. It's 9/10 of a second at the moment for Christopher Yotzi on that AMAX racing machine. I believe the Coyote chassis. Domont, like we said, is defending brilliantly from Leighton Moll and Isaiah Maxey in fourth as that battle continues to rage on with Daniel O'Gara and Evan Benoit in fifth and sixth. Those two are desperately trying to catch up to the three in front of them to try and get into that battle for second, third, because right now those two are on the back end of the podium. They're going to want some insurance going into the final to try and get themselves in a better spot, at least on track position, as Carter this time across the stripe as they make their way out of 15 and 16, halfway to go.
I'm surprised it's only halfway with how much action we've had so far. It feels like this race has been going on for so much longer. Christopher Yotzi, though, resets fast time, 55.867. That's 4/10 faster than second place Braden Domont. As into the scales goes AJ Stoner. AJ Stoner is out of this race as he just pulls into the scale line. So that's AJ Stoner with a terrible heat 2 for him. So we'll have to see if he can recover in this final, especially keeping his points lead for the Hoosier State Championship. But it's still out front, Christopher Yotzi, and Braden Domont still in second, Leighton Moll third, Isaiah Maxey in fourth. O'Gara trying to have those three ahead of him fight so he can get closer. He's trying so hard to close that gap between third and fourth place, but it's just not really happening right now unless they start battling.
Yeah, and that's really unfortunate for AJ Stoner. That's not going to help his chances in the Hoosier State Challenge at all, as Stoner was down the order. He was in seventh in the final order for Heat 1 battle for second. Braden Domont concedes to Leighton Moll, as Moll putting his finger forward, saying, let's push up to Christopher Yotzi. I like the optimism, Leighton, but that is just not happening with how Christopher Yotzi is so dominant thus far. But back to what we were saying with AJ Stoner's seventh place yesterday and what is going to be a DNF for him. That is him out of the running, essentially. for the Hoosier State Challenge. It's going to be between Leighton Mull, who is pushing hard as can be to try and catch up to Christopher Yotzi. It's going to be those two battling it out for the trophy come the final for both the win on the day and that Hoosier State Challenge. But that battle for second is not over, with Braden Domont having a cart up the inside and the likes of Isaiah Maxey trying it, but just wasn't alongside enough. Domont will hold that around the inside of what becomes 15 and 16. Across the stripe they go. He has a bit of breathing space to Isaiah Maxey behind and is able to breathe a little bit, is not having to defend in a turn two this time. But Domont under pressure yet again from Maxey. Domont is falling down the order now to fourth after being second for so long, and now has top cart driver Danny O'Gara right on his rear bumper. It's not going well in the second half of the race for Braden Domont.
Interesting bit of information for you, Nate. Leighton Mull, after he passes for second place to take the lead of that group, set his personal best lap time of 55.9, so he's definitely pulling away from this group, especially as they battle. But it's still Isaiah Maxey in third then, with Braden Domont in fourth, with Danny O'Gara breathing down his neck trying to climb those positions. So it's going to be Yotzi crossing the line here as he comes out of turn number 16. Let's see what he does for a lap time. 55.967. 55.952 for Leighton Mull. Isaiah Maxey does move up to third across the stripe now, as he is under pressure from, it looks like, Braden Domont. Domont actually gets back past Isaiah Maxey, so Domont up to third. Maxey down to fourth, O'Gara fifth. And that's going to be Evan Benoit in sixth, bringing up the rear of that line of four cars. That's sixth, fifth, fourth, and third. So let's see if Isaiah Maxey can fight back and get that third place back from Domont. And O'Gara is going to want them to battle and see if he can pick up the scraps there as they go through turn number 11 down to turn number 12. Hard braking to the inside. Nope, he doesn't do it. So Maxey stays in line behind Domont. It looks like we have an incident here at turn 12. Can't quite see who that is yet, but
Be Theo Gaffer, who spun there in turn 12, Carter.
Yep, that's Gaffer having an incident there. Just a quick spin and he's back on track and moving. So right now it's still Christopher Yotzi out front, Leighton Mull in second. Mull's definitely pulled enough of a gap to be under no pressure there, but Danny O'Gara has moved up to fourth, so that's O'Gara up to fourth over Isaiah Maxey. So right now the order as it runs: Yotzi, Mull, Domont, Yotzi, Mull, Domont, O'Gara, and Maxey, your top five.
Yeah, Yotzi is absolutely running away with it right now. We're going to get the 2 to go signal pretty soon. 2.4 seconds to the good is Christopher Yotzi over Hoosier State Challenge rival Leighton Mull. Braden Domont been doing so well in this battle, but so is everyone else. Danny O'Gara up to fourth, like you said, Carter, as Isaiah Maxey in there as well. Evan Benoit has kind of been the underdog in this battle, has been watching these guys in that 205 car battle it out, hasn't been able to make anything of it thus far. 2 to go this time for our lead pack. Christopher Yotzi is already out of turn 2 before Leighton Mull even gets to it, as Braden Domont and Danny O'Gara, who lead that pack over Isaiah Maxey and Evan Benoit, make their way through the new section of the track. It could kick off in this last lap of the race, Carter, because we've seen this battle pack absolutely go at it at the midpoint of this race. Hopefully we see some more battling like that as carts around, as one of the drivers behind, I think that was Pearson Gulseth maybe, I'm not quite sure on that. One of the drivers who was behind Colin Eddy or in front of him got collected with Henrik McKay as they were lapping him, so that's unfortunate. I don't think it's Gulseth. Gulseth is up and running. I believe it was Chambers actually who got caught up in that. The 245 Kart Republic Trinity Karting Group driver, as a white flag in the air for Christopher Yotzi.
Christopher Yotzi taking the white flag with a 56.174, 2/10 faster than Leighton Mull once again. Yotzi definitely the class of the field here as he goes through turn number 3 and turn number 4. But still, the battle for third is really intense as Danny O'Gara gets up to third over Braden Domont. Domont goes back to the inside of O'Gara, and Isaiah Maxey's trying to get in on this battle, trying to get up to third. He's up to fourth, so O'Gara drops from third to fifth in a matter of 2 corners, and it's going to be Domont in third, Isaiah Maxey in fourth, Danny O'Gara fifth. O'Gara looking to the inside of Maxey as they head towards the chicane. Does he do it? He does get it, actually. How did they go side by side through that chicane? Great driving by those two. It's going to be Yotzi first, Mole second. It's going to be Domont third. O'Gara has moved up to fourth. Maxi fifth, and Benoit sixth. Across the stripe, Christopher Yotzi wins. Leighton Mole second. Braden Domont third. Danny O'Gara fourth. Isaiah Maxi fifth. Evan Benoit sixth. What a great race by them. Colin Eddy seventh. And in eighth is Pearson Golseth. Easton Kavinsky ninth. Kaysen Hendrickson 10th. '11th Sawyer Chambers, 13th Theodore Gaffer, 12th. 13th Jake Variale, 14th Henrik McKay. AJ Stoner with his DNF is in 15th. Caleb Johnson is 16th.
And what an unfortunate race for AJ Stoner on that 2:14. That's pretty much him out, like we said, of the Hoosier State Challenge, and that's going to be between Christopher Yotzi and Leighton Mull at the moment. It is advantage Yotzi and advantage AMAX at the moment, because he has just been so good throughout the weekend and throughout the year, as those drivers will be making their way into the scale line shortly. Next up on track, though, it's the big one. It's the main event for us here this weekend. KA100 Senior, presented by Millwright, will be running through that starting order here shortly.
All right, heading on to track is IAME KA100 Senior, presented by Millwright Incorporated. Let's go over your starting lineup. Starting in first, cart number 941, Adam Maxwell. In second, cart number 954, Chase Jones. Third, 931, Austin Jers. Starting in fourth, cart number 951, Elliot Cox. Starting in fifth, cart number 955, Alexander Kardashian. In sixth, Charlie Stein. Seventh, James Overbeck. Eighth, Eli Warren. Ninth, Brian Reddick. 10, Grant Vogel. 11th, Lucas Clement. 12th, Alex Feldstein. 13th, Luke Powers. 14th, Eli Fox. 15th, Tristan Farber. 16th, Jaden Kraus. 17th, Joey Kazir. 18th, Zach Collins. 19th, Sarah Groot. 20th, Elias Baker. 21st, Michael Levitt. And 22nd, Caleb Rothel. 23rd, Brian Vosek. 24th, Brad Britton. 25th, Vaughn Beasley. 26th, Mason Sturgener. Starting shotgun on the field in 27th, Bryce Mersberger.
What a battle we had in Heat 1 between these two out in front, Chase Jones and Adam Maxwell, representing two teams that are based here at Whiteland Raceway Park. It's AMAX versus MPG Motorsports. Austin Jers and Elliot Cox are going to be behind. Cox is going to be helping his team co-owner, Chase Jones, on the outside line, try and make that work. So they make their way into turn one. Heat 2 for KA100 Senior is about to get underway. Green flag for Millwright KA100 Senior. Adam Maxwell gets the jump. Austin Jers does as well. He gets past both of the MPG drivers. I don't know how he did that. Did Austin Jers. James Overbeck trying it around the outside of a couple drivers there as the double rights. But Adam Maxwell out in front over Jers, over Chase Jones, yeah. Elliot Cox, Brian Reddick in there as well. Alexander Kardashian, James Overbeck in that battle for the lead. Eli Warren, again, not getting a start he would have wanted earlier on in this race, but out in front, Adam Maxwell leads by a bit of a comfortable margin over Austin Jers, who gets passed by Chase Jones. Jones retakes second and is now unleashed to try and get to Adam Maxwell in that AMAX Tony Kart in front. It is going to be a battle and a half as Eli Warren thought about a move on, I believe that was Charlie Steins further back in the pack. Eli Warren's going to suffer the consequences of not getting that move fully done as they make their way out of turn two.
the best start Adam Maxwell could have possibly gotten was right there ahead of Chase Jones. And Chase Jones in second. Austin Jers is one guy to watch. He was fastest in practice this morning, so Austin Jers definitely going to be one to watch. In fourth is Elliot Cox. As we have a battle for second place, it looks like we have Adam Maxwell overtaken by Chase Jones. Chase Jones to the point, followed by Adam Maxwell. Austin Jers in third. In fourth is Elliot Cox. Fifth, Alexander Kardashian. Through 11 we go, down to 12. Chase Jones still out front. Adam Maxwell right behind him in tow. Austin Jers wanting to get past Maxwell as soon as possible to get next to his MPG teammate of Chase Jones. Here we go through 15 and 16. Chase Jones with a great section of corners. Chase Jones clearly the fastest through 14, 15, and 16. Heading down the front straightaway, Chase Jones with purple lap time. To the inside goes Austin Jers for second place. Adam Maxwell drops to third. Elliot Cox is now chomping at the bit now to get to Adam Maxwell and get past him. So we'll have to see how that battle sorts itself out.
Yeah, and Elliot Cox is really attacking Adam Maxwell, and there's the move for third. Elliot Cox on the MPG Motorsports cart. It gets past Alexander Kardashian and James Overbeck now back, as well as if we haven't seen enough from these two in the 206 senior race. They're now on track with each other in KA 100 senior. So this time around, though, it's the AMK driver of Alexander Kardashian in front of James Overbeck. As Overbeck up the inside of Alexander Kardashian. That will be 4th and a provisional spot on the podium for James Overbeck, knocking off Alexander Kardashian, who has never won a KA 100 senior title in a Route 66 competition. He's looking to do that this year, but throughout the struggles at Newcastle Motorsports Park and even more struggles at Road America, it's looking ever more bleak for the 955 to try and get this done this season, because there's been so much talent in the likes of Adam Maxwell, Austin Jers, Eli Warren, Tristan Farber, Zach Collins, who's had a really good season and a really good run at Road America, but there's been so much talent for Adam Maxwell to hold off and for Alexander Kardashian to try and fight with. Maxwell down in 4th behind Elliot Cox, but your leader at the moment, Chase Jones, is being pursued by Mr. Perfection from Road America, Austin Jers, as they make their way out of the final corner.
Jers purple last time by 50.461. Let's see if they go better. They do not. It's Chase Jones still out front with his personal best 50.520. Austin Jers 50.493, still faster yet. James Overbeck goes purple that last time by in 5th place. So James Overbeck one to watch here as he tries to move his way up the field. But it's Austin Jers all over the back bumper of Chase Jones. Elliot Cox is falling off the top two a little bit and starting to fall into the clutches of Adam Maxwell and James Overbeck. Alexander Kardashian gets passed by Charlie Steins. Kardashian drops down to 7th place now. Not the ideal race he wanted so far. Let's see if he can recover at all. But still, Jones out front through turn 12. Austin Jers all over the back bumper of him now. And Elliot Cox in 3rd. Adam Maxwell 4th. James Overbeck, your top 5.
Bit of a side note, 907 Top Car driver Sarah Groot retiring early. She is out of the second heat, but back out in front. Jers is pressurizing the back of Chase Jones. Jers goes purple on that 931 OTK machine with Elliot Cox and Adam Maxwell behind, with James Overbeck rounding out your top 5. It is all kicking off in KA 100 senior at the moment. Adam Maxwell, who won yesterday in heat number 1, has to gain a couple more positions to try and fight Austin Jers, because Jers is second in the championship going into this weekend. Maxwell was first. Jers is only 27 points behind Maxwell, so this could get so interesting when we go to Badger Kart Club, Millwright Raceway, or Dousman, as we all know it, in a couple of weeks' time for the championship finale for the 2023 season of the Route 66 Sprint Series. But that's then. This is now, and now it's Chase Jones out in front, leading the way from Austin Jers, who Jers just seems like he has such a better run out of 15 and 16 and down this front straightaway than Chase Jones does. Elliot Cox and Adam Maxwell not able to really make any inroads that time by. James Overbeck is catching the back end of the 941 Tony kart with Adam Maxwell behind the wheel, as that gap is starting to shrink. It's about 3/10 last time across the stripe, and I wouldn't be surprised if that gets shorter. Elliot Cox was so quick at the start of this race, and he's starting to fall off. I think he's going to suffer the consequences of that throughout this race, and I wouldn't be surprised to see both of the Tony karts behind him of Maxwell and Overbeck get past. It's an unfortunate mid and end for the race for Elliot Cox, and he's going to have to hold strong. But out in front, Jers might be close enough this time. He gets a better run down the straightaway than Chase Jones does. Halfway this time, Jers goes to the inside. He makes the move for the lead. Austin Jers to the lead for KA100 Senior Heat 2. They go door to door, bumper to bumper through there. Jers holds the lead. And the big question here is Chase Jones going to work with him? Does he want to retake that lead through 7? Jers is going to hold that lead from Chase Jones. Further back, Elliot Cox really starting to seem like he's getting a little bit of pace back at least, but Adam Maxwell is right there. James Overbeck not making as much of inroads as he would have wanted, not making as much of inroads. Speaking of that, Alexander Kardashian, he's down in 7th for that 955 EOS driver, and Eli Warren, what a difficult weekend for the Red Speed for Eli Warren, down in 11th, outside the top 10. That's not going to help his chances. He went into this weekend in 3rd for the Hoosier State Challenge Championship points, fighting for Alexander Kardashian and Adam Maxwell. At the moment, Adam Maxwell, the only one of that top 3 who seems to be having a decent weekend, as still Austin Jers starting to put a bit of a gap on Chase Jones out in front.
Yeah, absolutely. When Austin Jers passed Chase Jones the lap ago, they did lose some time. They lost about 3 kart lengths to Elliot Cox. He was able to gain some time there. Elliot Cox last time by going his personal best 50.3. Same for Adam Maxwell as they pull away from James Overbeck a little bit. Probably about 2 kart lengths now between Maxwell and Overbeck, as Overbeck is just losing a little bit of pace, especially to Charlie Steins. Charlie Steins really coming into the picture here as he has gained so much time on James Overbeck and Adam Maxwell. So Steins is going to be one to watch in the latter stages of this race, which is definitely a converse effect of what happened yesterday in the heat. Charlie Steins, as the race went on, the kart just got tight and he lost so much pace, but now they seem to have gotten it figured out, and it's really just showing its real good pace here as the race goes on.
Yeah, for sure on that one, Carter. Just looking further back in the pack, like Bryce Merksberger up the inside of one of the MPG drivers. Merksberger was battling for the win at Road America. He's not having the weekend he would have wanted. This weekend was always going to be such a toss-up with a new track for most of these drivers. We've never been to Whiteland Raceway Park before. Jers did go purple last time across 49. The stripe over Chase Jones into the 49s. Does Austin Jers cross the stripe this time? He doesn't improve on it. He's back into the 50s. So is Chase Jones. Jers does extend that gap on Chase Jones, but this battle for 3rd, 4th, and essentially the podium spots, the provisional podium spots, starting to heat up with Elliot Cox in the lead of that. Last time he was in Route 66 Sprint Series competition, I think he was in a cadet kart, and now running a senior in the top flight of Route 66 Sprint Series racing in the KA100 senior category, presented by Millwright, with Adam Maxwell behind. It's been an impressive run for Elliot Cox, the man who's on the road to Indy at the moment, coming out and racing with us. He's in 3rd with Maxwell, Overbeck, and Steins behind.
Absolutely, but out front it's still Austin Jers. He was fastest in practice this morning, and I knew he was going to be one to watch as he exits turn 16 once again. Let's see, he gets into the 49s once again. He's the only driver this weekend in KA Senior to reach the 49s. Great running by Austin Jers so far this race and this weekend in general. Chase Jones in 2nd, Elliot Cox in 3rd. He's able to hold off Maxwell so far. And then it's Overbeck gaining back on Maxwell, and Charlie Steins rounding out the top 6 there. And Kardashian goes with his personal best time, 50.3. He's in 7th. Just kind of in no man's land right now is Alexander Kardashian, but we have a good battle for 8th between Grant Vogel, Brian Reddick, and Eli Fox. Down the back straightaway they go. It looks like Brian Reddick is now up to 8th, ahead of Eli Fox and Grant Vogel. Through turn 12 they go. Hey, contact at 12. We have 2 karts off at 12.
One of those Brian Reddick and the other Tony kart can't quite get an ID on that. They're going to get going again. Big contact for the 2 of them. Jaden Kraus, I will mention, he is also out of this race in the 913 EOS.
Yeah, it's Grant Vogel that got in contact with Brian Reddick there.
That's unfortunate for Grant, but talking a bit more about the Hoosier State Challenge points, Adam Maxwell went into this weekend in the lead. Austin Jers in 5th. There's more battling for 3rd at the moment as Elliot Cox continues to lead that. But Austin Jers, 77 points back on Adam Maxwell going into this weekend for the Hoosier State Challenge, and it is all kicking off. Maxwell really needs to get past Elliot Cox to get another good, solid result. He's going to do that, but it's not enough. He didn't go deep on the brakes. There goes Steins. Here comes Overbeck, the two Tony Kart teammates. There's 3 Tony Karts in that battle. White flag in the air. This time by Jers and Jones are out of it. James Overbeck with a send and a half on the 2 of them. Are you kidding me? Getting past the 2 Tony Kart drivers. This is going to bring Alexander Kardashian right back into the mix of things. Kardashian and Maxwell are fighting for this Hoosier State Challenge Championship. $500 on the line. Kardashian up the inside of Maxwell. Maxwell dropping left, right, and center. He's fading and fading fast. Down the back straightaway they go. There's about a kart length in between all of them. But Austin Jers out in front. What a dominant run he's had in this second heat. And he's going to hope to bring that domination from Road America into the final later today. Checkered flag for Austin Jers. Heat 2 victory. Chase Jones in second, but the battle for third is going to see Elliot Cox hold off in third with James Overbeck in fourth, Charlie Steins in fifth, and Alexander Kardashian and Adam Maxwell provisionally off the podium for those two. Not the runs they would have wanted. Eli Fox in eighth on that New Gen Motorsports kart, with Eli Ward making it up to ninth, and Lucas Klemek. What a run from the Minnesota native to be inside the top 10.
And in 11th, Brian Reddick. 12th, Bryce Merzberger. 13th, Vaughn Beasley. 14th, Zach Collins. 15th, Michael Levitt. 16th, Luke Powers. 17th, Brian Bosick. 18th, Brad Britton. 19th, Caleb Rothel. 20th, Joey Kazier. 21st, Alec Feldstein. 22nd, Graham Vogel. 23rd, Tristan Farber. 24th, Elias Baker. 25th, Mason Schergner. 26th, Jaden Kraus. And 27th, Sarah Groot. And that concludes the action for IMEK A100 Senior presented by Millwright Incorporated. What a race we had there.
That was a good one from these KA seniors, as they'll be bringing it in to the scale line at this point to look at bumpers and make sure everyone makes way. I'll be making my way down there to grab a few drivers so we can get some interviews from these guys. But Carter, what a race from these seniors.
Absolutely. And up next we have Briggs 206 Jr. Briggs 206 Jr. brought to you by Whiteland Raceway Park. And let's go over the starting lineup. Starting in first, kart number 364, Cade Yeager. Starting in second, kart number 365, Brady Schad. Starting in third, kart number 329, Porter Trudell. Starting in fourth, kart number 317, Thomas Anthony. Starting in fifth, kart number 345, Josie Chambers. Starting in sixth, Quentin McPherson. Starting in seventh, Shane Reddy. Starting in eighth, Oliver Gaffer. Ninth, Jack Fiber. 10th, Cami Pfister. 11th, Jocelyn Schlenker. 12th, Lane Gibbs. 13th, Max Cross. 14th, Evan Hamitman. 15th, Giovanni Vasquez. 16th, Raider Santos. 17th, Owen Oler. And starting 18th, shotgun on the field, Angie Vasquez. Cade Yeager is going to be the guy to beat here, starting on pole position. He was 6/10 faster than second place Brady Schad in practice this morning. So Cade Yeager definitely going to be continuing dominance from yesterday into today. We'll have to see what that looks like. And here we go, out onto the track comes 206 Jr.
So we have 206 Junior on track at the moment, looking for their star. Whiteland Raceway Park, 206 Junior. Brady Schad waving to Cade Yeager on his inside. Looking for the green flag on their first time of asking. They'll get it. Green flag in the air. Cade Yeager will lead them into two. Brady Schad around the outside of turn 2, the Millwright driver. What a move from Brady Schad to get up into the lead of this first lap of 206 Junior. The rest of them may make their way through the back portion of the track. Through 7 they go. Brady Schad has about a car length and a half lead, almost 2 car lengths at this point, over Cade Yeager and Porter Trudell. Thomas Anthony dropping down to 4th on that start. They make their way through 12 now. Brady Schad out in front as they battle away on their first lap. KA 100 Senior was a race to watch, and Austin Jurors put on a clinic like he did at Road America. Austin, you're here with us in the booth as 2 carts go around in 206 Junior. Schad comes across the line to lead the first lap. Austin, really impressive run for you out there battling with Chase Jones and a couple other drivers. Just walk us through your race there.
Yeah, I started 3rd, so I got into 2nd right away, second or first or second lap, and then the car came in. Was patient for a bit, and then decided to go to the lead, and never looked back from there.
Yeah, and you just seemed really, really dominant throughout that race, and once you did get past Chase Jones, it was just game over for them. A lot of battling happening behind you with Elliott Cox and the battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Obviously, I'm guessing you're going to be hoping to push away from that, but if that does happen, do you think you have a kart to be able to fight with those guys like Alexander Kardashian, Adam Maxwell, drivers who you're going to be fighting for the Hoosier State Challenge?
Yeah, I think the car's definitely got the pace. I'm going to see if I can try to pull away with someone in the final, and it's a long range, so we'll see what happens.
I mean, you guys obviously had a quick car. Do you guys think about any changes? Do you think there's some areas you guys can still improve on?
Definitely.
All right. Well, Austin, amazing run in the Heat 2. We'll see you on later today. Hopefully, maybe another interview if you take the win. But awesome run. We'll see you later on in the day. 206 Junior is out on track at the moment, and we'll be getting back to commentary with them.
And back on track we go. Cade Yeager still out bumper as they head through 14, 15, and now exiting 16. Cade Yeager with fast lap once again, 56.483 compared to the time of Brady Schad, 56.570. They are still bumper to bumper, nothing between the 3 of them. And then in 4th, 5th, and 6th is bumper to bumper as well. Thomas Anthony, Josie Chambers, and Quentin McPherson. That's a battle that's going to be shaping up for the final podium position, so we'll have to see how that develops. But still out front is Cade Yeager, Brady Schad, Porter Trudell. Yeager, the fastest in practice this morning, followed by Brady Schad. Porter Trudell opted not to go into the warm-up this morning. So we'll see how that plays out and see if that can affect the result for this heat today. This heat race, 14 laps, a little bit shorter than what we will be having in the final. The final will be 20 laps here at Whiteland Raceway Park between all of these 206 Junior classes and all of the classes here, as a matter of fact, with the exception of kid karts. Brady Schad resets fast lap once again, 56.431. 0.108 between him and Cade Yeager at the line. And we have 206 out. That's kart number 363. Raider Santos is out of the race. Not the ideal result for the AMAX driver there.
He was having problems in qualifying as well, so not a good day for Santos. But out in front, Carter, it is still Cade Yeager over Brady Schad and Porter Trudell. Yeager going into this weekend. We talked about it a lot with the Hoosier State Challenge, 67-point lead over Thomas Anthony, and Ayrton Grimm is 75 points back. He's not racing this weekend. Really, the closest two drivers are Anthony and McPherson, with Anthony 67 points back, McPherson 90 back, so it's going to be a really good run for McPherson and Anthony, who are in the same little battle pack in 4th, 5th, and 6th at the moment, with Josie Chambers joining them, who has done a couple of races in the Texas Sprint Racing Series down south and has found some success there. Up the inside of Chambers, more contact with Thomas Anthony. They're side by side at the apex of turn 8. Quentin McPherson is going to get past Chambers, and those two now, Anthony and McPherson, are trying to get up to the front, or at least get a better starting position to try and challenge Cade Yeager, who has one hand on the Hoosier State Challenge trophy in 206 Junior.
Absolutely. It is a great battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th as they keep battling. Josie Chambers, the one that kind of lost a little bit of momentum there with that fast attempt, and McPherson was able to leap on that opportunity, but it's still Thomas Anthony in 4th. McPherson now up to 5th, Chambers in 6th, and has brought Oliver Gaffer and Shane Reddy into the conversation, as Gaffer has really gotten close to the tail end of that pack on Josie Chambers, but still out front. Cade Yeager, Brady Shad, Porter Trudell, your top three, nose to tail, bumper to bumper. Looks like nothing's going to be able to separate those three.
McPherson up the inside of Thomas Anthony, the man who got the win back at Road America. McPherson second in points going into the weekend, up another spot. Oliver Gaffer has joined the fray as well. Friend Shane Reddy behind. Both of those two could be in the battle for the podium. Gaffer hasn't had a podium in a Route 66 competition, and he could be looking to set himself up in a good position, as this battle for the top 5 is absolutely insane. Shane Reddy's there now as well. Same too with Lane Gibbs, who we saw running up front earlier on in the day yesterday for 206 Junior, as Oliver Gaffer, like we said, has Shane Reddy behind him. Those two have worked together back at home and on the road here. They're going to try and push up past Thomas Anthony, Chambers, and McPherson in front of them. But out front, Brady Shad to the lead, takes it away from Cade Yeager, and Porter Trudell still in 3rd. Trudell is A-OK, being the caboose of these trains we've seen throughout the weekend. He's just feels comfortable in the back, just letting them race and then pouncing in the final couple of laps when that moment comes, not putting too much pressure on them, just leaning back, letting them do their battling. The final couple of laps, boom, strikes, takes it away. And we saw that yesterday with Trudell after a really good run from him. Chad across the line with Yeager pressurizing from behind, still Trudell, but this battle for the provisional podium spots with Quentin McPherson, Josie Chambers, Thomas Anthony, Oliver Gaffer, and Shane Reddy. That top 8 Reddy is dropped off of the pace of Oliver Gaffer, Lane Gibbs, and Jack Feber is your top 10 at the moment, and they're kind of in that second battle pack that you could almost throw a blanket over. It's going to have to be a really big blanket right now, as they're starting to space out. Oliver Gaffer up the inside of Thomas Anthony, almost gets that move done. Shane Reddy's going to get past. Lane Gibbs might have a run on the 16 Cosmic Kart driver of Oliver Gaffer, doesn't have enough, and it's going to be Shane Reddy in front of them. Brady Shad, Cade Yeager, Porter Trudell still your front 3. Then it's McPherson and Josie Chambers on the provisional podium, as the battling between Anthony, Reddy, and Gaffer that continues has really slowed their pace down and has made it so there's a big old gap for them to try and catch up between Chambers and Anthony. At the moment, it's about 1 second as Shane Reddy has found his moment up the inside. A late move, and it doesn't work for Shane Reddy. Thomas Anthony holds point as he now is in 6th and just 1 position away from a podium. Porter Trudell tried to move on Cade Yeager, and Brady Shad, not sure what happened there from the 3 of them, as they're all separated now. Shad has some breathing room over Cade Yeager. Porter Trudell, not sure what happened to him, but it's just unfortunate for him. But again, Quentin McPherson and Josie Chambers really starting to push away from that pack behind them on that 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th pack.
Yeah, Quentin McPherson and Josie Chambers definitely benefiting the most from the battling between 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. They've been able to pull quite a bit of a gap over the 3/17th of Thomas Anthony. with some signals being thrown around there. The Shane Reddy tapping his helmet, telling Oliver Gaffer, hey, draft me, let's go. But we have a battle. They're not drafting each other at all. And it looks like Shane Reddy able to get around. Thomas Anthony. Oliver Gaffer in 8th still, not able to capitalize on that move at all. But it looks like they're side by side still going through turn number 7 and turn number 8. If you're on the outside in turn number 8, it seems like you'll never win that fight. So it looks like Lane Gibbs is back in the conversation here, trying to salvage some scraps. As we look at the lead, it's still Brady Schott up front with Cade Yeager in 2nd. Porter Trudell just falling off the pack a little bit. He's trying to gain back anytime possible. Quentin McPherson still ahead of Josie Chambers. Those two are just working together to stay ahead of Shane Reddy, the 317 of Thomas Anthony, and Oliver Gaffer as well.
Yeah, Cade Yeager has done an excellent job to close that gap to Brady Schott. Yeager is by far the fastest driver in that front 3. Porter Trudell seems like he is closing in. Debris on the track in turn 4. That fell off of one of the front runners. That could have implications for this race. I don't know what it is, but there's a piece of debris right in front of that black barrier that came off of either Brady Schott or Cade Yeager's. No, that's not going to work harder. You don't have binoculars. But through the Monza they go. Schott leads provisionally as that throws a big old question mark in this race. What is it that fell off? If it's a GoPro or something, I believe it's fine. But if it's a mechanical item, I believe we might be seeing a meatball flag or a disqualification in tech. Of course, that's all purely speculation, but Schott across the line. The same too with Yeager. Schott to the inside and defends over Cade Yeager through turn 2. Porter Trudell is going to get brought right back into this with these guys battling. Schott defending that position brilliantly from Cade Yeager as they make their way through 5 and 6.
Porter Trudell set fast time that last lap there, and he's gained all of that gap back as those front 2 have started battling. Porter Trudell with a 56.225, 2/10 faster than the front 2, as that battle for first place is starting to heat up now. But it looks like Brady Schott pulls a little bit of a gap over Cade Yeager, but Yeager gets a great run through the bank to turn number 11 as they go through 12, now heading to 13. It's going to be Schott, Yeager, Trudell, McPherson, and Chambers rounds out your top 5. McPherson and Chambers are just fighting for that 4th spot, just running bumper to bumper, just getting through. Bouncing in his seat is Brady Schott. 1 lap to go. Goes defensive on the inside. It's going to be Schott, Yeager, and Trudell. Trudell tries to go wide, and it looks like they're going to be side by side going into turn number 3. Trudell going for 2nd place. What can he do with that? They're still side by side. Yeager defends the position. Trudell tries an over-under. Can't get it done. It's still Schott, Yeager, Trudell, your top 3.
Trudell has to realize here that battling with Cade Yeager isn't going to do any good with the battle for the win. Brady Schott has pretty much got this win and the bag right now. This is the battle for 2nd at the moment. Porter Trudell in front of championship points leader Cade Yeager. Through the chicane and the Monza they go. It's going to be hard breaking into 12. Porter Trudell going hard defensive. Yeager is going to try it around the outside. No way. Cade Yeager gets that done. Side by side through 13. Gets the move done in 14. Cade Yeager with a brilliant move. It's going to be Brady Schott, though, taking the win, waving to the crowd side by side of the line. It's going to be contact at the line. Cade Yeager's not happy with it. He'll take 2nd over Porter Trudell by 0.05 of a second, 0.5 tenth. Between the 2 of them, and they are not happy with each other. Cade Yeager and Porter Trudell with that final couple of corners. Quentin McPherson in 4th, Josie Chambers in 5th, Oliver Gaffer, Jack Faber, Shane Reddy, Thomas Anthony, Lane Gibbs rounding out your top 10, as that was a really entertaining battle in the battle for 5th on back, as I think we're getting a bit of a look at what fell off of one of the front runners' cars. Carter, if I'm not mistaken, being held by one of our track workers, Vince. That might be an air pressure gauge.
Air pressure gauge. It looks like it could be like a.
No, it's one of the.
Like the overfill.
It is. Yeah. It's one of the overflows.
Yeah, it's
off of one of the front. That'll be interesting, because I remember in junior or was Sportsman. Well, yesterday someone was fiddling with that, another driver's cart, saying that they were loose. So really interested to see when they come into the scale line here who's missing a piece of their go-kart. Brady Schott comes across the line. He's got his. I think it might be Cade Yeager's. who's missing.
Yep, we got
Yeah, it's Jaegers. Cade Jaeger's overflow is missing. That'll be interesting to see if there's any action taken by the stewards. I think it's fine, but it'll be interesting. Thomas Anthony not happy at all with that race as he was battling in the 6th position, got passed by Oliver Gaffer finally after 3 times of attempting. But what a race.
Yeah, what
Carter
a race.
for Whiteland Raceway.
Let's go over the
Joseph
final
Jr.
results here. The final results are Brady Schott first, Cade Yeager second, Porter Trudell third, Quentin McPherson fourth, Josie Chambers in fifth, Oliver Gaffer sixth, Jack Fiber seventh, Shane Reddy 8th, Thomas Anthony 9th, Lane Gibbs 10th, Cami Pfister 11th, 12th, Jocelyn Schlenker, 13th, Owen Euler, 14th, Max Kraus, 15th, Evan Hamitman, 16th, Giovanni Vasquez, 17th, Angie Vasquez, and Ryder Santos rounds out the field in 18th. And that is the conclusion of 206 Junior, presented to you by Whiteland Raceway Park. Up next is Miami Mini Swift. Mini Swift presented to you by BBS Race Engine Development. Mini Swift heading out onto the track now. This is going to be our last heat of the morning before we go into our lunch break and start our finals. Starting in first place, cart number 114, Cameron Marsha. Starting in second, cart number 177, Jacob Mojeski. Starting in third, cart number 131, Jackson Tovo. Starting in fourth, cart number 122, Tucker Tribe. Starting in fifth, cart number 121, Jacob Scheibel. Starting in sixth, cart number 115, Isaac Nolan. Starting in seventh, cart number 103, Theodore Gaffer. Starting in eighth, cart number 123, Pearson Golseth. Starting in ninth, cart number 159, Lincoln Davis. And starting P10 shotgun on the field, cart number 133, Christopher Yotzi.
They'll get formed up out of the Monza. It's going to be a game of who can take it to Cameron Marsha. He's been the driver to beat all season long, the 2022 Micro Swift champion in Route 66 competition, will lead them to the green alongside Jacob Majeski as they come out of 15 and 16 here.
One thing to watch, Nate, fastest in practice this morning is Christopher Yotzi, who's starting in 10th, so we'll see if he can battle his way up through the field. Second fastest was Jackson Tovo, third was Cameron Marsha, fourth Mojeski, fifth Tribe, so it's going to be interesting to see how the order shakes up here as we go along with this race.
The way they start the top 3 is how they went into the weekend in the Hoosier State Challenge, so it's going to be interesting. Green flag in the air. Cameron Marsha gets a good jump. He gets the hole shot and is out and away over Tovo and Majeski. Tovo getting past Jacob Majeski, and that's going to be a good run for Jackson Tovo. He really needed that to get past Majeski and only have Cameron Marsha out in front. More battling going on between Tucker Tribe and not Jackson Tovo. That would have been Jacob Majeski, excuse me. Looking at time and scoring, it's a bit bunched up for us, so apologies for that. But Cameron Marsha out in front over Jackson Tovo. Majeski falling back, then it's Tribe behind in that top 4 battle. But your leader in points for both Hoosier State Challenge and the overall championship, Cameron Marsha, leads the way out of 14.
Absolutely great start for Cameron Marsha. That's exactly what he needed. Same thing for Jackson Tovo. Tovo starting inside second row, able to get up to second place. That inside row, when you watch the races and watch the starts, it seems to benefit the most from the track layout. So Tovo definitely able to make progress there. Mojeski up to third now. Tucker Tribe is in fourth. Fifth was Jacob Scheibel. Sixth, Isaac Nolan. Christopher Yotzi already up to seventh. Pearson Golseth eighth. Theodore Gaffer 9th, and 10th, Lincoln Davis.
Cameron Marsha going purple last time across the stripe, 4/10 in front of Tovo last time, but Majeski is pulling up to the bumper of Tovo. Those two are going to probably try and work together to catch up to Cameron Marsha on that Marsha Motorsports 114 cart out in front, looking comfortable at the moment. Cameron Marsha has only pretty much known clear air when it comes to Route 66 Sprint Series racing in 2023. He's had a hard go at it on the national scene for USPKS and SCUSA events. Hasn't had a ton of luck, but here at Route 66 really proving his worth and showing how much of a talent he is. Out in front is Cameron Marsha, behind Tovo in second. Majeski going purple last time across the stripe on that Franklin Motorsports Merlin cart in third. Then Tucker Tribe and Jacob Scheibel round out the top 5.
And in sixth is Isaac Nolan. Christopher Yotzi right on his bumper in seventh. Yotzi trying to make up ground as quickly as he can. He's still in seventh, right behind Isaac Nolan. Down the backstretch they go through the chicane. Yoti all over the back bumper through 11. They go. Let's see if Yoti looks to the inside, and he does. Does he get the pass done? And he does in turn 12 there. So Christopher Yoti goes up to 6th place, starting 10th already on lap 3. So Yoti making great progress trying to up his starting position for the final.
Yeah, of course. For Majeski up the inside for position on Tovo. Gets it done and just has Cameron Marcia in front of him now and is set free to try and challenge for this win. As Cameron Marcia, though, just seems so comfortable out in front, not really looking back too much, just doing his job, hitting all the apexes he can, doing everything he can to try and stay in front of Jacob Majeski, but that job's going to get a whole lot harder with Majeski right on his rear bumper.
Absolutely. Let's see what Majeski can do. As we have Jackson Tovo in 3rd, Tucker Tribe in 4th. Marcia already pulling a little bit of a gap, about 2 kart lengths over Isaac Nolan. So Yoti definitely showing his pace and able to get it done. But it's still Marcia out front. Jacob Majeski in 7th. Let's see what time.
Tovo slow. Tovo slow out of the final couple of corners. Tovo has lost a ton of time and he's out of this race for the win. I don't know what happened to Tovo there as Yoti goes fastest. What on earth happened to Jackson Tovo? He's 7th, 4.4 seconds back now. It's just a 2-horse race out front.
What a shame for Jackson Tovo. Do not know what happened there. As that happens, Christopher Yoti resets fast time, 52.951. So Christopher Yoti definitely showing his pace here and able to get up to the top 5 after starting last and in 10th there. So, but it's still Cameron Marcia out front, followed by Majeski as they go through turn number 12, heading down towards turn number 13. Let's see what Majeski wants to do here. If he wants to make the move, nope, he's just going to stay right behind Marcia as they go through 14, 15, and it's Tucker Tribe in 3rd, showing some great pace, starting to catch up to the top 2 now. We'll see what he does here. 53.134 for Tucker Tribe as he gains about maybe half a tenth on the leaders, but still it's Yoti in 4th, and in 5th is Jacob Scheibel. Isaac Nolan in 6th. Jackson Tovo still 7th. It looks like he's running a little bit slower down, 53.3 for him that last lap. He did have that poor run out of 16th, so let's see what this lap brings him and see if he's back up to pace.
Yeah, and Cameron Marcia having to defend from Jacob Majeski, who finished behind him at Newcastle in the final, but a long ways back, almost 10 seconds back was the gap. It's just a couple of tenths this time between the two of them, and we're starting to see much more of a competitive race here in Mini Swift. Cameron Marcia out in front over Majeski, but for how long? Majeski seems to have the pace to try and challenge for it. The big question mark, though, is going to be Jackson Tovo to see if he can make his way up the field in the final couple of laps here, and then in the final, a long final to make up some room. But look at Jacob Majeski. He's fighting for it out front.
Absolutely. Majeski just keeping Marcia honest right now. Marcia sets personal best lap time, 52.9 that last time around. Tucker Tribe in 3rd, Christopher Yoti up to 4th now as Jacob Scheibel drops to 5th. So Yoti having a great run here from 10th to 4th, maybe could even get to a top 3 as Tucker Tribe was a 53.2, 52.9 for Yoti that last time around, gaining 3 tenths there. And it looks like Yoti's still shrinking the gap between him and 3rd place yet here. So Yoti definitely one to watch, especially as we go into the finals here after lunch. But still Marcia getting the halfway signal from our flagman Porter Weisencell now. 52.9 personal best for Cameron Marcia as a 53.1 for Jacob Majeski. So Marcia pulling a little bit of a gap, about 3-4 kart lengths now over Majeski. Tucker Tribe in 3rd, Yoti in 4th, another 10th off between that gap between 3rd and 4th of Tribe and Yoti. In 5th is going to be Scheibel. 6th is Jackson Tovo. Tovo right back to the pace, 53.169. So that's his personal best lap there. So Tovo right back up to pace. So it must have been just like a quick 4 off for him in that in turn 15, 14, 15, 16 section a couple laps ago. That just took him out of the race for the win. Such a shame for Jackson Tovo. He's got plenty of laps to go after lunch here.
Yeah, really weird from Tovo. Hopefully we get a replay of that so we can see what happened. But Cameron Marcia extending that lead out in front over Jacob Majeski at the moment. Not a whole lot of battling happening on track. Everyone pretty spread out. It's an uneventful Mini Swift race in the second half of the race. But Cameron Marcia does go purple, extends that gap to Majeski by almost 0.6 of a second, with Marcia dipping into the 52s. It's a 52.913 for Marcia. He's the only driver apart from Christopher Yotzi, I believe, to get into that time bracket. Yotzi did a 52.9. Everyone else is really stuck in that 53 time bracket. As we look out in front, Majeski just doesn't seem to get as good of a run through the chicane as most other drivers do. But Cameron Marcia, Carter, still out in front and purple.
Absolutely. Cameron Marcia, definitely the guy to beat right now. He was third fastest in practice this morning, so he's definitely turned that pace around. But Christopher Yotzi, fastest in practice this morning. He is looking to get third place here. Does he look to the inside at turn number 2? No, he doesn't. He's going to bide his time against Tucker Tribe. Maybe not so much now in turn 3. Yotzi goes for it, gets the pass done. Christopher Yotzi from 10th to 3rd. What a drive by him, Christopher Yotzi. Take a bow, sir. So it's still Cameron Marcia out front, though. Jacob Mojeski in 2nd. Christopher Yotzi 3rd. Tucker Tribe 4th. Jacob Scheibel rounds out your top 5.
Jackson Tovo got past Jacob Scheibel, so now Tovo's on to the provisional podium as it stands, and that recovery job in the final got a whole lot easier. Now on to that 3rd row of the grid, but on the inside lane. Majeski's not letting Marcia get away by too much, and like you said, Carter, Yotzi now up into 3rd on that EOS A-Max machine. With you have Tucker Tribe behind. Purple. Yes, he does. This gets interesting. Under 0.3 of a second is the gap between Marcia and Mojeski as this race is starting to heat up, as we're going to have a couple laps to go, I think. And next time across the stripe, but Marcia is feeling the pressure from Jacob Mojeski.
Absolutely. It's the gap has shrunk quite a bit. It's about 1 kart length between the top 2 karts right now. And if they battle at all, don't count Christopher Yotzi out. If they battle, Christopher Yotzi will be right back in it. But it looks like he's pulled away from Tucker Tribe as well. And Jackson Tovo definitely pulling away from Jacob Scheibel. Isaac Nolan 7th. Lincoln Davis in 8th, Pearson Golseth in 9th, Theodore Gaffer rounds out your top 10 there. But the battle up front here is Cameron Marcia and Jacob Mojeski right on his bumper as they cross the stripe once again. And it looks like Jacob Mojeski takes another 10th off there. 0.199 between the two of them at the stripe. So Mojeski definitely keeping Marcia honest as they go through turn 3 and 4. Heading to 5 now. It looks very smooth for the two of them, but he's right all over the bumper as Mojeski gives him a little bump as they go into turn 7 to let Marcia know he's right behind him. Maybe put the pressure on Marcia a little bit as they head down the backstretch towards the chicane. Let's see what they can do here. Does Mojeski get a good run? Yes, he does. He's all over him as they go through turn number 11. Does he look to the inside at 12? No, he doesn't. He's going to play nice and wait until the end of the race. We're going to have 2 laps to go coming up here next time at the line.
This is all going to come down to racecraft between these two. Cameron Marcia and Jacob Mojeski are bumper to bumper, essentially. Have a little bit of an air pocket there. But as far as Cameron Marcia concerned, he is right on his rear bumper. Majeski to the lead. Lead change in Mini Swift in the final couple of laps. Jacob Majeski leads from Cameron Marcia, and it's a dogfight out in front. Yotzi in 3rd, but he's too far away to try and get a win here. Marcia to the inside of Jacob Majeski in turn 7. Marcia retakes the lead. Majeski retakes it with a crossover. Marcia's going to try and have the run. It's a drag race into the chicane. Who's going to let first through the chicane? Marcia will. He knows that he has to win the championship this weekend. He has a really good shot. He doesn't want to throw that away. He has a potential to win the Mini Swift title with 1 round to go, even before we get to Dousman. But that doesn't matter now. Marcia up the inside as we go out of the final couple of corners. White flag in the air this time by for Cameron Marcia. Jacob Majeski is right there, but he's not close enough this time. Marcia looking left and right to try and find where Jacob Majeski is thinking about getting past. Out of 2 they go, into 3 through this really tight and technical section for these BBS Race Engine Development Mini Swift drivers. Cameron Marcia has about half a track to go to try and secure the 2nd heat victory, and we'll have 1 heat after this, 1 final after this, to try and become 2023 Mini Swift champion of Route 66 Sprint Series. Out of the Monza they come. Majeski isn't Close enough. Yellow flag in the air in turn 12. I don't know what that's for. In yellow, that was a weird, I don't see any incident there. Is the yellow flag, that gets cleared, but it's going to be checkered flag in the air for Cameron Marsha. Takes the win in Mini Swift with Jacob Majeski close behind, then Christopher Yotzi in third.
A great race for Miami Mini Swift, brought to you by BBS Race Engine Development. Cameron Marsha taking the win once again. Jacob Mojeski in second. Christopher Yotzi from 10th to 3rd. Well done to him. Tucker Tribe 4th. Jackson Tovo routes out your top 5. Jacob Scheibel in 6th. Isaac Nolan 7th. Lincoln Davis is going to end up 8th. 9th is Pearson Golseth, and 10th is Theodore Gaffer.
Replays now. We're going to watch this closely to see if we can have the moment where Tovo had his incident as drivers coming off track. This was a moment where Jacob Majeski made his move into turn 12. It was a slick move from Majeski to get past there. Ultimately didn't stick with Cameron Marsha taking the race win. There it was, as Tovo just got it all wrong out of 14, and that really slowed him down through there. That's unfortunate, as of course we missed that. There's a big old pillar right in front of where it happens. That's unfortunate that we didn't catch that in the moment, but this replay showing the battle we saw between Cameron Marsha and Jacob Majeski. What a run from these two drivers, and what could be a weekend that determines the champion of the Mini Swift category. As what a race we had for Heat 2 of Mini Swift. We'll be back on track with hit carts at 12:18 for the main events. Lunch break will be starting soon, and then we'll have the national anthem at 12:14. Carter, a lot of good racing in Heat 2. What are we looking forward to in the finals?
I'm looking forward to everything, but I think I'm a KA100 Senior, KA100 Junior, and your Briggs Senior and Junior classes are going to be some of the great ones, especially your Mini and Micro Swift as well. Any class like that where if it's anything like Newcastle with 14 lead changes in one race, I think it's going to be very exciting to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much hit on all of those topics. I believe we're going to be taking our lunch break, so to those on the broadcast, be sure to stay tuned, and we'll get racing underway shortly. For those of you that are here, you can stop by the Whiteland, their little concession stand they're selling there. We also have a pizza truck on site, so you can go and grab pizza from then. Other than that, we will be back racing with the kid karts for the main event. 16 laps to decide it at 12:18.
So, a quick announcement from Whiteland Raceway Park. The pizza has been restocked by the grid, so if you guys missed out on your chance on that one, the pizza has been restocked, so you can go and grab some during this lunch break. So as we're about to get ready for the finals on the day, we're going to be playing the national anthem. So if you would please rise and remove your caps.
Hello everybody and welcome to Whiteland Raceway Park for round 3 of the Route 66 Sprint Series 2023 season. Our lunch break is over and now it is time for our final event, starting with kid karts, and kid karts are rolling onto the track now. Here is your starting lineup for kid karts, brought to you by One Power Sports. In first, kart number 95, Kyler Hendrickson. In second, kart number 141, Diesel Maxwell. And in third, kart number 14, Caden Marsha. Some fun races so far for our kid karts, brought to you by One Power Sports. Caden Marsha Kyler Hendrickson has swept both heats so far today, with Diesel Maxwell close by in tow, about 3 to 5 seconds behind at the end of each race. It's going to be an exciting race. It is 16 laps on deck for our kid karts, and green flag is in the air. Clean start by everybody. Hendrickson out front in the Lightning McQueen 95 kid kart, followed by Diesel Maxwell in the 141 top kart. Through turn number 11 we go for the first time through the banking. It's close between the top two, bumper to bumper, about a kart length, less than a kart length now, as Diesel Maxwell gets a great run out of turn 12. Through 14 we go. Diesel Maxwell with a shallow line on the inside, not able to get the pass done on Kyler Hendrickson, as Hendrickson gets a great run out of turn number 16 to open up a gap. 41.154 for Hendrickson, 41.631, over half a second already between the top two, but that could change in an instant. Our top two remains the same. Kyler Hendrickson still out front with Diesel Maxwell close by in tow, less than 1 second between the two of them. And Caden Marsha in third place. Hendrickson's able to get a great run out of turn 16. Fast lap time of the race, though, goes to Diesel Maxwell last time by 39.515 compared to Hendrickson's 39.568. So Maxwell definitely able to keep up in pace with Hendrickson. Hendrickson's hometown, Franklin, Indiana. Home track is Newcastle Motorsports Park. His sponsors are Gramps Garage, Lincoln Electric, Honey Creek Tackle, Porter's Pipe, Mike's Mobile Tint, BioFit, BW Sports, Checkered Life Customs. And in second place, Diesel Maxwell. His hometown is Greenwood, Indiana. His home track is Whiteland Raceway Park. And his fun fact that he filled out is he is Adam's little brother. Last time by, Maxwell did reset fast time 39.510 compared to 39.646 for Hendrickson. So Maxwell definitely keeping the pace up and starting to put the pressure on Hendrickson now. Resets fast time once again does Maxwell, 39.424, 3/10 faster than the leader Hendrickson. He's definitely going to put the pressure on now. Let's see if he can make a move here as they go to the chicane, back onto the big track. Through the bank, turn number 11, all over the back bumper. He looks to the inside, he tucks back in line. Through turn 12 they go single file. It's still Hendrickson out front. Maxwell all over his bumper though. Here we go through 14. Maxwell able to carry a lot of entry speed in through there. Hendrickson still able to get a great run through 15 and 16 though. He just pulls about 2 kart lengths, 3 kart lengths in the exit of 16 heading onto the front straightaway almost every lap. Hendrickson resets fast time that time around 39.282 compared to Maxwell's 39.4. Coming up on lap traffic with Caden Marsha, excuse me. Through turn 12 they go once again. Here comes the lap traffic. Let's see if they both can get by cleanly. Through turn 14 they go. And a spin, a half spin for Caden Marsha right ahead of the leaders. They do get by fine though. It does separate and open up a gap a little bit. 39.5 for Hendrickson, a 40.1. So about 0.6 lost by Maxwell there. Let's see if he can gain that time back up on the leader. The gap is shrinking already. Maxwell definitely ready to go and put the fight to Kyler Hendrickson as the race goes on here. We have 16 laps. We're not quite halfway through. We will get the halfway signal next time by across the start-finish line. Halfway flag signal by our flagman Porter Weisencell. Diesel Maxwell with a little bit of a gap and able to chase down Kyler Hendrickson. Resets fast lap. 39.193 compared to Hendrickson's 39.464. So Maxwell definitely able to show the pace and keep up with our leader Hendrickson. Through 13 they go, and 14 once again. Maxwell runs a really shallow entry compared to Hendrickson through turn number 14. That allows Hendrickson to get a better entry through 15 and 16 and pulls about that 2 kart length gap once again as they exit turn 16. Maxwell once again about a 1/10 faster than Hendrickson that last lap. One kart length between the two now as they head through turn number 12. Maxwell goes with a wider entry that time through turn 14, and it shows with how good of the gap that he's made up there. Once he follows Kyler Hendrickson's line, he's able to keep up, so he's definitely learning a little bit from following Hendrickson. He goes to the inside now, does Diesel Maxwell. They're side by side, heading towards the chicane for the lead. Is it Diesel Maxwell coming out with the lead? He does. Diesel Maxwell takes the lead from Kyler Hendrickson. They head through turn number 11. 1 kart length between the two of them now. Maxwell goes wide. There's contact between the two of them coming out of 12. They're side by side through 13. Hendrickson takes the lead back. Through 14 they go. A lot of cheering from the Maxwell camp, urging their driver to go on and get that lead back. Through the chicane they go through turn number 11, the banked corner. Maxwell gets a great run. Does he look to the inside? He doesn't. He stays in line. Through turn 12 they go. Maxwell's able to get to the apex a lot cleaner than Hendrickson, but Hendrickson gets a better exit and pulls about 5 kart lengths at the exit of turn 12. Through 13 they go. Maxwell, really shallow entry through 14, almost runs off the track. Hendrickson pulling a little bit of a gap now, 39.7 that last time around, 40.1, so about 5/10 of a second they're pulled by Hendrickson.
What a battle we're having in kid karts, isn't it, Carter? Just really, really close battling between Hendrickson and Maxwell. Diesel seems like he's finally being able to challenge Kyler Hendrickson out in front on that 95 car. Diesel Maxwell, though, does have some time to gain in order to get to the back end of that 95. Caden Marsha is in front of this lead pair. They're almost bumper to bumper, are the front two, as there's a couple kart lengths in between them. At the moment, they're going to be passing Caden Marsha as they head on to the old track. Hendrickson gets past, so does Maxwell.
Good,
They are
good.
still just right on each other. This one's going to be close.
Absolutely. Caden Marsha resets fast lap for himself. Personal best lap, 44.366. That's good pace for Caden Marsha there as he's learning the track and learning the ropes of racing. As this battle up front intensifies, we have the 2 to go signal coming up here. Through 14 we go. Still Hendrickson out front with Maxwell all over him. 2 to go from our flagman Porter Weisenfeld. Through turn 1 onto the old track we go. Kyler Hendrickson still out front. Diesel Maxwell getting the draft, pulling a little bit closer. About 2 kart lengths between the 2 of them now through the old chicane. Through turn number 11. Maxwell gets a great run through 11, pulls up about a kart length. The kart length between the 2 of them now. Hard on the brakes through 12. They carry good speed through. They're nose to tail, bumper to bumper. Nate, what do we got?
Still got them as close as we've seen them throughout this entire Indiana races between Newcastle Motorsports Park and here at Whiteland. White flag in the air this time to decide who wins it, who takes home the Hoosier State Challenge Championship. Through the old track they go. Maxwell's gaining. Rev limiter hits in. That halts all of Maxwell's momentum. Hendrickson is just half a track away from getting that Hoosier State Challenge Championship.
Oh, he's
and
close.
the #1
He's
trophy.
close.
Here comes Maxwell. It's going to be a dive into 12. Maxwell holding behind AMAX.
He's on the inside.
Side by side for the winning kid card. Are you kidding me? Contact between the 2 of them. They're still bouncing off each other. A battle for the win in the final couple of corners of kid card. Contact for Maxwell.
No.
Hits the inside wall. Toe link bent. Your winner and your Hoosier State champion, Kyler Hendrickson, wins in kid cart presented by One Power Sport and Diesel Maxwell. Heartbreak. You see that all the time when you race, when you see car races on IndyCar or supercars. When you just clip that inside barrier, the toe link goes, and that's exactly what happened to Diesel. Heartbreak for him. It's going to be Caden Marsha in second at the line here. And I think
Caden
that's
Marsha third.
Caden Marsha third. Well,
He was 2 laps down.
yeah, okay, well, with 2 laps behind, so Diesel Maxwell will hold second then, and it's not going to be enough for Caden Marsha to try and challenge for that. Your Hoosier State Challenge champion, Kyler Hendrickson, in One Power Sports Kid Karts. That's unofficial, obviously pending tech, and your winner for race 3. What a finish we had.
Yeah, what a finish with that. And a great race between Diesel Maxwell and Kyler Hendrickson.
It's one way to clear a cart off
Yeah,
the
there's
track.
one way to clear a car off the track. Well done there to the flagman Porter Weisenfeld and our corner workers there.
I think Diesel's trying to steer.
I think so, yes.
I'm pretty sure. It's not how that works, bud.
Here we go with the replays here.
Just the battle that we saw all race and all weekend long between these 2. Hendrickson was the faster one, but Maxwell in certain spots was able to fight him and have
Yeah,
them
here they are side by side for the
side.
first exchange for the lead here. As Maxwell goes to the inside, he gets the pass cleanly done. Through the chicane they go. And then through turn 12, a little bit of contact between the 2 of them as Marsha was able, or not Marsha, Hendrickson was able to get back past after that good run through 12. It's great replay work we have here. Then Maxwell to the inside as Hendrickson goes a little bit sideways. And then they drag race it, just a little bit of argy-bargy here and there. That was on the last lap, and then they come through 13, 14. And then Maxwell just goes for a last ditch, too early of an entry. And you can see the right front toe link is just broken there. The right front wheel pointed to the inside, and then the left front wheel's pointed straight.
That was a heavy impact from Diesel Maxwell, too. He's been quick through that corner all weekend long, but just taking a bit too much. I think that's the first time we've seen anyone do that this weekend, and honestly, a little surprising. But that is Kid Karts. That is them done, presented by One Power Sports. We are moving on to 206 Senior. This has a couple things going for it. A, you have the battle for the win, and we also have the Hoosier State Challenge Championship for these guys. But even more so, $550 on the line to whoever comes out in front in this Hoosier State Challenge Championship. Carter, I think you got the starting lineup. Where are we looking at for them?
Yes, sir, I do. We have a stacked field of 206 senior drivers ready to start this race here. 206 senior brought to you by Kart Circuit Autobahn. So here is our starting lineup as they roll out onto the track. Starting in first place, kart number 544, James Overbeck. Starting in second, kart number 505, Alexander Kardashian. Starting in third, kart number 577, Jerry Fandry. Starting in fourth, kart number 597, Eli Warren. Starting in fifth, kart number 526, Braden Johnson. Starting in sixth, Connor Foshing. Seventh, Adam Maxwell. Eighth, Peyton Polaric. Ninth, Riley Baldwin. 10, Logan Frank. 11th, Jahan Davis. 12th, Mick Gallagher. And 13th, Dane Underwood. That is your starting lineup for 206 senior, brought to you by Kart Circuit Autobahn.
So the big thing here with the Hoosier State Challenge Championship and $550 on the line, Alexander Kardashian is not in this. He's not going to be fighting for that. He's going to be in that for the win, but it's going to be between Eli Warren and James Overbeck. Going into the weekend, it was 44 points to the good for Eli Warren. He's not had a good weekend. I don't know where points stand. If Eli Warren gets this and James Overbeck comes in second or third, it's going to be close on points, and we're going to have to see in podium ceremonies or later on in the day after the race is cleared to get that official word on who gets it. But right here, right now, two of the best in the country in their own respective categories. James Overbeck, one of the best in four-cycle. Alexander Kardashian, someone who can fight the world's best on the world stage in Las Vegas a couple months ago for two-cycle. And they both line up on the front row of this 206 senior grid presented by Kart Circuit Autobahn. For the final time in 206 senior, we're looking for the green flag. We get on the first try of asking. Overbeck to the inside, holds that lead. Fandry's going to fight Kardashian for it, and Kardashian thought about a move on James Overbeck going through turn 3. Overbeck has the early lead. Warren is in that shuffle too. Warren's out wide, and that's not good for Eli Warren. That could be the decider in the Hoosier State Challenge. 3 wide, 1 cart up and over. I'm not sure who that was. It was could have been Peyton Polaric, I think. That might have been the Tony cart, and I think it was, who had some damage there. But James Overbeck out in front at the moment is most likely going to be Hoosier State Challenge champion at the moment. But Alexander Kardashian is thinking about the here and now and trying to get that #1 on his trophy later on today. Braden Johnson, what a weekend for Braden Johnson. After having no luck whatsoever in the past 2 rounds, he is back and he's fighting for potentially a win if he can hold with Alexander Kardashian. Johnson's in third. Then you have Fandry fourth. Connor Foshing is in fifth. He went into this weekend going third in the points. Further back, Eli Warren and Adam Maxwell are fighting it out off the podium. Those two need to hook up and figure out who's better pushing, who's better leading, and get to that front pack to try and challenge for a podium. But Carter, at the moment, James Overbeck, the man who has been so dominant this weekend in Kart Circuit Autobahn 206 senior, out in front.
Absolutely. James Overbeck got the perfect start. He needed to get out front and start to get away from the pack. Kardashian had to fight with Fandry quite a bit just to stay in second, but he did stay second and is now focused solely on that rear bumper of James Overbeck and trying to push him and stay with him to get away from the rest of the pack. But talk about Braden Johnson. Braden Johnson with a great start. I don't even know where he started. He started in 5th and is all the way up to 3rd already. So what a start by him. Fandry drops to 4th. So we'll have to see how he can recover there, but it looks like Foshing 5th. Eli Warren is pulling away from Adam Maxwell as Fandry goes up to 3rd, but he does get a little bit of contact there maybe, and it's Braden Johnson staying in 3rd, and heading up the field is Alexander Kardashian in 2nd and James Overbeck in 1st. Overbeck going with that purple lap time of 56.115, Kardashian with the 56.204. He's driving the wheels off that thing to stay with him.
Fandry up the inside of Connor Foshing, both of those on the same page. They look back at each other and just point forward. Go get Braden Johnson. Who would have thought going into this weekend that the AMAX driver at the front of the field would have been Braden Johnson? Adam Maxwell struggling in this LO206 category in senior for the weekend. You would have thought it would have been a bit better for Maxwell. It's his home track. It's AMAX's home track. That Coyote chassis just struggling this weekend. Braden Johnson is falling off the back end of Alexander Kardashian. That would have been a bit predictable. Kardashian and Overbeck are just too far gone for the rest of the field this weekend. Eli Warren past Connor Foshing. That's a move for a podium position. Eli Warren on that red speed onto the podium provisionally. James Overbeck does go fastest of anyone on track purple. Last time across the stripe for the 544 Coyote driver with Alexander Kardashian just breathing down his neck, and Braden Johnson getting thrown shown a lifeline with that battle with Eli Warren, Jerry Fandry, and Connor Fashing, with Warren getting past Jerry Fandry. But now Johnson's going to look back, see that all red getup of the red speed and the red helmet of Eli Warren, and think, oh gosh, I got to defend from him. One of the brightest talents in the nation at the moment is right behind Braden Johnson and closing.
Absolutely. It looks like we have cart off at turn 12. Mick Gallagher out of this race. A shame for him. A long weekend. It comes to an end early in the final. That's such a shame. But we have James Overbeck still out front. Alexander Kardashian in second. Pass for third. Eli Warren goes to third place ahead of Braden Johnson, and he makes it stick. Eli Warren with a great recovery on lap 5. All the way up to third place now after being as far down as what was 7th behind Adam Maxwell, and has been able to climb his way back to the top 3. What a run by Eli Warren. James Overbeck still setting fast lap times of the race, 55.77 to Kardashian's 55.94. Overbeck's got this race handled pretty well so far, unless Kardashian can do something about it in the later stages of this race. We're only on lap 5 of 20, so there's a lot of race to go.
And if you look, Carter, the real race here for the championship, the front two are not series regulars. The battle for the championship is happening for third, and Eli Warren is defending his championship lead that he went into the weekend with a 36-point advantage over Peyton Polaric, who's in second. Then Connor Fashing is in third. Adam Maxwell down in fourth. He's not had a good run in the 206 category in 2023. 3 wide almost there in the back of the pack. For last for those guys. That was a big one. Peyton Polaric is one of them. He's surely going to lose that second spot to Connor Fashing in the next couple of days here with the championship point standings being posted later. Connor Fashing and Adam Maxwell both having a bit of a battle. Maxwell getting past Connor Fashing. Eli Warren, purple. Do not count out the 597 red speed, because he could be in this in a couple of laps, as James Overbeck starting to put a gap on Alexander Kardashian. Overbeck is looking like he could potentially get the win on the day. I'm not sure about the championship standings for the Hoosier State Challenge. That's going to be very, very close if Eli Warren keeps at this pace.
Absolutely. Eli Warren is up to third already. Jerry Fandry resets fast lap, though. Actually, no, that's a mistake in timing there. Sorry about that. 55.7 for James Overbeck. That did reset fast time there. 55.7, 56. Alexander Kardashian in second. Eli Warren still in third, pulling away a little bit on Braden Johnson. Then Jerry Fandry in fifth. Adam Maxwell is still ahead of Connor Fashing by about a cart length there. James Overbeck definitely starting to put the hammer down now. He's probably got about 7-8 cart lengths ahead of Alexander Kardashian now. And Eli Warren is not able to pull away from Braden Johnson quite yet. Braden Johnson staying in that draft of Eli Warren on that red speed cart. So he's definitely going to give him something to think about, especially in the later parts of this race, as Warren almost dips 2 tires off on the exit of 14, not able to get the run he wanted at the exit of 16. So Braden Johnson might do something down here at turn number 2. No, he doesn't. He stays in line. So it's still Overbeck, Kardashian, Warren, Johnson, Fandry, your top 5.
1.7 seconds is the gap between Eli Warren and Alexander Kardashian. Warren, Johnson, and Fandry are going to want to close that as soon as possible. Alexander Kardashian not having the luxury of the draft from James Overbeck, as he is, as you will say, Carter, well out of DRS range from Kardashian. No matter how hard Kardashian's going to tuck, I don't think he's going to get him. We've always talked about with these top carts, their main downfall is how tight they get. They fixed that over the years, especially since the mid-2010s, when that was the serious issue with that chassis. They've started to make it more where it's a more versatile chassis, and that doesn't happen as often, but mainly these top carts do so well in cold conditions. And as the track temperature rises and so does the air temperature, I think Kardashian, with how tight he likes his carts, and especially in 206 racing, is going to fall off. Eli Warren goes fastest of anyone. It goes purple in third place. That's now 1.5 seconds is the gap between Eli Warren and Alexander Kardashian. The big difference there, Alexander Kardashian having no one to work with. Eli Warren has Braden Johnson and Jerry Fandry pushing him from behind. They know that gap is coming down. They can see it coming down. Alexander Kardashian knows it's coming down. He shakes his head going down the back straight, and Eli Warren could make this Hoosier State Challenge Championship just that much more interesting.
The battle here is for fourth right now with Fandry all over the back bumper of Braden Johnson. I don't think they'll do anything about that yet to change the order up. They want to stay close to Eli Warren as he's starting to pull a 2-cart length gap. But we do have some good battles going on in the back there. We have 2 Tony carts going at it behind Maxwell and Poshing. It's Logan Frank and Peyton Polaric fighting for 8th and 9th. And then Jahan Davis and who is that behind him? Dane Underwood also battling here towards the back as well as Eli Warren resets fast lap once again, 55.575. Eli Warren definitely put the hammer down that lap, pulled about 5 cart lengths on that lap alone on Braden Johnson and Jerry Fandry, and he's starting to get a little bit of that draft of Alexander Kardashian as well as Kardashian looks back, tucks his head into the steering wheel trying to get as aerodynamic as possible, and Eli Warren is still gaining quite a bit. He looks very, very fast and might even be a threat to James Overbeck as the laps go on because we're not even halfway yet. The halfway signal is coming up this next time across the line.
Eli Warren went purple last time across the stripe and took half a second out of Alexander Kardashian. It's 1 second away is Warren from Kardashian, and it's going to be closer this time. Looking at the timing and scoring, not purple this time, but it's 6/10. 4/10 of a second taken out of Alexander Kardashian's lead over Eli Warren. And again, these two, Eli Warren and James Overbeck, are first and second in the Hoosier State Challenge. $550 and a trophy on the lines just for this mini series alone for the best of the Indiana races. It's gonna get interesting. Eli Warren and Alexander Kardashian have history of hard and clean racing between the pair of them. They know how each other race. Alexander Kardashian just knows, you can see by his body language, just tired and knows that Eli Warren is going to get to the back of him. You just feel so defeated when you see a car just effortlessly taking 10th after 10th after 10th out of you. And Alexander Kardashian knows it because that 597 red speed is right on the back end of that top cart.
It's amazing to watch Eli Warren going through turns like 12. The exit speed that he's able to have exiting corners compared to Kardashian is just astounding. And he's able to just pull up about 2-3 cart lengths on the exit of turn 12 alone. He goes for the pass here in turn number 2. He catches Kardashian napping and he gets the pass done. Eli Warren goes up to second place. Next up for him is James Overbeck. We'll see if he has enough time to catch up or even pass him, but he only has 8 laps to go here for Eli Warren. But right now it's James Overbeck out front with plenty of space behind him.
In just 4 laps, Eli Warren took 1.5 seconds out of one of the best 2-cycle drivers in the country like he wasn't even trying. Eli Warren now has the help of Alexander Kardashian. Maybe this is what Kardashian needs. Someone to follow, someone to draft up to try and get to James Overbeck. We're going to be watching that gap closely between Overbeck and Warren. It was 1.9 seconds across the stripe last time by between the two of them. I'm guessing they're going to be a bit slowed down from that pass from Eli Warren, just the nature of 4-cycle racing. It's 2.2 seconds now. That's 0.3 of a second. James Overbeck has found over the pair behind, but I'm guessing this lap, Carter, that gap's coming down.
What's amazing there is Eli Warren's lap, even though he did pass Alexander Kardashian, was 55.8 compared to James Overbeck's 55.8. So he ran almost the same exact lap time as James Overbeck while passing someone. So Eli Warren is definitely on rails right now. And in 4th place is Braden Johnson, still ahead of Jerry Fandry. It looks like they're still trying to work together to catch up to Kardashian. Maxwell's pulled away from Foshing quite a bit. Polaric and Logan Frank are definitely setting some good times right now. 2:56.3 for the two of them as they battle along towards the back in 8th and 9th. But still, James Overbeck out front, just the class of the field this whole weekend. He looks so good in his cart. He just puts one steering wheel input in. The cart just takes the input and just carries it around the corner with so much momentum. You can just see it with the exit speed that he's able to roll off there.
Kardashian and Warren are gaining, but it's not by enough. It was only by 1/10 of a second. James Overbeck is being so consistent since about, we're going back all the way from lap 3 until now. He's been in the 55.7 to 55.8 range for almost 10 laps. He has been perfect. Within 1/10 of a second or so, it's been the same lap time every single time for James Overbeck. Mr. Consistency out in front. The kid from Cincinnati looking to take home a win. I'm not sure again about that Hoosier State Challenge championship points. $500 on the line, and it's going to be so close between these two out in front. They've been some of the best 4-cycle drivers in the country. Alexander Kardashian giving it his all. It looks like he's starting to lose a little bit to Eli Warren in the technical stuff, so it's going to be really interesting when we get to the back half of the track. Carter, 1.8 seconds between Overbeck and Warren. That's 0.3 of a second taken out by Eli Warren that time by.
Absolutely, Eli Warren. You can just see him going through the corners as the race goes on. He leans his body out more and more, trying to carry speed through the corner and load those outside tires so he doesn't get bogged down with the cart being stuck in the ground at all. You can actually see the gap starting to shrink between Warren and Overbeck. Let's see if Kardashian is able to do anything here. He did get really good runs through turn 7 and 8. See if he can give Warren a little bit of a bump to get closer to Overbeck. Not really. Warren is just so good through the fast chicane and turn 11. Turn 12, you can see him leaning out as he's going through, tucks down the wheel, trying to get any speed out of the cart that he can. And it looks like further back we have Jerry Fandry ahead of Braden Johnson. He did get ahead of him there, and it's going to be Fandry, Johnson, Maxwell, and Bosching, your top 7. But it's still Overbeck out front. Another 0.2 taken out by Eli Warren. 1.6 seconds is the gap at the line now.
Absolutely right, Carter. 1.6 seconds, and that gap is starting to come down. Just 4 laps ago, it was 2.2 down to 1.6 seconds. They are finding time. Are Eli Warren and Alexander Kardashian behind them. Eli Warren on that OTK red speed cart. Alexander Kardashian on his top cart. 3 different chassis manufacturers being represented in that top 3 alone. You have 3 very different ways of going about making a chassis. That Coyote is purpose built for 206 racing, and it is out front and leading at the hands of James Overbeck, who really impressed when CKNA North came here a couple weekends ago, and not to this level though, with how big that gap is. It's 1.6 seconds again. There is no change in the difference. Eli Warren and Alexander Kardashian are stalling out at the moment, and they need anything from Overbeck to make a mistake. Unfortunately for Overbeck, fastest lap of his race, he goes green, that time by not purple, but he improves. It's a 55.6. I think it's the first time Overbeck gets into that 55.6 category, but Eli Warren's been there as well. Same with Alexander Kardashian. It is just all heating up, and the chess game is starting to unravel here in senior.
Absolutely. Even Jerry Fandry has gotten down to that 55.6 range. James Overbeck, though, doing 55.6s at lap 16, which is extremely late to be doing your fastest lap, but it just shows how well set up that cart is. They got the tire pressures right, they got the cart set up right, and it looks like Eli Warren and Kardashian are really just trying to wheel the crap out of those carts, trying to get as much speed as they possibly can. Kardashian sets his best time once again in the toe of Eli Warren, 55.626. Another 10th taken out of James Overbeck's lead. 1.5 seconds between the top 2 now. Fandry in 4th, Johnson in 5th. Adam Maxwell with his fastest lap is 6th. He's looking at a podium spot here as Adam Maxwell. As side by side were Fandry and Braden Johnson, but they get back in line. Adam Maxwell starting to gain a lot of speed on those 2 right now. He's looking to get a podium spot by the end of this race.
And Eli Warren did take about a 1/10 of a second out of James Overbeck that time by, but I don't think it's going to be enough. One of the fun things to do when watching these kart races is kind of steer your eyes away from the track and watch the parents who are in this fight, or the tuners. Blake Deester, I haven't seen him this nervous in quite a while with his guy, the Alexander Kardashian, in 3rd at the moment. He'll be fighting for 2nd. I don't think they're going to be close enough as they go 2 to go. I don't think they're going to be close enough to Overbeck, but it's 1.3 this time by Overbeck, doing a 55.8. Eli Warren a 55.6. It is getting closer out front, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Overbeck has been perfect this entire race. If that changes, Eli Warren and Alexander Kardashian are going to be there. We've seen dogfighting for the win in 206 Senior before. Could we see it again today?
Who knows? We have less than 2 laps to go, 1.5 laps to go for James Overbeck out front. If he wins this, it would be an absolutely perfect weekend for him. First in qualifying, first in both heats. He's just been the class of the field in this 206 Senior class, presented to you by Kart Circuit Autobahn, and it's still Overbeck out front. Eli Warren pulling a little bit away from Alexander Kardashian, probably about a cart length there in it between the 2 of them. The gap's never been this close this whole race here other than the start. 55.6 for Overbeck, 55.5. Another 10th taken out by Eli Warren in 2nd place. 1.2 seconds is the gap now, but it just does not look like Eli Warren has enough time. Big battle here for 4th place as Jerry Fandry goes to the inside of Braden Johnson. Adam Maxwell in 6th, looking to pick up the scraps there. Those 3 are bumper to bumper as they go through turns number 5 and 6. And it looks like it's still Fandry out front going defensive as he's ahead of Johnson. Maxwell's trying to find a run somewhere. He goes for the wide entry going into 8. Down the backstretch, those 3 go. We'll have to see how that battle shapes up here as it's James Overbeck going into turn number 12. Out of turn 12 he goes. He's been perfect every corner here. No mistakes made by the 206 driver through 14. Perfectly done. No tires off. 15 and 16. He's on to the front stretch. Double checker flags in the air. James Overbeck is your 206 senior winner, followed by Eli Warren and Alexander Kardashian. Jerry Fandry in 4th. Braden Johnson 5th. Adam Maxwell is in 6th. What a race for 206 senior, presented by Kart Circuit Autobahn.
Yeah, and we'll get you guys the results of that Hoosier State Challenge as quickly as we can. I believe that's going the way of James Overbeck, but no guarantees at the moment. Fashing and Maxwell have to be close about passing under yellow rules at the moment, but what a race we had in senior. It wasn't as close as we saw in earlier races, especially in Heat 2 earlier on in the day, but James Overbeck was just so perfect throughout that entire race. It really only got down to 1.2 seconds was the gap in the penultimate lap. It was 1 second was the closest Eli Warren and Alexander Kardashian could get to James Overbeck at the end of the 20 laps, as we'll have a word with James Overbeck when he comes off track. Carter, what a race as you walk us through some of these replays.
Absolutely. So this replay is from earlier in the race here. It's James Overbeck followed by Alexander Kardashian at the beginning of the race. You can just see as the replays go on, we just go from clip to clip. The gap just starts building up more and more as Kardashian it seemed like his kart just got tight. And here's a battle at turn 11 between Braden Johnson and Jerry Fandry. There's Kardashian and Warren trying to chase down James Overbeck as they're going along, but it was just James Overbeck was just too good this weekend for everybody else, and he was just able to get the job done. So here are your final results for 206 here, presented by Kart Circuit Autobahn. In first, kart number 544, James Overbeck. In second, Eli Warren. Third, Kardashian. Alexander Kardashian. Fourth, Jerry Fandry. Fifth, Braden Johnson. Sixth, Adam Maxwell. Seventh, Connor Fashing. Eighth, Logan Frank. Ninth, Peyton Polaric. 10th, Jahan Davis. 11th, Dane Underwood. 12th, Riley Baldwin. And 13th with the DNF is Mick Gallagher. Up next is Allison Racing Engines Micro Swift. And here is your starting lineup for Micro Swift. Starting in first, kart number 78, Slayton Baldock. Starting in second, kart number 67, Danny O'Gara. Starting in third, kart number 14, AJ Stoner. Starting in fourth, kart number 10, Cameron Johnson. Starting in fifth, kart number 24, Austin Taylor. Starting in sixth, kart number 41, Elam Stoner. Starting in seventh, kart number 00, Alyssa Eddy. Starting in eighth, kart number 4, Liam Ford. Starting in ninth, kart number 5, Sebastian Kohler. Starting in 10th, kart number 22, Tori Daniels. Starting in 11th, Easton Kavinsky. 12th, Lawrence Jorgensen. 13th, Jason Hendrickson. 14th, Cooper Mull. 15th, Lincoln Wiley. 16th, Henrik McKay. 17th, Jackson Frank. And 18th, Drew Schneider. Two different winners in our two heats for Micro Swift. Slayton Baldock won heat number 1, and Danny O'Gara had won heat number 2. Both very close races. The gap between the top two in heat number 1 was just .087, so they were side by side going across the line. It's definitely going to be a good race here between Slayton Baldock, Danny O'Gara, AJ Stoner, and Cameron Johnson. Those top four at the end of Heat 1 were just 1.2 seconds apart. So those four are definitely going to be the ones to watch here in Allison Racing Engines Micro Swift. All right, through turn 16 we go. Side by side for the Micro Swift field. A very slow pace being led by our pole sitter, Slayton Baldock. Outside is Danny O'Gara. Our second row is AJ Stoner and Cameron Johnson. The inside column of drivers tends to be the one that benefits more from the layout of the track at the start here. So we'll have to watch for Danny O'Gara, AJ Stoner to be fighting for position here. Green flag is in the air. A great start by Slayton Baldock. AJ Stoner slips into second place, followed by Danny O'Gara. Fourth place is Austin Taylor. Cameron Johnson drops to fifth. And it's going to be, still Slayton Baldock and AJ Stoner, your top two. Danny O'Gara slips into third still. And it looks like Cameron Johnson fighting for fourth over Austin Taylor. A great fight between those two. And Nate, you have our winner of 206 Senior in the broadcast booth here. What do you got?
I got two drivers, actually. I got James Overbeck and I have Eli Warren, so we're going to have Eli throw the headset on, do a bit of a double commentary on this. Both of you drivers did an incredible job. Two of the hottest two talents on the scene when it comes to four-cycle racing in the country. James, we'll start with you. That was a really exceptional drive from you. Got out of the gate early. You were really consistent. For like 10 laps or so, you were within a 55.7, 55.8. It was incredible driving from you. Walk us through the race from your perspective.
Yeah, it was pretty boring, which wasn't a bad thing, I guess. But in all seriousness, we got out front early and really just checked out. We made some changes between the pre-final and the final, and they seemed to work really well. And just put my head down and just keep going the whole race.
Yeah, and Eli, for you coming in second, you were tracking down Alexander Kardashian after not a very good start. We have the differences here that we were tracking. It was 1.7, 1.5. You took half a second out of him, 0.6, then you made your move. You were just so much quicker than him for that first half of the race, and then you started to work with him. Did you think there was a chance you guys could catch up to James?
I could tell I was gaining on him, but I knew 5 laps that we were not going to get there. So I was just hoping we picked higher or made a mistake, but with about 5 to go, I was just like, okay, I need to make sure I get second from Alex, and yeah, I ended up second.
Yeah, and it's really close between you two in the Hoosier State Challenge and for that $550. We're not quite sure who gets that yet, so we'll have to stick around for podiums. James, Eli, both of you are not done with it for the day. You both have a K100 Senior race to go and do. We'll talk about that in a little bit. James, you had a really strong run. You were up there in that top 5 battle. How do you think that race is going to go for you?
It'll be interesting. I mean, we definitely seemed like we maybe just a tenth or two more, but I mean, the competition's so close in K. I mean, for the whole race, the third, fourth, and fifth were all right together, and I was able to get up to fourth on the last lap. I mean, the whole race, me, Elliot, and Adam we were even the whole time. So it'll be hard to catch Jers and Case because I know they're fast, but hopefully we can do it.
And Eli, it's not really been the weekend you would have wanted on the 2-cycle things. You definitely figured it out on 4-cycle. You found that speed after not having the best of weekends on that side of things too. Do you guys think you have a change or have some adjustments that can bring you guys further up in the field? You're starting a little bit further back than you might have wanted, but your talent alone and the pace you just showed on track in 206, surely you think you can get your way up there.
Yeah, I mean, we found a few things wrong with the kart, so we're not in a bad spot for this feature. We're starting 8th, so I think we can get a few spots in the first few laps, and if the leaders are in reach, I think we can have a shot at winning.
All right, perfect. Thank you guys so much. Amazing job on track. We're going to be getting back to Micro Swift here shortly.
All right, back to Micro Swift, excuse me. We have Danny O'Gara out front, followed by Slayton Baldock, AJ Stoner, Austin Taylor, and Alyssa Eddy is your top 5. Some trouble for Cameron Johnson. A little bit slow coming out of turn 16, has dropped down to 12th place. So Cameron Johnson with some bad luck there. We'll have to see if we have that on replay after this race to see what had happened. And it looks like we have battle for the lead. We have Slayton Baldock back out front, followed closely by Danny O'Gara. AJ Stoner still in third, followed by Austin Taylor as well. And it looks like Danny O'Gara is chomping at the bit to get back up front there ahead of Slayton Baldock. We'll see if there's any moves made here. Nope, turn 14 stays pretty normal here. through 15 and 16. Great exit by both our leaders as they try to pull away from AJ Stoner in third and Austin Taylor in fourth. We'll have to see how this race shapes up, Nate.
You know, it seems like every time we do a driver interview, it absolutely just kicks off on track, especially with these Micro Swift drivers. Slayton Baldock, who is your reigning winner at Road America, is out in front. Behind him, Danny O'Gara, then AJ Stoner, Austin Taylor, Alyssa Eddy on the podium provisionally at the moment, has Liam Four behind her. Those two have gone at it in the cadet class at CKNA North all season long. They know each other's moves, and same goes for Austin Taylor in front of Alyssa Eddy. So if Austin Taylor were to fall off the back end of AJ Stoner for whatever reason, it'll be interesting to see if Eddie's able to fight with that one. But at the moment, that's your top five, and Slayton Baldock leads the way over the man who calls this place home, Danny O'Gara, with his teammate Austin Taylor, who got past AJ Stoner, who's fighting for this Hoosier State Challenge Championship. That's going to throw a wrench in the works. Stoner led this going into the weekend over Cameron Johnson. Johnson is not going to be a factor this weekend. Baldock defending from Danny O'Gara as they go through 3 and 4 in this back section of the track. Danny O'Gara third, 77 points back from AJ Stoner going into this weekend on the Hoosier State Challenge Championship. I think if Stoner gets a fairly decent result, maybe moves up a couple spots, that should go the way of AMAX and that Sody Kart Racing USA driver. But out in front, Slayton Baldock is getting pushed from behind from Danny O'Gara in second. O'Gara looks so quick in this final.
Absolutely. Danny O'Gara definitely looks like he has a card underneath him that makes him super confident, and he can definitely take the fight to Slayton Baldock. I tell you, when Austin Taylor made that pass on AJ Stoner, the crowd's eruption when he was able to get that move done was something to see. As Danny O'Gara looks to the outside, nope, he stays back in line as Austin Taylor's actually pulling away from AJ Stoner a little bit, and looks like he's actually gaining on first and second. So Austin Taylor may have something to say about the result of this race as Danny O'Gara goes a little wide through turns number 3 and 4, and Austin Taylor is brought right back into this race, so it's definitely going to be a great fight for this top 4.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting if AJ Stoner seemingly doesn't have enough pace to hold on to Austin Taylor, if he'll fall back into the clutches of Alyssa Eddy. Those two were bumper to bumper for most of the final at Road America, and it turned out with AJ Stoner pulling in early after that race, so that's not going to help his championship hopes as much. I believe Road America is probably going to be his drop once we get to Dousman and we figure out the final points and who are the champions of this class. But AJ Stoner is definitely going to be one to watch at the end of the season. So is Slayton Baldock out in front leading, but for how long? O'Gara's got to run. It's not enough to try and get past Slayton Baldock out in front. Austin Taylor has been doing so well out in third. It's a drive and a half for Austin Taylor, who usually is battling to stay on the podium. He's battling for a win today. That MPG Motorsports driver well within a top 3 and potentially a win for the 24 kart. We'll have to wait and see because we're not even halfway yet. Slayton Baldock fastest across the stripe last time by for the 78 Nitro kart driver, but O'Gara is hounding him from behind. He can feel him breathing down his neck as the fans, families, and siblings and everyone is just on the fence, crowding this fence for this Micro Swift final. They know this is where the good racing happens, and it's showing. Allison Racing Engines Micro Swift has been such a good class to watch from Newcastle till now, and I don't expect anything different at Millwright Raceway. Purple again for Slayton Baldock out in front. We're going to have lap traffic to deal with Danny O'Gara still in second, then Austin Taylor, AJ Stoner, and Alyssa Eddy, the final kart on the provisional podium, in fifth. But Liam Four is hounding Eddy in fifth.
Absolutely, Liam Four has been closing that gap to Alyssa Eddy. It's going to be a good fight between those two for the final podium spot as it stands provisionally right now. Further back, though, we have Kaysen Hendrickson, Easton Kabinski, Cameron Johnson slowly recovering his way back from as far down as, I believe, 11th. Sebastian Kohler rounds out your top 10. Elam Stoner, Tori Daniels, Lawrence Jorgensen, Cooper Mole, Lincoln Wiley are your top 15. Henrik McKay, Jason Frank, and Drew Schneider rounds out your field in Micro Swift here. So we still have Slayton Baldock out front, followed by O'Gara. A little bit of a gap opening up between those two, about 3-4 kart lengths there. Halfway signal being given by our flagman, Porter Weisensel. Those top two are pulling away from AJ Stoner a little bit, who's pulling away from Austin Taylor, is pulling away from AJ Stoner in fourth. And it looks like Liam Four has gotten around Alyssa Eddy for the final podium spot. Alyssa Eddy will have to fight back for that spot to get the last podium spot there. and Cameron Johnson is up to 7th now. Cameron Johnson getting a couple positions there and getting all the way up to 7th.
Liam Ford and Alyssa Eddy are going to have to be careful of Cameron Johnson on that number 10 Franklin Motorsports Merlin machine as we are at the halfway point. Blue flag will be in the air for a couple of cars that may interfere with this battle for the lead. I believe that's Jackson Frank on a Kart Republic, who is going to be next on the list for these drivers out in front. Everyone getting the go-ahead signal. Drive as fast as you can. Get past these drivers as if they're not trying to do that already. But Slayton Baldock in front. Danny O'Gara, purple, last time across the stripe. Lap traffic for the leaders. Baldock's going to try it up the ends. Contact! No. Contact for the leader! Slayton Baldock's out of this race. Danny O'Gara takes the lead. Baldock's not moving. He's going to get going again, but Danny O'Gara's been thrown a lifeline out in front. The MPG Motorsports driver now has Austin Taylor. This could be an MPG 1-2 at their home track at their first time at Route 66 Sprint Series. AJ Stoner's been promoted up to 3rd now. Alyssa Eddy's back on the podium with Liam 4 in 4th, on brand for Liam 4. What has happened to Slayton Baldock? We have a replay on the broadcast ready to go. That was just them trying to get past Frank, the lap driver, and just clipping him, coming over too early. Heartbreak for Slayton Baldock, who won here at Road America. Danny O'Gara, throughout all that, went purple just for a second there as he crossed the line. Austin Taylor 2nd, AJ Stoner 3rd, Liam 4 in 5th. In 4th, Alyssa Eddy in 5th is your provisional podium for the time being. But as we just saw, Carter, absolutely anything can happen.
And we have another car off at turn 12 here, kart number 7. Who is that?
Lawrence Jorgensen.
Jorgensen. He is off at turn 12 and not moving currently. They'll have to get him into the pits out of the way. But, man, what a turn of events for Slayton Baldock. That's just heartbreaking, especially contact with a lap car like that. It's just a really hard pill to swallow sometimes, but, you know, as they say, that's racing. These things happen, unfortunately, and it worked out perfectly for Danny O'Gara and Austin Taylor and AJ Stoner, Liam 4, Alyssa Eddy, all those that moved up in position. But, you know, it's hard to see things like that, and it's just unfortunate circumstances given the situation.
Lawrence Jorgensen's stricken card is still stuck there in turn 16. 10 points to Danny O'Gara, though, who, as he went past the yellow flag, put his hand up, acknowledged the track worker. That's good practice from Danny O'Gara, but it is still Austin Taylor behind him, then AJ Stoner, Liam 4, Alyssa Eddy. Slayton Baldock isn't out of this yet. He has Cameron Johnson in front of him. That will be the battle for 6th, and then he's not too far back from a podium spot and trying to hunt down Alyssa Eddy, because Cameron Johnson has found that Alyssa Eddy is falling off the back of Liam 4, and they are catching 5th place Alyssa Eddy.
Absolutely, and Slayton Baldock is right behind Cameron Johnson there. He definitely could salvage at least a podium out of this from Liam 4 or Alyssa Eddy or even Cameron Johnson. So we'll have to see what he can do there, but still it's Danny O'Gara out front as he crosses the stripe right now for lap number 14. 6 to go. It's Austin Taylor in second, 1.5 seconds behind, not looking like he can challenge O'Gara at the moment. AJ Stoner in third on that Sodi kart. Fourth is still Liam 4, Alyssa Eddy in 5th. Easy to identify Alyssa Eddy with the what looks to be a pink ponytail off the helmet there. And then it's Cameron Johnson in 6th, Slayton Baldock in 7th. 8th is Easton Kabinski, 9th Sebastian Kohler, Kaysen Hendrickson in 10th. 11th Elam Stoner, 12th Tori Daniels, Cooper Mullen 13th, Lincoln Wiley 14th, Henrik McKay 15th, Jackson Frank in 16th. 17th is Drew Schneider, and Lawrence Jorgensen is rounding out in 18th with the DNF.
Alyssa Eddy is closing in on Liam 4 for 4th, and she's going to need to do that because
Absolutely.
Cameron Johnson is closing and closing fast. Half a second to the good of Cameron Johnson in that battle. Johnson is closing in so much on Alyssa Eddy. If Eddy wants a chance at staying on the podium, she needs to be perfect and get past Liam 4. But Liam is a hard driver to get past and a formidable opponent. These two have driven against each other and raced against each other hard in CKNA North. We've seen it before. Slayton Baldock is kind of stalling out on the pursuit of Cameron Johnson. Might have just been a little slow to get past one of the lap carts. Not a whole lot happening, though, in front. Danny O'Gara continues to lead over Austin Taylor as AJ Stoner is going to make his way past Henrik McKay on the back straight, but this battle for the final couple podium spots, Carter, is kicking off. Liam 4 has a bright pink ponytail bandit behind him as Alyssa Eddy in 5th is trying to get past into 4th. Alyssa Eddy is hard on the brakes, and she really loves that turn 2 pass. We might see that if she gets a good run out of 14, 15, and 16, but Cameron Johnson, your overall points leader in Allison Racing Engines Micro Swift, wide out of 14, Slayton Baldock. Excuse me, that wasn't a lap cart. That's Easton Kabinski who's fighting for position. Slayton Baldock's not going to like that at all. He wants to try and go battle up front. But now it's Liam 4, Alyssa Eddy, and Cameron Johnson all battling for 4th and 5th for spots on the podium are on the line here for Allison Racing Engines Micro Swift as we are falling into the final couple laps of this race.
Absolutely, and Alyssa Eddy shows so much pace after the chicane on the backstretch and going through turn 11. She's so much faster than Liam 4 and gains about 2 kart lengths on him. Watch here as they go down the backstretch. They're going to go through the chicane. You'll see her gain after the chicane here, right here. Look, she's on his back bumper now. She's going to go for it. She has to go for it. No, she doesn't. She stays in line through turn 12. Out of 12 they go. She's all over his back bumper going through 13. Let's see if she makes the dive for 14. Nope, she stays in line behind Liam 4. We have some lap traffic coming up for this battle here. Liam 4 gets great drive off the exit at 16. So did Cameron Johnson. Johnson goes to the inside of Alyssa Eddy in turn number 2. Does he get the move done? Yes, he does. Cameron Johnson to the final podium spot, P5. Is he going to go for Liam 4?
Alyssa Eddy is a driver that really excels when there's a driver in front of her to follow, and that's exactly what Cameron Johnson is going to do. Johnson almost certainly is going to get past Liam 4. The question is, will Alyssa Eddy too? She's falling back into the clutches of Easton Kubinski and Slayton Baldock. Eddy needs to be perfect. Lap traffic in front. That's going to help. Alyssa Eddy is right back on the back bumper of Cameron Johnson as Henrik McKay slowed to almost a halt through there as black flag for the number 11 cart. That time by, it's going to be 2 to go for Danny O'Gara, but no one's watching that. Everyone's watching this battle for 4th. 2 to go. 4 goes defensive. Cameron Johnson right there. Easton Kubinski's there. Slayton Baldock's going to be there. 2 to go at the stripe for this battle for 4th, and it is all kicking off, Carter.
Absolutely. Cameron Johnson to the inside of Liam 4 going into turn number 2. 4 tries to hang it around the outside. Cameron Johnson closes the door. Alyssa Eddy's trying to get some scraps from that.
Kabinski
goes to
nowhere.
5th. Kabinski goes to 5th, somehow getting past Alyssa Eddy and Liam 4. They both lost momentum after Johnson made that pass, and Kabinski said, thank you very much. I'll take that last podium spot from you, and I'll try to drive away from you. Cameron Johnson, meanwhile, has pulled 4 kart lengths instantly after passing Liam 4, and Easton Kabinski has a kart to chase now and a kart to draft off of to stay in that last podium spot. But Alyssa Eddy looking to get past Liam 4 here through turn number 12, all over his back bumper. Slayton Baldock right behind her. It's going to be a great battle for them as white flag is in the air for Danny O'Gara and Austin Taylor and AJ Stoner.
Austin Taylor got held up big time from lap traffic in front. AJ Stoner on that Sodi kart is right there on him. Then the battle further back between Cameron Johnson and Easton Kabinski are on the podium. Slayton Baldock up the inside of Alyssa Eddy. That's going to dispatch any hope of Alyssa Eddy getting onto the podium for 2 consecutive races. Austin Taylor has AJ Stoner up the inside. A Max Racing driver AJ Stoner certainly is going to seal the Hoosier State Challenge Championship with that move. Austin Taylor is going to come by side by side through the chicane. They make it work. AJ Stoner takes it, but out of the final couple of corners, the man who calls this track home, Danny O'Gara, with a couple corners to go. The MPG Motorsports crew are going to go ecstatic for this one. Danny O'Gara is your round 3 winner in Micro Swift. Coming in second, AJ Stoner is almost certainly your Hoosier State Challenge champion for Allison Racing Engines Micro Swift. Austin Taylor in 3rd, and then Cameron Johnson and Easton Kabinski onto the podium. They're going to be 4th and 5th. What a race by Micro Swift. Liam 4, Slayton Baldock, Alyssa Eddy, Sebastian Kohler, Elam Stoner rounding out your top 10. An exciting finish to proceedings for Allison Racing Engines Micro Swift.
I tell you what, Allison Racing Engines Micro Swift never disappoints in action, and that race just proved it right there. Danny O'Gara taking the win. Let's go over the rest of the results. AJ Stoner 2nd, Austin Taylor 3rd, Cameron Johnson 4th, Easton Kabinski 5th, Liam 4 6th, Slayton Baldock 7th, Alyssa Eddy 8th, Sebastian Kohler 9th, Elam Stoner 10th, Kason Hendrickson 11th, Tori Daniels 12th, Lincoln Wiley 13th, Cooper Mole 14th, Henrik McKay 15th, Jackson Frank 16th, Drew Schneider 17th, and Lawrence Jorgensen rounds out your field in 18th. On the replay here, we have more battling between Danny O'Cara and Slayton Baldock when they were both up front. Slayton Baldock, unfortunately, with that incident with the lap car, just took him out of the race. These things happen, unfortunately, but it was very good racing altogether and a great recovery by Slayton Baldock. We got more replays here. O'Gara chasing down Slayton Baldock for that first half of the race. What a race by him. And there's the incident right there that took Slayton Baldock out of the running for the win. Just unfortunate, and he was able to recover quite a bit, so that was a good recovery for him. And there's the battle for the last podium spots between Cameron Johnson, Easton Kubinski, Alyssa Eddy, and Liam Four. Those five put on a show quite at the end of the race there, Nate.
Yeah, it was such a fierce battle for the final couple of podium spots. There's the move. They got Easton Kubinski past Liam Four and Alyssa Eddy. What a move from Easton Kubinski. And then this battle for second between AJ Stoner and Austin Taylor that will prove vital for AJ Stoner's hopes of winning that Hoosier State Challenge Championship. I'm 90% sure that he has won that and will clinch that for AMAX on that brand new Sodi Racing chassis. You can see there all the drivers in the scale line after what has been a hard race for most of them. But we have a big field of KA100 juniors presented by Quick Swim about to take the track.
All right, and here's your starting lineup for Quick Swim KA100 Junior. Starting in first, cart number 850, Austin Olds. Starting in second, cart number 863, Cash Perkins. Starting in third, cart number 875, Isaac Malkiewicz. Starting in fourth, cart number 894, Jackson Deal. Starting in fifth, cart number 817, Benham Abernathy. Starting in sixth, Cade Yeager. Seventh, Roman McCurdy. Eighth, Brady Shad. Ninth, Braden Zerves. 10th, Landon Buer. 11th, Quentin McPherson. 12th, Mason Kunn. 13th, Asen Dromalev. 14th, Race Beckman. 15th, Dane Van Dyke. 16th, Ethan Tovo. 17th, Clayton Slifer. 18th, Chaz Variale. 19th, Shane Reddy. 20th, Brandon Saraki. 21st, Jocelyn Schlenker. 22nd, Charles Ropke. 23rd, Ryan Mort. 24th, Jack Fieber. 25th, Cody Lindstrom. And 26th, Charlie Myers. 27th, Oliver Gaffer. 28th, Cami Pfister. 29th, Tyler Johnson.
They're ready to go for Quick Swim KA100 Junior. If you look back to Newcastle Motorsports Park, the points after that race was Austin Olds and Cash Perkins, and look who's on the front row. It's Austin Olds and Cash Perkins on the front row will be leading us to green. Jackson Dial won't be able to help his MPG Motorsports teammate. He's on the outside row. Olds is on the inside row, but he has Isaac Malkiewicz for company as they look towards the green flag for the final time this weekend. Quick Swim KA100 Junior is green. They make their way into turn two. Olds gets a good run. Malkiewicz all sorts of sideways there, but holds second off of Cash Perkins, who didn't get the getaway he would have wanted. He would have wanted to try and challenge Olds right off the gate, but it's so hard to hold it around the outside of turn two on this MG rubber. Jackson Dial around. This could be a big incident. Almost everyone getting past. Cami Pfister is one of the drivers getting into him, and what day it was for Jackson Dial. It could have been big. 3 wide further back in the pack going into the chicane. That's not going to work out, but up front it's Austin Olds leading Isaac Malkiewicz, Cash Perkins, and Benham Abernathy is your top 4, and then in fifth, your championship points lead Cade Yeager.
Cade Yeager in fifth. It looks like a great start for Austin Olds and Isaac Malkiewicz. Isaac Malkiewicz in second, Cash Perkins, not quite the start he wanted. He's in third. It's hard for that second place cart to stay in second at the start, so we'll have to see if Perkins can do anything to recover. But he's under attack by Benham Abernathy. He has to go defensive on Abernathy, and Yeager in fifth is going to try to pick up the scraps after Abernathy loses that momentum. They both go to the inside, go defensive. Oh, he climbs on top of him. It looks like Yeager climbs on top of Abernathy, loses a ton of spots, so that's going to hurt Yeager's championship hopes there. Yeager on top of Abernathy's tire. we'll have to see how he can recover from that incident. It's still Austin Olds out front, followed by Malkiewicz and Perkins.
Cash Perkins almost threw his entire race away on the exit of turn 11, dipping into the gravel. You could see a couple pieces come up. That's such a dangerous portion of the track, and for him to barely keep it on track is crucial. If he can hold in this position, he should have the championship points lead come the end of this weekend. He was only 2 points behind Cade Yeager, who's not having the weekend he would have wanted. Perkins on that Lando Norris card is almost certainly going to take that points lead. Braden Zerves, his Lando Norris card teammate, is now worked his way up into fourth, but Austin Olds out in front is building a gap of half a second over Isaac Malkiewicz on that on that DAP chassis for this weekend on that MPG Motorsports 10. Austin Olds looking to take home the Hoosier State Challenge Championship at the end of this race after winning at Newcastle. This could be a big, big day for MPG Motorsports.
Absolutely. MPG Motorsports having a great showing this weekend in all classes, but we still have Austin Olds out front, followed by Malkiewicz. Cash Perkins just lost a little bit of ground. He can't quite seem to make that all up, and it looks like we have Abernathy in fourth, getting past Zerves. So it looks like actually Zerves dropped about 3 spots on that lap alone. So it's Abernathy, McCurdy, Landon Buer in 6th. Braden Zerves drops to 7th. Yeager in 8th. He picks up a position already from 9th last lap. So we'll have to see how Yeager responds to the incident he had a couple of laps ago. So we'll see here. We have quite a bit of fighting here at turn number 8 as they're all 2 wide, 2 by 2 by 2. It looks like Yeager alongside what looks to be probably Dramilev or Buer maybe. I can't quite tell. It's so far away. But here we go. We still have them going side by side in turn number 12, losing a lot of momentum. Very intense fighting for what seems to be 5th, 6th, and 7th. It looks like 6th place is going to be, 5th place, excuse me, is going to be Abernathy, and it looks like Yeager is already up to 5th, excuse me. So Yeager climbing great positions, getting up to 5th.
So much happening in just that one lap alone. Abernathy going at it with a couple of drivers behind him as the top 3 are really starting to check out. Isaac Malkiewicz goes purple last time across the stripe, just 6/10 behind. Could we see a challenger to Austin Olds, who's been so perfect this weekend? Heartbreak, though, for Quinton McPherson, who drops down the order in those past couple of laps. The Millwright driver is just going to be bringing it home at this point. It's unfortunate for him. He's in 4th in the championship point standings, 53 points back from Cade Yeager and just 1 point back from Zerves as well. But we have more battling going on with Austin Olds still taking the way, but Benham Abernathy in the lead at the moment. Lindstrom's out, but we're going to keep looking at the battle on track. Abernathy has Cade Yeager, your championship points leader, going into this weekend, with behind him Braden Zerves as well, as those guys will all be going at it. This is the battle for the final couple positions on the podium. Yeager up the inside of Abernathy. Abernathy does the crossover, but he's on the outside for turn 8. Crossover again is going to get shut down by Braden Zerves. Drag race it down the back straightaway. Everyone single file through that 9 and 10 chicane through the Monza at turn 11. Cade Yeager leads that group of 4.
Absolutely, but out front we have Malkiewicz gaining a lot of time on Olds here. This gap has definitely shrunk by quite a bit, so it's going to be 0.6 between the two of them right now. Austin Olds actually reset fast lap that time, 50.806 compared to Malkiewicz 50.843, about 0.04 of a second slower that time around for Malkiewicz. Perkins 51.3, half a second slower than Malkiewicz and Olds. Perkins can't really find the pace quite yet. We have a yellow flag in turns number 3, 4, and 5. It looks like, oh, there's a cart in the barriers on the way far side over there. Can't quite identify who that is.
I think it's Dramilev.
That's a shame for him. It's been an up and down weekend for him. We'll have to see if that is Dramilev, but yeah, a shame for him there. But it looks like we still have Olds out front, Malkiewicz second, Perkins still third. The battle for 4th is definitely intense here. It looks like Yeager was in 4th, but he has been passed by Abernathy since. So Abernathy's actually in 4th now, and then followed by Yeager. Roman McCurdy's gotten his way back up to 6th over Braden Zerves in 7th. It's been shuffling up and down the order for all of those guys from 4th to 8th, as we still have yellows in turns 4 and 5. No passing allowed there. The kart's getting cleared over the barriers. All good. So we should be able to go back racing in 4, 5, and 6 pretty soon.
Yeah, Austin Dromalev, who was so quick and was fighting for a podium out at the far side of the track. Unfortunate for him. It's a bad way to end his day for him and for Techno Kart, who have been so strong in that mid-pack battle this weekend. Austin Olds responds to Isaac Malcuet's attack with an 0.8 of a second advantage in purple last time across the stripe. He'll do it again. It's 1 second between Austin Olds and Isaac Malcuet. Cash Perkins down in third right now, doing just a race of his own. He has absolutely no one around him. But the battle for 4th and 5th continues as McCurdy up the inside of Cade Yeager gets it done. Cade Yeager is off the podium as it stands. The man who was knocked out of shootout qualifying earlier on in the weekend. That really set the tone for his weekend. McCurdy up the inside of Abernathy. We saw him be one of the hard chargers last race and go purple for almost every single lap. McCurdy thought about a move on Abernathy. He tried it, but Abernathy right past on that Hoax Development spree.
Absolutely a great move by McCurdy, moving up 2 spots in 1 lap. So he's going to be in 4th, and still Yeager out of the podium spots. Now we'll see if he can respond to that. But currently he's just not looking as strong after that contact with the other driver earlier in the race here. And it's going to be Zerbs in 7th, Buer in 8th. So that fight from 4th to 8th is looking very good right now with 5 karts. Single file, bumper to bumper.
Yeah, and it's just pretty quiet for those front 3, but I don't think they have any idea the battling going on behind them for the final 2 spots on the podium. So much talent in that 10 drivers that are in that 3rd to 13th area. Just a lot of drivers that could be on the podium, but unfortunately they're going to be way back, and there's only 5 spots on the podium to get those trophies. Austin Olds gets the halfway signal that time by. It's 1.5 seconds between him and Isaac Malcuet in second, then Cash Perkins 6.3 seconds back in third. And then this battle for the final 2 positions, Benham Abernathy and Roman McCurdy are the 2 that find themselves standing on the podium. McCurdy up the inside of Benham Abernathy, squeezes him to the outside of the track, and that's going to come back and bite Roman McCurdy. He's going to have to try and do a late move into here. He tucks back in line. Cade Yeager is caught back up. Same with Braden Zerbs, and same with Buer. More crossover action between Abernathy and McCurdy. McCurdy on the outside this time as they still hold the same order somehow between all 4 of these karts. Buer thought about a move up the inside of Zerbs.
Absolutely. It looks like Yeager actually almost got passed by Zerbs as well, as he was losing momentum because of the guys ahead of him battling, and it's still going on here. Let's see if there's a move into 14. Usually Yeager would think about it, but no, he gets passed by Zerbs. And then there's more contact between Yeager and... Oh, we have... Oh! What a crash.
Big off between Landon Buer and Cade Yeager. Both of them unhappy with each other, and they're both out in the scale line. Both drivers are walking away, and they're okay, but it's day done for the 2 of them who could have been fighting for podiums. Cade Yeager is out of this race. Your championship points leader is out and will surely relinquish that lead going into Dousman. Both drivers okay, though. That's the main takeaway from this is, oh, wow, look at Cade Yeager's kart. Its second-hand steering column is all bent out of shape as he had a kart go up and over him. We sure hope after the adrenaline wears off that Cade Yeager is okay, as both of those drivers are, as one kart going a bit rogue there in the scale line, but back on track. Green flag for these drivers. That's going to shake up the running order for the podium. Austin Olds, Isaac Malcuet, Cash Perkins, Roman McCurdy, Benham Abernathy are still on your podium, but some new faces on the outside looking in like Brady Shad and Braden Zerbs.
Absolutely. Austin Olds reset fast lap that time around 50.570, 50.9 for Isaac Malcuet. So Austin Olds with that 2-second gap opening up, he's definitely looking good here for the rest of the race with only 8 laps to go at this point. And we have a good battle here. So it's Austin Olds all by his lonesome. Malcuet, same story, all by his lonesome. Cash Perkins, I don't think he's seen anybody in several laps. And then we have our battle for the final podium spots between McCurdy, Abernathy, and Zerbs. Those 3 are bumper to bumper, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Zerves just set his personal best lap, 50.830, as Austin Olds also resets fast lap, 50.484. Oh, and a move for 4th place, excuse me. It looks like Abernathy making a move on McCurdy. And Abernathy's back in 4th place. Zerves all over the back bumper of McCurdy as they go through the chicane through turn number 11. On the brakes hard in 12, sliding through 12 are all three of those guys. Let's see if there's a move made in 14. Nope, no moves made. It's still Abernathy ahead of McCurdy, ahead of Zerves. Down the front straight we go. Let's see if they stay in line or if there's a move made. Nope, McCurdy makes the move to the inside on Abernathy, gets the move done in turn number 2. So that's McCurdy back up to 4th place over Abernathy and Zerves. Zerves trying to capitalize on lost momentum. He can't get that move done, so he's going to stay in 6th.
Abernathy back up the inside, though, in turn 7. Gets it done on McCurdy. Zerves is there. They go on wheel to wheel and almost up and over each other. There's a bit of contact between the two of them as they're going to push each other through the chicane at the back straightaway. As a couple laps ago, Quentin McPherson, who had a really bad go of things at the start, being very sportsmanlike and letting Austin Olds go, not really fighting him for it. Didn't have to get the blue flag. He was aware of where Olds was, so kudos to the 206 Junior winner back at Road America for him. Hopefully he has a better run of it in 206 Junior in a little bit when they go out. But out on track, though, like you said, we have a fierce battle for 4th and 5th and for the final spots on the podium between Benham Abernathy, Braden Zerves, and Roman McCurdy, who finds himself off the podium. Zerves fighting for that 4th spot, gets it, and Abernathy back up the inside. More contact at 7. Through 8 they go. They cannot separate each other. This battle for the podium is heating up.
Absolutely. So it's Abernathy, Zerves, McCurdy, your 4th, 5th, and 6th drivers right now, as there's a lot of contact on the bumpers there through turn number 11. So through 12 we go here. So it's still Abernathy. Zerves might make a move into 14 here. He's really good at that move. He doesn't do it. Abernathy goes defensive. So then it's still Abernathy out front, Zerves and McCurdy. Zerves gets a great run through 16. He might make the move down here to turn number 2, and he does. Braden Zerves looking to the inside, and he chops him off, but he can't quite get all the defensive maneuver done. So that's Abernathy losing 1 spot, possibly 2 here to Zerves and McCurdy, excuse me. And Abernathy does recover. He stays in 5th, so that's Zerves. But Abernathy goes to the inside of Zerves, gets that position back between 4th and 5th there. Up and over, crossover by Zerves. He's able to get that done. Abernathy's going to lose 2 spots here, possibly to McCurdy as well. It's contact between the two of them. Side-by-side contact between Abernathy and McCurdy, but they both stay on track and stay going. Zerves able to pull away about 4 kart lengths there because of that contact. Through turn 14 we go. Zerves able to get through there clean. Abernathy and McCurdy are definitely trying to catch back up to him. They're driving the wheels off the karts right now, trying to get back up to those final podium spots.
As everyone in that top, look how separated the top 3 are. Austin Olds has put 5.7 seconds on Isaac Malcuit. It's not even a race anymore. Malcuit, I think, has pretty much given up watching how he's driving. It's not smooth anymore. It's just driving with anger, but he has to be careful because Cash Perkins is only 3.8 seconds back. I don't think it's going to be enough towards the end of this race for Cash Perkins to try and advance himself up 1 more position. While advancing himself up 1 more position, though, I think he will be at the end of the weekend on the championship battle. 2 to go, this time by for our race leader, Austin Olds, who's just 2 laps away from getting the win and 2 laps away from the Hoosier State Challenge Championship in KA100 Junior, as Braden Zerves and Benham Abernathy on the podium. Roman McCurdy fighting for it.
Absolutely. It's going to be a great battle here for the final 2 podium spots between Braden Zerves, Benham Abernathy, and Roman McCurdy for your quick swim IMEK A100 Junior. More fighting here as we get, it looks like Braden Zerves and Abernathy next to each other, side by side, over, under, and through turns number 5 and 6. Same story for 7, up and over crossovers, left and right and center.
Zerbs back through him. Abernathy had the move at turn 7, but it's not going to work. Braden Zerbs on that Lando Norris kart is going to make his way through the Monza. White flag in the air this time as Austin Olds crosses the line. He almost surely has this win in hand, but we're watching the battle for the podium. Look who's here as well. The Rolson Performance Group, Ethan Tovo, is there as well. Gets past, up and over Abernathy. Abernathy's out. Ethan Tovo had a chance at the podium and threw it away in turn 14. This is surely just going to make it a 2-horse race between Braden Zerbs and Roman McCurdy. Those two just have to keep it clean for their chance to be on the podium. But the way that McCurdy is driving is the 805 has a bumper falling off. That's twice they've given him the meatball flag. Hopefully he's going to come in there because that's just unsafe for him. But that battle for fourth between Braden Zerbs and Roman McCurdy is kicking off. But out of the final couple of corners, MPG is going to defend the house. Austin Olds is going to take your win in Quick Swim KA100 Junior. He is your 2023 Hoosier State Challenge champion in KA100 Junior. Across the line comes Isaac Malkiewicz to come in second. In third, Cash Perkins will surely be your championship leader going into Dousman. The final couple of positions on the podium will go the way of Braden Zerbs and Rowan McCurdy, but it's not done yet. 2 more MPGs across the line. Brady Schott is going to lead another of his Millwright teammates across the line to finish out the top 10. Clayton Slipper in 9th, Dane Van Dyke in 10th, but your winner after defending the house and doing MPG proud, Austin Olds takes the win by a comfortable margin of 9.1 seconds over Isaac Malkiewicz, takes the win on track and takes the win for the Hoosier State Challenge.
What a race by Quick Swim Miami KA100 Junior. And we have a very, very slow line of karts heading around the track there. Let's go over your final finishing order, your provisional finishing order for Quick Swim Miami KA100 Junior. So it's Austin Olds in first, Isaac Malkiewicz in second, Cash Perkins third, Braden Zerbs in fourth, Roman McCurdy in fifth, Jackson Deal in sixth, seventh, Mason Kunn, eighth, Brady Schott, 9th, Clayton Slipper, 10th, Dane Van Dyke, 11th, Brandon Saraki, 12th, Ethan Tovo, 13th, Benham Abernathy, 14th, Chaz Variale, 15th, Ryan Mort, 16th, Shane Reddy, 17th, Charles Ropke, 18th, Jocelyn Schlenker, 19th, Oliver Gaffer, 20th, Tyler Johnson, 21st, Charlie Myers, 22nd, Race Beckman, 23rd, Quentin McPherson, 24th, Landon Pure, 25th, Asen Dramilev, 26th, Jack Bieber, 27th, Cody Lindstrup, 28th, Sammy Pfister, and 29th, Cade Yeager. As we watch some of our replays here, it's been great fighting in the Miami KA100 Junior class provided to you by Quick Swim. All right, up next is Mill Rock IAME KA100 Masters. And here's your starting lineup for KA100 Masters, starting in first with 2 heat wins and qualifying on pole position with your Comet Kart Sales Fast Time Award winner, kart number 437, Adam Kreppen. Starting in second, kart number 409, Randy Klimek. Starting in third, kart number 495, Wesley Steege. Starting in fourth, kart number 422, Corey Dominic. And starting in fifth, kart number 467, Min Yan Zhu.
So after that KA100 Junior race presented by Quick Swim, Austin Olds taking the win by a comfortable margin, 9.1 seconds, which also means you won at Newcastle, you won here, you're going to be unofficially the Hoosier State Challenge winner for this year. First off, just walk us through that race. We talked a little bit about the challenge from Malkuit throughout, but he eventually fell off about halfway through. Just walk us through from your perspective.
Yeah, he was super fast at the beginning. We were able to get out to a pretty decent gap, like the first 3 laps, and I kept looking over my shoulder to see if I was going to be able to drop him. He kept getting inching closer, and then all of a sudden it looked like he fell off like a rock. I was able to just go put my head down and run away.
Yeah, it was a really good race. A lot of battling happening behind you. Just a really incredible run. Like we said, Hoosier State Challenge winner, unofficial. What does that mean? You're the best, essentially the best K100 junior driver in Indiana this season. Just tell me how that feels.
It honestly feels really good. It's nice to be able to win at home both times. It just feels good.
And really quick win, KA100 Masters is about to go green here. Adam Kreppen is about to take him green. Austin, we'll get back to you in just 1 sec. Looking for the green flag. Adam Kreppen will get it out in front. Takes the lead over Randy Klimek, who's on the outside. Wesley Steege and Corey Dominic went out in heat number 2, and they're going to try and do it again. Steege getting past Klimek there as they're going to file their way through as Adam Kreppen is out into the lead. And for him, hopefully he's going to stay there. But Austin, one final thing. You have, like we said, a lot of people supporting you under that MPG Motorsports 10. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
Yes, I'd like to thank the whole MPG Motorsports crew, my parents, my mechanic, Keith Jones, Chase Jones, Race Liberante, Braden Nees, Nathan Nicholson, for everything they can do.
Yeah, well, awesome job for you. Hope to see you at Dousman. Good luck at USPKS SCUSA. Whatever else is on your calendar, that would be your winner in KA100 Junior for the day, and we will get back to KA100 Masters in a moment.
Already under lap 2 here for KA100 Masters, presented to you by Mill Rock. Adam Kreppen in the lead, setting fast lap so far, 57.450. Wesley Steege in second place over Randy Klimek. Corey Dominic is in 4th. Mignan Zhu bringing it up the rear in 5th place. It's just bumper to bumper for those top 5 right now. Adam Kreppen starting to pull a little bit of a gap, though, over Wesley Steege. Corey Dominic goes purple, though, this time by 51.7. Just 0.03 of a second faster than Adam Kreppen. But it's looking very good so far for the 3 behind him. Wesley Steege, Randy Klemek, and Corey Dominic set up to have a good race here for 20 laps. Randy Klemek getting 2nd place in both heat races. Wesley Steege and Corey Dominic getting 3rd and 4th in swapping positions for both. Corey Dominic did get 3rd in the 2nd heat race, whereas Wesley Steege got 3rd in the first one.
Yeah, and Adam Kreppen out in front after the first couple of laps. The gap isn't as big as it normally is, but usually once we get to the latter half of the race is where Adam Kreppen really starts to build that gap out in front. Just the endurance he has physically compared to the rest of these drivers. Randy Klemek going for a bit of a grass cutting experience. Off-track excursion for Randy Klemek, and that's his day done for the 409 EOS driver under the AMK Race Products tent. Randy Klemek is out and makes it 4 karts on track. That's going to be 5th place on the day for Randy Klemek. Unfortunately, 5 drivers on the podium and 5 drivers in this K100 Master category, so at least it's a podium for Klemek, but he would have wanted to be in that battle for 2nd and 3rd that Wesley Steege and Corey Dominic currently find themselves in.
Absolutely. It's just unfortunate for Randy. He just dipped 2 tires off on the outside grass at the entry to turn 16, so that just got him a little bit sideways, and he just wasn't able to catch it in time, so that's just a shame for him. But that leaves the battle down to Corey Dominic and Wesley Steege. Wesley currently in P2, Corey Dominic right on his rear bumper as they go through turn number 2 here. But it looks like Corey Dominic looking to the outside of Steege, maybe trying an over-under. Those guys were battling hard in the last race.
I mean, Klemek's kart all squared away and just moved over to pit exit since we have enough of room and time to get that kart over. So just clearing Randy Klemek out of the way. But like you're saying, Carter, out in front, Wesley Steege and Corey Dominic, both of those guys have been fighting each other all season long out on track as they currently find themselves 1.5 seconds back from Adam Kreppen, who is so close from claiming championship glory today. One of the 2 drivers that can do that today. The other one will be in the final race of the day in Mini Swift, where Cameron Marcia has a chance to make it back-to-back Route 66 titles, going from micro to mini in 2 years. So stay tuned for that for BBS Race Engine Development Mini Swift, as Cameron Marcia will try and get that 2nd title. But right now, it is Wesley Steege and Corey Dominic who are out in 2nd and 3rd, battling for that 2nd position, that runner-up position to Adam Kreppen. But Wesley Steege holding on at the moment from Corey Dominic, who's got to run into the chicane. They go. Who's going to lift first? Dominic on the outside lifts first. Smart racing from Dominic, and we'll try another day.
Absolutely. Corey Dominic giving a good fight here to Wesley Steege. Dominic was fast, one of the fastest guys in in practice this morning, and showed very good pace at the end of the race earlier today. They're side by side coming out of 16. Dominic, it looks like he led there, possibly. Nope, it says Steege was ahead there by 0.02 of a second at the line, but Dominic does get the pass done into turn number 2, and it's going to be Kreppen, Dominic, and Steege, your top 3. Mignan Zhu is in 4th.
Contact between the 2 of them there. On the apex of turn 6 there was more contact as whoever was behind tried to just do a late move there, and that's going to separate him a little bit. Hopefully Wesley Steege can get back up there to Corey Dominic. That's unfortunate because we'd love to see this battle racing in KA100 Master, but I think Carter Steege is closing that gap right back up.
He is right here. He has a rabbit to chase, and he has a draft helping him out. But if these guys keep racing as hard as they do, they might end up spinning out, and Mignan Zhu might get 2nd place at the end of this, so we'll have to see what happens. But yeah, it's currently Corey Dominic, then Wesley Steege. Mignan Zhu is in 4th, setting his personal best time, 52.172. Just a couple tenths faster than Dominic and Steege that last lap. Kreppen's down to 51.3s. 51.1 is his personal best time in this race so far. So Kreppen showing excellent pace. But it's still Dominic and then Steege. Steege about 3-4 kart lengths back right now. trying to get that draft through the chicane here, through the banked turn number 11. Dominic got a little bit sideways through 11 there, caused Steege to get a little bit of time back. But through 13 and 14 we go. Steege getting really good lines through there. He's definitely closed up the gap here. Let's see what the gap is as they cross the line. Corey Dominic is only 0.3 ahead of Wesley Steege, so it's definitely going to shrink up the gap here, and it's definitely on his bumper now, so let's see what happens.
For the sake of this race, I really hope that Steege just holds behind him and tries a couple moves here and there, and then Dominic can fight it back. Don't really want these guys to separate too much because I'm really enjoying actually seeing some racing for once in KA100 Masters. Feels so refreshing for this class, and these two have been so close on so many occasions to be able to battle, and now they're finally being able to do it as Dominic and Steege, like we were saying, out on track. Dominic on that techno kart in second, currently in that runner-up spot that people have been fighting for all season long in this class because, well, Adam Kreppen, who crosses the line now, has just been so dominant. And just to show how dominant he was, Dominic now crossing the line, just showing the difference between those two after just 9 laps. Adam Kreppen is out for literally a Sunday drive.
5.6 seconds gained in 9 laps, so that's about a half a second a lap. It's very impressive driving from Adam Kreppen. You just watch the attitude of the kart as he goes through corners. It just doesn't bounce. He does one steering wheel input and just slides it around the corner, and it just has so much exit speed as he exits every corner. Corey Dominic still in second. 3/10 at the line separating second and third between Dominic and Steege.
Dominic just really holding that, isn't he, Carter? Just Steege cannot find a way past. It just seems Steege is the faster kart right now, halfway for Adam Kreppen at the moment. But you have to think, is Steege going to start to get a little bit tired of following Dominic? Is the physical part of this going to come back into play and hinder either one of them? It's just how long can these drivers keep going at 100% really is the big part.
Absolutely, and it also depends on the second half of the race, who has the better setup. You know, tire pressures really matter a lot. Let's see if anybody gets a little bit tighter, can't get through the corners quite as fast because there's just a little bit of understeer in the kart. Maybe the kart's just a little bit stuck to the track. We'll have to see what happens there. But right now, Dominic's just keeping probably about 2-3 kart lengths ahead of Steege. So we'll have to see if Steege can gain back up or if Dominic's going to keep pulling away. So it's just a lot of questions to ask, and a lot will be answered probably in the next 10 laps here.
Yeah, Kreppen across the line yet again and still just extending that lead out in front. Dominic at the moment building that gap to Wesley Steege. It's up to 0.7 of a second as it stands. Everyone's starting to kind of build a little bit of time between them. Adam Kreppen, like we said, building time out in front. Mingyan Zhu in fourth at the moment, 13 seconds back from Wesley Steege in third, and 5.9 seconds back from the battle for second. That is slowly starting not to become a battle because Corey Dominic is extending that lead over Wesley Steege as we talk. Through the Monza they go, and just looks like Dominic gonna most likely be the one taking home second.
Absolutely. I saw his pace in the practice this morning. I said, wow, Dominic's looking really good this morning. Let's see if he can carry that pace on today. And he really has done so. He had one of the fastest laps at the end of the race in the heat race earlier this morning, and was starting to gain on Randy Clement quite a bit for second place. Unfortunately, Randy spun out there, so we weren't able to see him battle it out here too, because I think a 3-horse race for second place would have been really fun to watch, but it's just unfortunate for that incident for Randy. But yeah, so it's still Dominic in second with Wesley Steege in third. Kreppen still doing 51.1s, 51.2s. He's really consistent. Adam Kreppen just showing why he's one of the best in the Masters category today.
And we get on with this race past halfway by just a couple of laps, starting to really run out of things to talk about at the moment. Like we said, Dominic is just building that gap almost over a second to Wesley Steege at the moment for the final race of KA100 Masters presented by Millrock of the Hoosier State Challenge of the weekend here at Whiteland Raceway Park. But could be a weekend for Adam Kreppen, who's looking for a race win, a Hoosier State Challenge trophy, and potentially will be the first person to clinch a 2023 title this weekend. Hopefully for him, he's looking for that. At least in my records, he hasn't got a Route 66 championship to his name, at least in the past few years, going back to at least 2015. So Adam Kreppen will definitely take that if he does manage to come across the line. I think he's already got it, but just for safety, to get 3 race days wins in a row, and essentially you're just dropping a 0. He doesn't have to show up to Dousman Millwright Raceway, the final race of the season. We could potentially, hopefully, we see Adam Kreppen in a KA100 senior for that final race, a track he's been so quick at before. I really hope the Kreppen camp decides, excuse me there, stop laughing, the Kreppen camp decide to go to KA100 senior later on this season when we close out our season. We close out the Badger State Challenge later on at Millwright Raceway.
Absolutely. I hope Adam Kreppen makes the comeback to KA100 Senior, especially with the pace he's been showing today. Only 6/10 off of what the leaders were doing in KA100 Senior. And what is the weight difference between KA Masters and KA Senior? Is it?
I think it's about 30 pounds because it's 60 and 90. I believe.
And 30 pounds, I think, could easily be 3/10. So I think he could definitely run up at the front of
He could
KA100
run at
Senior
the front,
with how
absolutely.
good he's been running today. I think he could have definitely taken 30 pounds off the cart and definitely run top 5, top 10 in KA Senior easily.
Yeah, for sure. I really hope we see that at Millwright, KA100 Senior at Millwright Raceway. That would work out pretty well. But Adam Kreppen continuing to lead the here and now in Millrock KA100 Masters for the time being. Out of 12, he comes and through the old track, this really tight and technical circuit, of course. This being one of the oldest go-kart tracks in the country. Well, the oldest kart track in the country, being designed back in the 60s for karts back then. And of course, it was a bit slower back then. So once we have these high-powered machines that we do now, it's a little bit tight on this new section, and it shows, but it makes for some great racing. You can still pass there. And Adam Kreppen, though, showing how he is just so dominant in this K100 Master field, leading the way by it's about 8 seconds or so now, I believe. Checking timing and scoring, it is 8.888 seconds.
Absolutely. And let's talk about the new pavement on Whiteland Raceway Park here. The new addition to the north of the track with turns 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, all the way to 8 actually. So like turns 2 through 8 are all new within the past year, correct? And it's definitely a great addition onto the track. The track is so much wider over at that section. And once you get back to the old track section, you see how narrow it gets. It's definitely a good flavor of narrow track, wide corners, very narrow corners, especially when you look at sections like 13, 14, 15, 16, how tight those sections are, especially when you compare it to turns 2 through 4 and even 5 and 6. Those corners are all super wide. You don't even have to use all the track. And it's just very refreshing to see a track that offers multiple types of corners like that and at multiple different track widths, and it just really shows drivers that they can adapt to multiple types of situations on a track all in one lap.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, essentially the old track is the kid kart layout, right? Because once you see Adam Kreppen comes across the line here, they would have taken a hard left. That's where the old track would have gone. All of this is new, and Whiteland Raceway Park, the O'Gara, Sarah Fisher, and everyone who has worked so hard throughout the past year to make this happen, not only the on-track but the off-track stuff, including what we're experiencing up here in the broadcast booth. It's really a state-of-the-art facility, and really hope that we can hopefully see the likes of the Superkarts USA Pro Tour or the United States Pro Kart Series visit this venue, because it's worth visiting, and it's such a great track that produces some amazing racing that we've seen all season long. But it really is interesting, like when you come out of turn 8 with how wide the track is, and then essentially you go into what didn't used to be a chicane because there wasn't anything to bypass. That was just the old track that now with that bypass has become a chicane, and it gets so narrow through there. But white flag in the air for Adam Kreppen on his final circuit of what could be the finishing blow in a dominant 2023 campaign for Adam Kreppen. If he comes across the line to win this one, It'll be 9 out of 9 races won. He's gotten 2 pole positions to his name, missing out at Newcastle Motorsports Park to Nicholas Coella, but I don't think he'll care about that much right now. Just about half a track to go for him. He's going to be Hoosier State Challenge champion, pending tech, of course, and through the banking he comes. Adam Kreppen has been a staple of this Route 66 Sprint Series, and as he comes out of the final couple of corners now through 14 and 2 to go, Adam Kreppen will be crowned champion. Adam Kreppen is your 2023 KA100 Masters champion, the first to clinch it in 2023, and he wins on the day. Adam Kreppen will stand on the top step. He'll be Hoosier State Challenge champion, and he's champion of KA100 Masters. Corey Dominic in second, Wesley Stage in third, Mingyan Zhu in fourth, and Randy Klemick in fifth, your 1 DNF. But what a day for Adam Kreppen.
Absolutely, Adam Kreppen, pole position, Comet Kart Sales Fast Time Award winner, winner of Heat 1 with fastest lap, winner of Heat 2 with fastest lap, and now winner of the final with fastest lap. It just doesn't get much better than that. So Adam Kreppen, we tip our caps to you. Well done, sir. A very well done indeed.
So next up, Carter, 206 Sportsman presented by Mac Paving. We've seen a lot of really good racing for these guys. Quick replay for what happened with Randy Klemick. Just got it all wrong out of turn 16 into the grass, and how much of a dip down that is, how wet the grass is, and a cart that weighs 390 pounds. You're not getting that thing out of there anytime soon. So we're going to get going with 206 Sportsman in just a little bit. Carter, if you do have starting lineup, I think it's about time we start running through that to get this final underway.
Absolutely. Here is your starting lineup for 206 Sportsman. 206 Sportsman presented by Mac Paving. Starting pole position, cart number 243, Christopher Yotzi. Starting in second, cart number 227, Leighton Mull. Starting in third, cart number 289, Braden Domont. Starting in fourth, cart number 202, Isaiah Maxey. Starting in fifth, cart number 205, Evan Benoit. Starting in sixth, Colin Eddy. Starting in seventh, Easton Kabinski. Starting in eighth, Theodore Gaffer. Starting in ninth, AJ Stoner. Starting in 10th, Sawyer Chambers. Starting in 11th, Danny O'Gara. 12th, Pearson Golseth. 13th, Caleb Johnson. 14th, Kason Hendrickson. 15th, Jake Variali. And 16th, Henrik McKay. All right, and here we go. 206 Sportsman is out on track. .206 Sportsman has been dominated by Christopher Yotzi all weekend long, winning both heats and putting it on pole position, fastest time in qualifying as well, getting the Comet Kart Sales Fast Time Award. So it's been a perfect weekend so far for Yotzi. We'll see if he can keep that momentum going. Second best so far this weekend has been Leighton Mull, getting second in both heats and qualifying second as well. Actually, the finishing order for both heats is exactly the same. So it's Christopher Yotzi, Leighton Moll, Braden Domont, Isaiah Maxey, and Evan Benoit. So that's your top 5 in both heats for the finishing order. So we'll see if anything can get shuffled around and any action happens here that can change the running order at all. Yotzi's setting the pace here. Nice and slow as they head for their tram lines. A little bit fast pace here. Let's see if they give them the start. It is green flag in the air. Christopher Yotzi gets a great start around the outside. Goes Leighton Moll to keep second. Moll keeps second, and Braden Domont remains in third. Clean racing, single file at the front for the most part. Fighting, jockeying for positions at the back. Still sorting out the order. We'll have to see what that order is when they come across the line for the first time, as it's a little bit too jumbled up for us to be able to identify all of them, but it's still Christopher Yotzi out front, Leighton Moll in second. Moll all over the back bumper of Yotzi. Through 12, 13, and 14 we go. Yotzi still out front, followed by Moll. Through 15 we go. There we go, across the line, first time by Christopher Yotzi in P1. Leighton Moll P2, Domont P3, Benoit P4. Isaiah Maxey drops down to P5 after starting P4. Colin Eddy with not the ideal start. He started in 6th, he's all the way down in 11th. So Colin Eddy all the way down to 11, dropped 5 spots just on that opening lap. We'll have to see if he can recover there. Through 14 we go again. Turn 15, it's Yotzi and Leighton Moll pulling quite a bit of a gap over third place. It's still Domont in third place and Benoit and Maxey in your top 5. Leighton Moll sets fast time, 56.497, 0.03 of a second faster than first place Yotzi. So yeah, it's definitely Christopher Yotzi and Leighton Moll pulling away from the rest of the field. Those two are going to be working together to push away and see if they can just duel it out for the last 5 laps or so themselves. As we have Domont still in third, it looks like. Benoit 4th, Maxey still in 5th. Through turn number 13 we go in 14. Moll plays nice and keeps it single file through 14. He's just looking to work with Yotzi, as Yotzi is starting to pull a little bit of a gap, 2-3 kart lengths right now. Domont still in third, Benoit 4th, Maxey 5th, Chambers 6th, Danny O'Gara 7th. Order remaining largely unchanged at this point as they're all running single file. It's still Yotzi out front setting fast lap time, that time by 56.339, 0.3 faster than Leighton Moll. Domont still in third, setting his personal best time at 56.908. Isaiah Maxey still in 5th, actually gaining a lot of time. Going to the inside now, Isaiah Maxey punches his ticket into 4th place. Passing Evan Benoit. Benoit drops down to 5th and into the clutches of Sawyer Chambers. Chambers might make a move here. He does. Sawyer Chambers to the inside. Can't quite get it done as Evan Benoit rides the outside line and keeps himself in 5th. So it's still Chambers in 6th and O'Gara in 7th. There's the fight for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th starting to heat up a little bit.
Absolutely. Christopher Yotzi finding his sparring partner for this weekend, Leighton Moll, right behind him. Those two tied on points going into this weekend for the Hoosier State Challenge. And at the moment, it's going to be Yotzi lifting that extra trophy on the weekend. Yotzi also looking for that P1 trophy at the end of the day, potentially having 2 pieces of hardware, is Chambers up the inside of the 205 of Evan Benoit, and now O'Gara is going to be fighting Benoit as well. Theo Gaffer is going to help O'Gara try and get past. Theo Gaffer on that full-size adult cart, squeezing his way past Evan Benoit for position, and Gaffer will make that move done. More battling going on between I believe it's Isaiah Maxey, who just went purple, and Braden Domont battling it out for third, and Isaiah will get that position off of Braden Domont. Is 1 cart around. That is the 272. I think that's Variale. That's Jake Variale. It is around in turn 16. So unfortunate for them, and not a great way to end your weekend. We could potentially, depending on Jake Variale's pace, see him be a lapper in not a couple of laps time towards the end of the race, but that could be interesting to watch. Back out up front though, these two who will be fighting for the Hoosier State Challenge Championship, not to have a couple of cart lengths between each other, battle for third at the moment between Isaiah Maxey and Braden Domont. That is still kicking off as Domont found his way past, I believe, in turn 12, and we didn't see that. Theo Gaffer getting past Danny O'Gara as well there, and making their way into 7 past the stricken hay bale that has definitely seen better days, especially at the start of this weekend. That was a nice, perfectly no issues wrong hay bale, and we have absolutely destroyed that, so apologies to Whiteland Raceway Park on that one. But back to the on-track action here. We're going to stop talking about hay bale stuff. You can't take the Midwestern out of the announcer, I guess. Christopher Yotzi out in front, Leighton Mull still out behind. It's about half a second between those two at the moment, kind of an invisible air bubble between those two, keeping them apart. And you have Isaiah Maxey in third, and Braden Domont, who has a run going down in a turn 2. Domont's going to look up the inside. Braden Domont looking for third. He's going to try and one-up his position from Road America. He got 4th at Road America. He's now 3rd here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Braden Domont up into 3rd, and Theo Gaffer has now joined the scene as well, along with Sawyer Chambers is in there as well. It is all kicking off for the final couple positions. Theo Gaffer tried to get past Isaiah Maxey there. It didn't work out for the Cosmic Cart driver, and it's all kicking off, Carter, for 3rd on down.
Absolutely. Looks like 3rd is going to be the main battle we'll be watching here, as Braden Domont is able to get up to 3rd place here. And it looks like the number 245 of Sawyer Chambers is up to 4th, dropping Isaiah Maxey down to 5th. It looks like Leighton Mull's trying to stay with Christopher Yotzi here. We'll see as Leighton Mull actually goes purple that time, resetting fast lap 56.177. As Isaiah Maxey's losing a lot of positions here. Something must have happened here at the exit of turn 16. He's dropped all the way to the back of this line as he was fighting for 3rd at one point. He's now down to, it looks like, 8th. That's 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th actually. Isaiah Maxey is down to 9th. What happened there? So we'll have to see, maybe in a replay or something, what happened there. But it looks like we still have battling up for 3rd. It looks like Sawyer Chambers has gotten ahead of Braden Domont for 3rd place. Domont down to 4th. Gaffer in 5th. And it looks like O'Gara has made his way up to 6th, possibly going to try to get up to 5th, maybe 4th or 3rd. He looks like he has plenty of opportunities. O'Gara goes off. O'Gara has gone off at turn 12. So he loses a couple of spots there. That means Evan Benoit probably got back up past him. We'll have to see as timing and scoring comes around to update here as they cross the line.
Yeah, and Isaiah Maxey losing a ton of time there too, as Sawyer Chambers is under attack from Braden Domont, with in 5th Theo Gaffer fighting for his first ever Route 66 Sprint Series podium in 5th, but he has some stiff competition of Evan Benoit and home track fellow of Colin Eddy behind him. Braden Domont up the inside for 3rd in turn 7. Domont has the inside line going into 8. Theo Gaffer goes with them. Gaffer up to 4th now and on to the podium. Colin Eddy is right there with Chambers, and Evan Benoit side side by side as they go through turns 9 and 10 on round the chicane, and into turn 12 they go. Braden Domon has the widest, and I mean literally the widest go-kart on the track behind him, defending for him into 14. And Braden Domon, as they're going to come across the line, it's going to be halfway this time by for this 206 Sportsman field.
Absolutely, and right behind Gaffer is Sawyer Chambers, Evan Benoit, Colin Eddy, Caleb Johnson, Danny O'Gara, and Easton Kabinski. And after Kabinski is Pearson Golseth, rounding out this line of karts here that are all bumper to bumper. So this is from 3rd all the way to 11th are bumper to bumper. So this is the type of racing we want to see here. We'll have to see how this order shakes up as the race goes on. Currently, it's still Yotzi out front, though, 56.430 that last time by. Leighton Mole, 56.317. Mole has closed the gap here to about 1 kart length between the two of them. So that fight for the lead isn't quite over yet. We'll have to see if lap traffic may come into the picture here. As Yotzi crosses the line once again, we'll see what that time looks like. 56.366. 56.326 for Mole, so 400ths faster. So those two are running almost identical lap times. It might come down to the end of the race here for the win between those top two.
No, it definitely is, and Jake Variale, the lap cart in front of them, is definitely going to play a part in that with how quickly those guys get past. Braden Domon has been so impressive in the past couple of races that he's run both at Route and CKNA in this 206 competition. Domon in 3rd, Gaffer defending from Sawyer Chambers behind. He holds off that defense, and he will hold on to a podium position in 4th at the moment. Evan Benoit, Colin Eddy, Caleb Johnson, Danny O'Gara, Easton Kabinski, all those drivers off the podium trying to get themselves into podium contention as it stands, as lap cart will be in sight for Christopher Yotzi and Leighton Mole. Mole just 4/10ths behind Yotzi in this battle for the lead. Christopher Yotzi getting past clean, but not as clean as Leighton Mole, who is right there on him now. Braden Domon is going to have Theodore Gaffer looking up the inside. This is for 3rd. Theo Gaffer up the inside. He's going to lead that train, and now he has Braden Domon and Chambers behind. But the battle for the lead is kicking off with Yotzi and Mole, who are so close, and the closest they've been since the opening lap.
It looks like Leighton Mole's setup is starting to come into play here with his tire pressures and everything going on. It seems like maybe Christopher Yotzi has the cart just a tick too tight, as Mole has been able to chase him down and close that gap between the two of them. We'll see, as we are currently only on lap 12 of 20. So there's plenty of race left to see what happens, and it's still Christopher Yotzi out front. It looks like quite a bit of fighting here, battling for 3rd. It's still Theo Gaffer up front, followed by Domont, followed by Chambers, and then it's going to be Benoit. It looks like Eddy, then Johnson, then O'Gara rounding out the top 9 there, as it looks like Kabinski has fallen off that group a little bit, with Pearson Golseth joining him for company. So yeah, it's still Gaffer in 3rd leading that big group, and they're all seeming to play nice right now, Nate. All single file, not really battling too much.
Yeah, they're playing nice for now. Wait for the final couple of laps as everyone starts to get a bit desperate. Up the inside goes Sawyer Chambers. Of course it is. On Braden Domon. Chambers seems to be a bit better at picking their way through the pack than Braden Domon in these high-stress situations, but Domon is quick, though, and he's not going to be having any of that. The second he smells a little bit of blood from Chambers, a little bit of mistake from Chambers, he's going to be pouncing on that immediately. That's going to give a little bit of breathing room to Theo Gaffer, who, with Jake Ferriali in front, Braden Domon, what a move into 14, laid on the brakes on Sawyer Chambers, gets that move past. Here comes Colin Eddy, too. Colin Eddy might be looking at a maiden podium here at Route 66. To the inside goes Colin Eddy. Sawyer Chambers defends. Colin Eddy blocked off from that for now. Eddy on the 99 barrel art machine is fighting for his first podium at Route 66 to two Minnesota native. Well, 2 drivers who race in Minnesota, 1 Wisconsin native, fighting for their maiden podiums in Route 66 in this battle. But again, Jake Ferriali in front could be a bit of a deciding factor as these guys get past. But Theo Gaffer at the moment is the place you want to be, because anyone knows if you are approaching a cart that is lap traffic, you want to be the first to get up to them and decide when you get past.
Exactly, and Theo Gaffer wants those guys behind him to keep battling so then he can pull a little bit of a gap. and they would have some tough times catching up to him. But yeah, they're starting to approach the lap traffic here. That is cart number 272, Jake Variale. Gaffer crosses the start-finish line here. It looks like he might catch Variale by probably about turns 3, 4, maybe even 5. Variale has been given the blue flag. He knows that there's faster carts approaching behind him. And Gaffer still leading that crew heading up to turn number 4, 5, and 6. It's right now Gaffer, Domont, Chambers, Eddie, and Johnson, your top 7.
Feel bad for Christopher Yotzi, but we've been mentioning him all weekend long, and we're watching this battle. He's been perfect all weekend, but this battle for third at the moment is just so enticing. Here comes the lap traffic. Gaffer and Domont need to be perfect through here, through 12. Gaffer's going to make his move. It's going to be a bit of contact. Moves Variale out of the way. In my opinion, that's racing. If you're a lap cart, get out of the way. You're not in this fight. Domont up the inside, Chambers up the inside. That's going to demote Gaffer, I believe, off the podium for the time being. And now Colin Eddy's getting passed as well, as that did not work out for Theo Gaffer. He's going to get passed by 2 more carts. He went from 3rd to almost 8th here, all in the span of a couple of corners. Danny O'Gara is going to get past Theo Gaffer now, and that's heartbreak for Gaffer.
It is from 3rd to 6th. It's just not the ideal situation. 3rd to 7th, it looks like, possibly even 8th for Gaffer now. So yeah, it's right now currently Domont up front, followed by Chambers, followed by Eddie. So those 3 were able to pounce on the lost momentum by Theo Gaffer. Gaffer still has plenty of time left, though. We have 4 laps to go. A lot of battling to happen yet, especially with guys like Danny O'Gara that want to get up to the front of that pack with 3 podium positions on the line, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So we'll have to see who does what to shake up the field, as it's still Domont, Chambers, Eddie, and Gaffer right there. Or excuse me, O'Gara right there. And then Johnson is in the middle of the mix as well. Johnson has moved up to 6th, right ahead of O'Gara. Gaffer all the way down to 8th. Benoit and Golseth is your top 10.
3 laps to go that time across the stripe. It's going to be 2 to go for Christopher Yotzi, who leads the way, who leads the championship points, and will most likely be taking home the state challenge trophy for 206 Sportsman. Danny O'Gara getting put wide there. Theo Gaffer did not just go around the outside in turn 7 and make it work. Are you kidding me? Theo Gaffer got that move done, and now it's going to be the 2 Stockholm Karting Center drivers of Colin Eddy and Theo Gaffer determine who gets on the podium. The Gaffer looks to the inside of Colin Eddy. Eddy's defending it. Eddy looking for his maiden podium with 2 to go this time by, as they're going to cross the stripe. Braden Domont and Sawyer Chambers have checked out, and they've almost certainly stamped their seal of approval on that podium step. And Braden Domont looking at a career best here at Route 66. Theo Gaffer up the inside of Colin Eddy, looking at it. Is Sawyer Chambers up the inside of Domont as well? Those 2 are going at it. They have to be careful, because Eddy and Gaffer can catch. Domont up the inside in turn 6 as Sawyer Chambers right back past, that was turn 5, now into 6 and now into 7. Chambers up the inside. Contact between the 2 of them. Eddy and Gaffer's going to get past. Colin Eddy's got past. Theo Gaffer's back into this podium fight. He's going to have the run on Braden Domont down the back straight. Who's going to be the first to lift? Theo Gaffer backs out of it. Braden Domont has it. Colin Eddy is into 3rd and looking at his first ever Route 66 podium. And you can see on the fence, there's no parent more emotional and more proud of their kids than Jason Eddy, the parent and proud father of Colin Eddy, watching his son. You are 1 lap away from a potential podium. 16 corners to go. All of these drivers want it equally as bad. White flag in the air this time by for Colin Eddy in 3rd. Braden Domont 4th. Theo Gaffer in 5th. Out in front, though, Christopher Yotzi most likely going to take the win. That's not what we're looking at. Theo Gaffer is getting elbows out on Sawyer Chambers behind, side by side through turn 4. Theo Gaffer did it again around the outside. Theo Gaffer has so much confidence in that Cosmic Cart. Late move from Sawyer Chambers up the inside. Gaffer's going to try the over-under at the moment. Braden Domont is right there on Colin Eddy, but coming out of the final couple of corners, Christopher Yotzi is going to take the win. He's going to extend his points lead, and he is the Hoosier State Challenge champion in Mac Paving Briggs 206 Sportsman. Back in the battle for the podium, it looks like Colin Eddy and Braden Domont surely have it at the moment. Coming out of the final couple of corners for the first time on the Route 66 podium. Colin Eddy's going to take it, but it's going to be a drag race to them. Colin Eddy on the podium for Eddy Motorsports, the Burrell Art driver in third. Then Braden Domont fourth, Sawyer Chambers in fifth, Pearson Golseth, where did he come from? In sixth. He was at the back of this battle pack for the longest time. And then behind them, Theo Gaffer, Evan Benoit, Danny O'Gara, Isaiah Maxey rounds out your top 10. What an incredible final here for 206 Sportsman.
Absolutely, and Christopher Yotzi has no idea that any of that happened. Christopher Yotzi just checked out. Leighton Mole gave him a good challenge for probably the first half to 2/3 of that race, and he eventually just found the setup, found the line. He just pulled away from the rest of them, and it was a great race by Yotzi and Mole. And let's go over the rest of the finishing order here. So we have Yotzi first, Leighton Mole second, Colin Eddy third, Braden Domont fourth, Sawyer Chambers fifth, Pearson Golseth sixth, Theodore Gaffer 7th, Evan Benoit 8th, 9th Danny O'Gara, Isaiah Maxey top 10, Caleb Johnson 11th, Easton Kabinski 12th, Kason Hendrickson 13th, Jake Variali 14th, AJ Stoner 15th, and Henrik McKay 16th. A great race for, excuse me, it's a great race for Mac Paving Briggs 206 Sportsman.
All of these drivers pulling into the pits now. A lot of emotions from some of these drivers who are so close. Colin Eddy's happy with that one. It's third place for him. Shaking his head as he came into the pit. That's how you get it done. Leighton Mole ejected after that one. What could have been for Leighton. A smile on Colin Eddy's face that I haven't seen in a long time for him. So proud, so happy for Eddy Motorsports. But we have the big one up next. KA100 Senior, $500 on the line to decide who will be the Hoosier State Challenge champion, but I can almost guarantee you none of them care right now. They just want to be the first on track, see those double checkered flags first. And Carter, who do we got rolling off?
So here is your starting lineup for KA100 Senior. KA100 Senior provided to you by Millwright Incorporated. Starting in first, cart number 931, Austin Jers. Starting in second, cart number 954, Chase Jones. Starting in third, cart number 941, Adam Maxwell. Starting in fourth, cart number 951, Elliot Cox. Starting in fifth, cart number 988, Charlie Steins. Starting in sixth, Alexander Kardashian. Seventh, James Overbeck. Eighth, Eli Warren. Ninth, Brian Redding. 10th, Lucas Klimek. 11th, Eli Fox. 12th, Alex Feldstein. 13th, Grant Vogel. 14th, Zach Collins. 15th, Luke Powers. 16th, Joey Kazir. 17th, Michael Levitt. 18th, Vaughn Beasley. 19th, Tristan Farber. 20th, Bryce Mersberger. 21st, Brian Vosek. 22nd, Caleb Rothel. 23rd, Brad Britton. 24th, Jaden Kraus. 25th, Elias Baker. 26th, Sarah Groot. 27th, Mason Sergener. A stacked lineup of KA100 senior drivers ready to go here as they're coming around turn number 15, 16, heading down the front stretch double file. Austin Jers, the guy to watch, along with Chase Jones, both of them ready to go and ready to race.
Looking for the green, Bryce Mersberger and Tristan Farber playing rock, paper, scissors there. A couple of corners to go. Looking for the green flag. They will get it on their first time of asking. Green we go in KA100 Senior. Chase Jones puts the bumper to Austin Jers, pushes him out of the way. Here comes Elliot Cox too. Jers is not going to like that one bit. Where did James Overbeck come from? Overbeck's into third now. Overbeck, it now has Elliot Cox. Elliot Cox spins. Adam Maxwell is up and around. Adam Maxwell, who led the Hoosier State Challenge going into this weekend, has had a terrible getaway. Same with Luke Powers. Eli Warren got a good getaway. More carts off. That's Adam Maxwell. His day's done. Maxwell's out. It's over for Adam Maxwell. He's surely going to relinquish that championship points lead that he went in by leading 27 points over Austin Jers, who finds himself in second now. Maxwell grounding to a halt in a couple of these corners, and he's going to pull into pit entry surely here. But everyone, bumper to bumper, Alexander Kardashian and Eli Warren, you can't separate them. That's how they were in 206 Senior, now in KA Senior. But Eli Warren, the same spot he got Kardashian in 206 Senior, gets it done. And now he has only, I believe it's Charlie Steins in front of him on the OTK. James Overbeck is not too far away in third, but right now, Austin Jers and leader Chase Jones Jones, who went purple last time across the stripe. They got feisty out of turn 2, and I'm sure Jers is going to remember that.
Absolutely, and Eli Warren just made a pass on Charlie Stein, so Eli Warren moves up to 4th. What a start by Chase Jones out of turn number 2, able to get the bumper onto Austin Jers and take that lead. Austin Jers definitely fired up now as he's going to chase down Chase Jones and definitely show him that he's the fastest driver in this field today. James Overbeck, what a start by that guy. The 4-stroke driver, he's definitely one of the best drivers on
to
this
the
field
lead
right now. Austin Jers goes to the lead over Chase Jones. Does Chase Jones fight back? No, he does not. Chase Jones just gets right back in line. So those top 2 will be dueling it out for the rest of the race. James Overbeck still in 3rd, Eli Warren in 4th, Charlie Steins in 5th. Kardashian makes the move on Charlie Steins now. Alexander Kardashian moves up to 5th. He's going to be right behind Eli Warren now and trying to make his way back towards the front. In 6th, we have Charlie Steins now. 7th is Eli Fox, Zach Collins. 8th, 9th is Elliot Cox. 10th is Grant Vogel. Still out front, though, is Austin Jers going through turn number 13 and 14. Does Chase Jones make a move? Nope, he's just going to stay glued right to that bumper of Austin Jers. He's going to work with him, push him, get him away from the rest of the field, and then those two will duke it out for the last 5 or so laps of this race. It's going to be super exciting to see how those two do as Eli Warren set purple lap 50.949 for Eli Warren as he goes to 3rd place over James Overbeck. Eli Warren on a tear gets up to 3rd place. What a drive from him these first 3 laps.
Eli Warren wasn't able to get past James Overbeck in 206 Senior. He gets past him now. Looking at the points for the Hoosier State Challenge, this could go either way. Eli Warren is only 11 points back from Adam Maxwell, where Austin Jers was 77. This is going to be close, and it's going to come down to Eli Warren and Austin Jers, who only came 5th out of Newcastle for points. Not a great weekend for Austin Jers at Newcastle, which he showed a lot of potential, but now he's out in front doing everything he can to try and get $550 in his pocket at the end of this race. But Eli Warren is quick and he's closing in. It's 1.4 seconds between himself and Chase Jones. This is going to come down to the final couple of laps. Quick note before we send it over to you, Carter. Sarah Groot out in that all pink 907 top cart. She is out after just a couple laps of racing. Heartbreak for her.
Absolutely, and it's still Austin Jers out front in front of Chase Jones. Eli Warren definitely pulling a gap from James Overbeck, about 1.5 cart lengths to 2 cart lengths now. Eli Warren definitely one of the fastest guys out on track right now. Alexander Kardashian trying to make his way back up to James Overbeck ahead of Charlie Steins. Charlie Steins staying right glued to his rear bumper in 5th and 6th, so Kardashian's definitely going to have his work cut out for him to stay into 5th place. Behind Steins, though, is Eli Fox and Elliot Cox. Those two are definitely going to want to make up for the ground that they lost at the beginning of the race in that first lap incident. Eli Fox on that new gen kart, he's definitely looking good. So is Eli Warren as he resets fast lap 50.646, about a 10th up on 2nd place Chase Jones. Eli Warren is not out of this race, especially if Austin Jers and Chase Jones start battling at all. Those two will be right up in it, and it looks like Charlie Steins gets Alexander Kardashian for 5th place, so Alexander Kardashian back down to 6th to Charlie Steins, and it's still James Overbeck in 4th, Eli Warren in 3rd, Chase Jones 2nd, Austin Jers 1st, and right behind Elliot Cox is Zach Collins, and Brian Reddick rounds out your top 10.
1.3 seconds is the gap between Chase Jones and Eli Warren. Last time across the stripe, we'll see what it's like this time. Eli Warren is quick, but Jers is quicker. Jers goes purple. It's 1.2 seconds now between Chase Jones and Eli Warren. Eli Warren, who missed out by a couple of points on the 206 Senior State Challenge. James Overbeck, unofficially the champion of the 206 Hoosier State Challenge. That's $550 for James Overbeck, who's sitting in 4th right now. But Eli Warren, who has Overbeck for company, will have to really, really push hard to try and catch up to Austin Jers and Chase Jones, who make their way past the chicane. We are all ready for a showdown and for a fireworks finish to the end of KA 100 Senior. But Eli Warren and James Overbeck need to put on the afterburners, because Austin Jers and Chase Jones, formidable opponents they are not going to take this one easy.
Absolutely, and Austin Jers resets fast lap once again, 50.506, 700s faster than Chase Jones. Chase Jones trying super hard to stay up with him, but he can't quite do it. And we have a rolled up black flag pointed at a driver. Couldn't quite identify who that was, but it's still Austin Jers out front. Chase Jones in second, Eli Warren third, James Overbeck fourth, Charlie Steins in fifth ahead of Alexander Kardashian. Elliott Cox has gotten ahead of Eli Fox in that new gen kart, so Elliott Cox moves himself up to seventh. Looking at Alexander Kardashian now, trying to get in that draft, tucking his head behind his steering wheel for an aerodynamic advantage, if anything, trying to speed up to him as quick as possible. But it's still Austin Jers out front, definitely pulling a gap over Chase Jones, probably about 3-4 kart lengths now. Austin Jers, the guy to beat today. He was off the pace a little bit yesterday, finished third in the first heat, only 3/10 behind Adam Maxwell, but he made some adjustments overnight. Now Austin Jers is the guy to beat today.
Yeah, and Eli Warren found about 1/10 over Chase Jones as Austin Jers putting in another purple lap time, almost 7/10 of a second in front of Chase Jones at the moment. Jones has just had absolutely nothing for Jers this weekend, especially on Sunday. His only real opponent was Adam Maxwell. Jers did not have the best of qualifying sessions on Saturday, and that's essentially what put him further back in the pack than he would have wanted. Excuse me there. But Jers really seeming like a serious title threat for 2023 in Millwright KA100 Senior as they come across the line in a couple of seconds here out of the final corner. It is still 6/10 of a second between Jones and Austin Jers. James Overbeck going purple that time across the stripe. He's going to be working with Eli Warren to try and get those two up into contention to try and take the win, as it is all kicking off in KA100 Senior, and hopefully we see Eli Warren and James Overbeck in this battle for the lead.
Absolutely. What's going to be interesting to see here is Austin Jers wasn't able to reset his personal best time that last lap, but Chase Jones was. Does Chase Jones have better tire pressures, a better setup to catch back up to Austin Jers in the second half of the race? We're about to reach the halfway point of this race as well, with Overbeck setting fastest lap as well. Eli Warren may be under threat unless they start working together and trying to catch back up to the front too. So we'll see what the gap is here. It looks like Austin Jers resetting fast lap once again. Take away everything I just said that lap. 50.403 for Austin Jers. What a lap by him. 50.48 by Chase Jones. 50.48 for Eli Warren as well. Same for James Overbeck. So it looks like all the top four are running the same lap time so far. They're all kind of planing out. We'll have to see if any mistakes are made between those top four. But right now, it's still the same order. And then fifth is Charlie Steins. Sixth is Alexander Kardashian. Elliott Cox in seventh. Eighth is Eli Fox. Ninth, Zach Collins. 10th, Brian Reddick.
And Chase Jones is kind of holding station right now. He's losing out to Austin Jers and Eli Warren at the same time. Seeing a kart disappear in front of you is one thing. Seeing a kart getting closer and closer behind you at the same time is another. Austin Jers goes purple yet again for him. That's almost 9/10 of a second between Jers and Jones that time across the stripe. And it's now only 1.2 seconds between Eli Warren and Chase Jones. If he can get to Chase Jones, that could be enough for Eli Warren to become KA100 Senior Hoosier State Challenge winner. I'm not sure about that. Again, we'll have to wait until those results clear tech and we get the official word on that. But if Eli Warren can get to Chase Jones, it is going to be close between these two.
Absolutely, and Eli Warren set his personal best lap that last time by 50.387 compared to Jones' 50.56. So Jones about 2/10 slower that last lap compared to Eli Warren. And you can see the gap shrinking between Warren and Jones now. So let's see what the gap is here as Austin Jers resets fast lap once again, 50.173. What a lap by Austin Jers. He was the only guy today to reach the 49-second range in the heat race. So Austin Jers definitely picking up where he left off in the heat race. Chase Jones 50.54, Eli Warren 50.38. So another 2/10 knocked off by Eli Warren on Chase Jones. Eli Warren is slowly but surely reeling Chase Jones in, looking for that second spot. James Overbeck as well, looking to catch Chase Jones and Eli Warren. We'll see if he can do anything about that as well. Kardashian and Steins are 6th and 5th. Elliott Cox is gaining a little bit here and there on Alexander Kardashian, so that battle is developing as well. But still, it's Austin Jers out front. Let's see what this lap time is. Purple lap once again, 50.163 by Austin Jers, fastest lap of the race. Chase Jones just set his personal best, 50.45. Eli Warren, 50.3. So another almost 2/10 taken off by Eli Warren there. So Eli Warren is definitely on his way to get up to second place. If he can get past Chase Jones, that's big implications for the Hoosier State Championship.
And like you said, Chase Jones doing his personal best. That doesn't matter. Eli Warren is within 9/10 of a second of potentially having enough to get this Hoosier State Challenge Championship for him and for Red Speed, for OTK USA. But one of the best drivers when it comes to racing around here at Whiteland Raceway Park is in front of him, and a formidable opponent at that. Austin Jers continues to put lap after lap on Chase Jones. It was 1.5 last time, 1.9 seconds between Austin Jers and Chase Jones, and it's now 7/10 between Chase Jones and Eli Warren. I don't know if it's going to be enough for Warren if he does get past Chase Jones, because he just hasn't been as consistent in the heat races that Austin Jers has. He went into this weekend 66 points in front of Austin Jers no matter what happens, no matter if Eli Warren does get past Chase Jones, and even if everyone, no matter what happens in tech, it is going to be so close between Austin Jers and Eli Warren for the $550 on the line for these KA100 senior drivers. Is Chase Jones, I don't think, has looked back once during this race. I haven't seen him do it. He's just worried about Austin Jers in front. I'm pretty sure he knows that he's going to have some drivers behind him in closing. The Stars KA100 champion from last season will have Eli Warren hounding him in a couple laps time.
Absolutely. Eli Warren shaves another 2/10 off of that gap between Chase Jones. And like you said, Nate, it's easy to catch up to the guy, but it's one other thing to pass him. And Chase Jones, I know, can defend like a monster. He is able to keep his cart ahead of yours at all costs, and he can do it so clean too. So it's going to be one thing to catch him, but if Eli Warren can pass him, that's going to be a whole nother challenge there. So we still have Austin Jers up front with a really big gap, and it looks like Overbeck is falling off the back of Eli Warren a little bit, and it looks like Charlie Steins and Kardashian are staying bumper to bumper there, with Elliott Cox slowly but surely gaining in. It seems like the gap between Kardashian and Elliott Cox is starting to level out a little bit there. We still have Austin Jers, 50.314, still one of the fastest guys out there. Actually, he is still the fastest guy out there. Eli Warren, 50.376, another 10th off there between the gap between Chase Jones and Eli Warren. Overbeck is still trying to stay with Eli Warren. He's about 2/10 slower that last lap. Charlie Steins set his personal best lap, 50.534, with Kardashian right behind him in tow.
Chase Jones, for the first time this race, looks behind him out of turn 8 and sees Eli Warren closing, just to show you how impressive this run from Austin Jers is. In the past 4 laps, he has put almost a second on Chase Jones in front of him. Austin Jers leading the way. Purple again for Austin Jers. It's under 4/10 of a second for Eli Warren in that pursuit of Chase Jones. It's going to come down to the wires. We're going to have 2 to go in a couple of minutes' time.
The fact that Austin Jers can keep doing fast lap after lap like this is so impressive. His setup in his cart is so good that he could just keep going faster and faster yet. Chase Jones, though, is still in second. Eli Warren, you can just see him. He's trying so hard to just drive that cart up to him. And then Overbeck just can't quite get there. He seems like he's just falling back a little bit. It seems like he just understands that 4th place seems to be the place for him today, unfortunately for him. Charlie Steins, what a run for Charlie Steins too, starting to pull away from Alexander Kardashian little by little. Kardashian about 3-4 cart lengths behind Steins, and then behind him is Elliott Cox, Eli Fox, Zach Collins, and Vaughn Beasley. Vaughn Beasley has made his way into the top 10. What a good run for him.
For the first time this race, Chase Jones has put some time on Eli Warren. It's now up to 5.5 tenths between Chase Jones, the MPG Motorsports co-owner, where it all started in my parents' garage. That's their phrase. And they also said going into this weekend, we have to defend our house. They got 2 wins thus far, with Austin Olds, the most recent one, and Chase Jones wanting to try and get at least a runner-up to show for their efforts. But Eli Warren has been widely regarded as one of the smartest drivers when he was in his junior category. Just last year, well, at the start of this year, he did some junior racing white flag in the air. Austin Jers needs to be perfect for 16 more corners and bring it home. Who needs to really be perfect is Chase Jones, who has enough of a gap over Eli Warren. It's half a second, and it's the same gap as what we saw last time. Overback on the podium at the moment in 4th, and then Steins rounding out your podium in 5th. Watching the battle between Elliott Cox is out of this race. The man who was fighting for a podium is out in turn 14. The MPG Motorsports driver who's on the road to Indy is out of this race. Brian Vosick is slow as well in the 910. AMK EOS driver, it might be out of this race. He continues, but out in front, Eli Warren isn't going to have enough for Chase Jones. I think this is going to go the way of Austin Jers, who will be bringing home 2 trophies most likely at the end of the day. He was Mr. Perfect at Road America, and out of the final couple of corners, Austin Jers is going to win in KA100 Senior. Finger to the air, he knows it. Chase Jones finishes in 2nd. Eli Warren comes in 3rd. A really good run from him, and James Overbeck makes it 2 podiums on the day for him. Charlie Steins is on a Route 66 podium. Good for him. And then that is your top 5. What a run we had in KA100 Senior. Eli Fox has issues in turn 14. The New Gen Motorsport driver who is so impressive around in 14. What happened to him? Michael Levitt gets past Zach Collins. Zach Collins was sleeping there at the final corner. What on earth was the MPG driver doing there? What a race in Millwright KA100 Senior. Again, it's Austin Jers, Chase Jones, Eli Warren, James Overbeck, and Charlie Steins, your top 5, with Alexander Kardashian, Vaughn Beasley, Brian Reddick, Grant Vogel, and Luke Powers, your top 10.
Can I just give a shout out real quick to Vaughn Beasley? Started 18th and is up to 8th at the finish. 10 positions gained in 20 laps. Good job to Vaughn Beasley. Shout out also to Brian Reddick, Grant Vogel, Luke Powers rounding out the top 10. After that is 11th Alex Feldstein, 12th Caleb Rokel, Lucas Clement 13th, Tristan Barber 14th, Michael Levitt 15th, Zach Collins 16th, Mason Sergener 17th, Jaden Krause 18th, Brad Britt 19th, Brian Bosick 20th, Elias Baker 21st, Eli Fox 22nd, Elliot Cox 23rd, Bryce Merzberger 24th, Joey Kazir 25th, Sarah Groot 26th, and Adam Maxwell unfortunately DNF in 27th. What a great race by KA100 Senior. What a dominant performance by Austin Jers. Jers just showing his pace and what he is capable of. He was excellent in Route 66 competition in KA last year, and he's continuing that form this year. Such impressive work by him. All right, up next is 206 Junior, presented to you by Whiteland Raceway Park. And let's get into your starting lineup for Briggs 206 Junior. Starting in pole position, cart number 365, Brady Schad. Starting second place, cart number 364, Cade Yeager. Starting in third, kart number 329, Porter Trudell. Starting in fourth, kart number 379, Quentin McPherson. Starting in fifth, kart number 345, Josie Chambers. Starting in sixth, kart number 317, Thomas Anthony. Starting in seventh, kart number 316, Oliver Gaffer. Starting in eighth, kart number 324, Shane Reddy. Starting in ninth, kart number 381, Jack Feber. Starting in 10th, kart number 351, Cami Pfister. Starting in 11th, Lane Gibbs. 12th, Jocelyn Schlenker. 13th, Max Kraus. 14th, Evan Hamitman. 15th, Owen Oler. 16th, Giovanni Vasquez. 17th, Raider Santos. And 18th, Angie Vasquez. Winner of Heat 1 was Cade Yeager, and in Heat 2 the winner was Brady Shad. So those two swapping top spots. In Heat 1 Brady Shad did finish second. In Heat 2 Cade Yeager finished second. So inverted order for both heats there between the two of them. Porter Trudell finished third in both heats. The drivers to watch today for 206 Junior will be Brady Shad, Cade Yeager, and Porter Trudell. In Heat 1, the gap between the three of them was less than half a second at the finish line. You'll have to watch Porter Trudell for sure in third place. He might end up in second by the end of the start here, especially because the inside line that tends to be favored by the track here. And green flag is in the air. Great start for Brady Shad. He leads the way through turn number 2. Around the outside goes Cade Yeager. Porter Trudell moves his way up to second place. It's going to be Cade Yeager dropping down to third. Cade Yeager goes to the inside of Porter Trudell. He gets the pass mostly done. He does get the pass done. Cade Yeager back up to second place. So it's Brady Shad in first, followed by Cade Yeager. Porter Trudell is your top 3. Quentin McPherson, Josie Chambers your top 5.
So as 206 Junior is underway for their final, we have two of the drivers that really put on a show in KA100 Senior. Austin Jers, you took the win here on the day and potentially the Hoosier State Challenge. That's why I brought you along, Eli, as well. Both of you really, really close on points. Austin, really close kind of at the start between you and Chase Jones, but pretty much at that halfway point, you just started to tick away and away. You have the gaps here as just 1.3, and it just continued to build and build and build all the way into the 2.4. There was one point in a 4-lap stretch that you put full second on Chase Jones at his home track. How does that feel, and how'd the race go for you?
Yeah, it feels great. The car was on rails all weekend, thanks to my dad and my mechanic. It just felt really good out there, kept putting in consistent laps, and yeah, we were able to pull away.
And Eli Warren also with me as well, one of the title contenders for this Hoosier State Challenge Championship. You were reeling in Chase Jones that entire time. That was a really good run for you. Just tell me, what was that like? And then we also see that you took your suit off already. I thought you were just hot, but you shared a little bit of information about your fuel cap coming off. Tell us what that was like.
Yeah, we started 8th and got pretty lucky on the start, actually. We were up to 5th on lap 2, and I just worked my way forward. I was in 3rd for a while. I was running down Chase. I thought I was going to get him, but I didn't. My fuel was leaking on my leg the whole time, so it was really burning my leg the whole run, so I was in a lot of pain while I was out there.
Yeah, so Austin, back to you. Not really the run you may have wanted back at Newcastle Motorsports Park for round 1. You were Mr. Consistency back at Road America, and now you're taking the win here at Whiteland with one more round to go at Badger, and we know you're quick there. You took pole on Sunday last time we were there. Do you think you can contend for this title?
100%. Just gotta keep our nose clean and gotta stay up front.
And Eli, also a really good run for you as well. And the points, have you been to Dousman before, and do you think you'll be able to fight for this championship with the likes of Austin Juras, Adam Maxwell, and the rest of this grid?
I've never been to Dousman before, so it's going to be an adventure if we go, but one thing we need to work on is just putting weekends together. We really struggle every session sometimes, and it's getting a race to go good for us. It's hard to do.
And Austin, one final thing for you. Obviously, a lot of hard work has been put into this. Is there anyone you want to thank on your crew?
Yeah, I want to thank my dad, my mechanic Dave Berg, Advanced Design Studio, his remodeling company, and BBS Engines.
All right, thank you two both so much. Whoever wins the Hoosier State Championship obviously deserved it. You guys worked your butt off out on track. Congratulations to the both of you, and we'll get back to 206 Junior shortly.
All right, and back to the action here for 206 Junior. We still have Cade Yeager out front, Brady Shadd in second, Porter Trudell in third, Josie Chambers in fourth, Quentin McPherson in fifth. It's a line 1, 2, 3 between the top three. Nothing separating them at all. Bumper to bumper heading through turn number 12 and 13.
Yeah, Cade Yeager out in front on an off note. Good to see him out and racing after that KA100 Junior wreck between him and another driver. It's good to see that he's fit and able to contend for this 206 Junior win with Brady Shadd, who's one of the Midwest's best when it comes to junior racing for that Millwright squad. And Porter Trudell has really come into his own in the past couple of months, especially in junior 206 racing, with just showing his pace and being a real contender for these wins. Further back, Josie Chambers is in fourth, a Texas Sprint Racing Series usual. And then you have Quentin McPherson, your winner from Road America here for Whiteland Raceway Park 206 Junior. We have a long race to go, and especially in these 206 races, it's more of a chess match more than anything. It's not that battle you see in the two-cycle competitions, but I think once we get that halfway sign, Carter, gloves are coming off.
Absolutely. We're only 5 laps into this, about to end lap number 6. Let's see what times look like here. Yeager out front, only less than 3/10 separating the top 3 right now as they're all bumper to bumper. And Josie Chambers and Quentin McPherson are by no means out of this race, because once those top 3 battle, those two will be right in the mix. We have a crash here up front. Kart number 385, Owen Oler, into the barriers. It looks like he is able to continue. That's such a weird place to have an incident there, but glad they're all right and continuing on.
Yeah, and I mean, throughout all of practice, the one constant, Friday practice that is, the one constant you could hear all day long when we were sitting up here in the broadcast booth was just these barrier strikes that you can almost like hear at the Super Nationals. It's the same thing as that big thud that you hear, and you track out, you use absolutely all the tracks since it's such a really slow speed section, as you can see now coming through here. And you'll watch Cade Yeager, Shadd, and Trudell use all of the remaining road and go right up to that green and black barrier. So it's not a real surprise that anyone hit it there, but it's just a really weird incident. It just must have been a lapse of judgment or something, as more contact between the 325, I think that is, and Max Kraus in his second incident in 2 laps. Kraus cannot catch a break on that purple and yellow kart, and unfortunate for him, that's an EOS that he is on, and head down for him and keep pushing. That's the mentality for him. But back out in front, Cade Yeager, your championship points leader in 206 Junior.
Absolutely, Cade Yeager setting a personal best lap time, 56.757, about a tenth faster than Brady Shadd and Porter Trudell. Able to pull out a little bit of a gap, but that gap shrunk instantly because, you know, the draft is a thing here. So the top 3 are still bumper to bumper as they head through turn 14 and 15. They're all still bumper to bumper as they head through 16. It looks like Josie Chambers and Quentin McPherson may be gaining a little bit on those top 3. Actually, they're running about the same lap time. So Yeager 57.1, 57.0 for Brady Shad, 56.9 for Porter Trudell, Josie Chambers 57.0, Quentin McPherson 57.0. The top 5 are all running the same exact lap time, so the instant those top 3 battle, the other 2 will come into the picture and they won't be able to leave, as actually Quentin McPherson goes to the inside of Josie Chambers and takes 4th place, wondering if he should be the leader of that duo, so maybe they can get back up to the front. That might be something that could be a good move to get them back up to the top 3. Maybe Quentin's the better leader, Josie's a better follower. We'll have to see how that works out for the 2 of them.
Yeah, I think it's a good move from those 2. I think Josie obviously is going to be the one to lead. You don't ever want to have a kart in front of you for too long, but I think Quentin, with him being second in points at the moment, he's the one who will probably be able to get these guys closer. On his day, him and Brady Schott are about the same pace. If anything, I almost think there's just an ounce more pace in Quentin McPherson this weekend. Just hasn't had the luck, I think, in 206 Junior, and especially with this being a brand new track to the Route 66 Sprint Series, that the luck is going to be a big factor in this weekend. And it has shown in multiple occasions, with whether it be lap karts or just hitting the setup or being at the right place at the right time, figuring out the passing zones earlier than anyone. That's the big thing. And it was 1.1 seconds was the gap 2 laps ago. It was 1.3, but obviously, Carter, that's to be expected when you make a pass. You're going to lose a couple of tenths in these 206 karts, but this will be the first representative time where Quentin McPherson has free air with Chambers pushing. It will be very, very intriguing to see what the gap between Trudell and McPherson is this time by.
I was honestly surprised that they didn't lose more time, because their laps compared to the leaders were not much slower even with that pass. So McPherson definitely has some good pace to him. We'll see what happens here. 56.9, 57, 57.0. So much of the same for the top 3 and the 2 behind them. So not much has changed. So McPherson gets up ahead, maybe loses a little bit of time and can't gain it back up. So in the end, maybe it'll balance out. Maybe they'll gain back sometime, especially as the top 3 start battling. We are after halfway here, so the top 3 will know that, and they'll say, okay, 10 laps to go. Now it's time to start thinking about track position and fighting with everybody else that's ahead of you and trying to get that win, especially when it comes down to 5 laps to go, 2 laps to go. It'll start ramping up with the action. So I wouldn't count any of the top 5 or even the top 6 out, with Jack Fever being right behind Josie Chambers. I wouldn't count any of the top 6 out right now.
Yeah, McPherson was 1.4 seconds back that time by. And you bring up a good point of being a little bit surprised that McPherson and Chambers didn't lose more time than they did in that pass. Turn 8 is a really slow speed corner, and in 206 you would expect them to lose a lot more time than they did. Across the stripe that time by, McPherson has made up time. It's down to 1.2 seconds, finding 0.2 of a second. Last time across the stripe for that Millwright driver, as a win to his name already back at Road America after a hard fight with Cade Yeager, Porter Trudell, Brady Schott, all of those drivers, and Quentin McPherson might be able, because we're just past the halfway point, he might be able to close this gap if those front 3 start fighting, and Carter, they will.
They will, absolutely. And Quentin McPherson does look like he's starting to pull away from Josie Chambers. Maybe not after that draft. Josie Chambers is one of the fastest ones in the chicane and through turn 11. But McPherson, it looks like his setup is really starting to come into its own right here. Maybe the tire pressures were right. We'll have to see how the second half works out for him, if he's able to just gain on his own without having them battle. That would be really impressive to see McPherson do that. So let's see what the gap is here. 57.0, so much of the same. 1.5 between actually, so it's going to be 1.2 again between McPherson and Trudell. So it's 1.5 from McPherson to Yeager, the leader. It's still Yeager out front, followed by Shad and Trudell. Nothing's changed up there. McPherson and Chambers rounds out your top 5. Jack Fever in 6th, Shane Reddy 7th, Oliver Gaffer 8th, Lane Gibbs 9th, Cammy Pfister rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, to talk about the Hoosier State Challenge Championship really quick. Coming in second in points after the Newcastle Motorsports Park round was Thomas Anthony. Thomas Anthony has not been having a good day. He's down in 11th, and he's surely not going to be able to take that crown. If anything, Quentin McPherson might be able to snatch it before he does. Looking at the times, Cade Yeager has been fairly inconsistent out front compared to the times of Quentin McPherson, which is now down to 0.9 of a second. Carter, you love to see it for the race, for the sake of racing here. Cade Yeager is under threat from Brady Schott, though. Cade Yeager seems to be falling off as it is getting spicy here in 206 Junior.
There we go. Quentin McPherson's 56.7. That last time by his personal best.
Shaw got passed for the lead.
Absolutely passed for the lead. It looks like Brady shot up to the lead. Cade Yeager in second. Porter Trudell remains in third. But all that does, it brings McPherson and Chambers closer to the lead. We'll see how this shakes up if they keep battling once again. Shaw just realizes that McPherson's coming and coming quick. So he's saying, hey guys, let's change up the order. We got to do something about this as we have one car pulling into the scale line and out. But we still have, it's Cade Yeager back up front, followed by Brady Schott and Porter Trudell. They're still fighting here. McPherson 57.0, so he gains another 6/10 there. McPherson and Chambers are back in it, but another battle for the lead here. Schott takes the lead back from Cade Yeager, and Porter Trudell's trying to get some pieces of it too. And those three are still fighting, and McPherson's in there.
As long as Cade Yeager finishes in this position, what a move up the inside from championship points leader Cade Yeager on Brady Shad. Porter Trudell is going to be right there in line. Look who's joined the party. It's Mr. Quentin McPherson in fourth, and same goes for Josie Chambers on that 345. I believe that's a GFC kart in fifth, which is, we haven't seen that in Route 66 competition. Cade Yeager's off, forced wide by Brady Shaw. Trudell now up into second. Quentin McPherson is going to be under attack from Cade Yeager. Let's Yeager go. Chambers is going to try it around the outside. Chambers made that work somehow. Holy cow, Josie Chambers, how did you do that? With Brady Shaw, Porter Trudell, and Cade Yeager, your top three at the moment. We got lap traffic coming in. This could play a part. Quentin McPherson, again, having to play the part of catching back up to Josie Chambers. He's done it before. I think he'll be able to do it again, because once the gloves come off in these 206 juniors, they stay on and the fighting continues as Brady Shad leads.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if Cade Yeager can make up that gap at all, but right now it's Brady Schott and Porter Trudell 1 and 2. Josie Chambers showing some real pace here as she has pulled away from, as Josie Chambers has pulled away from Quentin McPherson. So through turn 12 they go, and through 13 Yeager's just a little bit off the pace, and through 13 and 14 no battles for the lead yet. We'll have to see how this lap traffic works out. Blue flag is in the air as a signal to that lap traffic. Less than 5 laps to go here. Cade Yeager starting to gain a little bit of time on Shad and Trudell. Let's see how the lap traffic works out. Shad is not able to get past as through turns 3 and 4 we go. To the inside goes Shad, trying to get around the lap traffic, not able to do it as of yet. Let's see, the lap traffic does see that they're getting past, and then they let everybody by, but Quentin McPherson can't get by. Quentin McPherson gets held up and is out of the running for the lead yet, so it's just 4 drivers fighting for the lead. It's Shad, Trudell, Yeager, and Chambers fighting for that lead.
Yeah, Quentin McPherson is pretty much out of this after the lap driver doing exactly what they were told not to do at the driver's meeting. It was to alter your line, be predictable, and unfortunately that's not what happened when the lead pack was getting past. The top 4 are now the front 4, and Quentin McPherson is pretty much out of this, but he has to be consistent because he's not quite out of it yet. It's a long shot for Quentin McPherson to try and get this win, or to try and even be able to get in the top 3. But again, Carter, once these guys start fighting up front, and you absolutely know they're not going to do it with just 1 lap to go. This is 206 Junior, for Pete's sake. It's going to happen soon. We're going to see potentially a 5-kart battle for the podium.
Absolutely. Next time by the flag stand, we will get the 2 to go signal as they're exiting out of turn 8, so it's 2.5 laps to go. Still Brady Shad out front, followed by Porter Trudell. Porter Trudell is showing a lot of pace down the backstretch, especially in the toe behind Brady Shad. Let's see if he makes a move here going into turn number 12. Nope, staying single file. They're going to wait until 2 laps to go to probably just duke it out between the 4 of them. It's Shad, Trudell, Yeager, and Chambers. Those top 4 as they go through turns 15 and 16. Here we go with the 2 laps to go signal. It's Brady Shad followed by Porter Trudell. Trudell goes to the inside as Shad goes defensive. Trudell goes back to the outside. Yeager going up to the inside, gets second place from Porter Trudell. Josie Chambers able to get the scraps, maybe trying the outside of turns 3 and 4. Can't get it done, so it's going to be Shad, Yeager, Trudell, and Chambers, your top 4. So Cade Yeager still in the picture picture here as Shad goes defensive, knocks a lot of momentum. Yeager trying to go around the outside, can't get it done at turn 8. Trudell gets second place back as Chambers is trying to get third, can't get it done. Cade Yeager back down to third. Shad still leads going through turn number 11. The bank turn there. Shad goes defensive once again going into turn number 12. Staying on the inside, Trudell trying to do a crossover, can't get it done. Through 13 we go. Single file, Shad goes defensive once again. Goes Yeager into the inside, gets second place. So it's going to be Shad, Yeager, Trudell, and Chambers. Chambers has a front row seat to all of this. Shad goes super defensive on the inside of turn number 1. Yeager still staying behind as they exit through turn number 2. Trudell looking to the outside of Cade Yeager. Can't get it done. Trying the outside once again. Yeager trying to get to the inside of Shad through turns number 5 through 6 and 7 we go. Still, Trudell going to the outside of Cade Yeager, trying to get to second place, can't get it done. Chambers to the inside of Trudell, trying to get third. Let's see what it's a drag race down the backstretch. Through the chicane we go into 11. The banked corner, Shad's going to stay to the inside. Cade Yeager to the outside, going to try the crossover here, can't get it done quite yet. And there's contact between the three of them. McPherson's back in it. McPherson gets fourth as Chambers drops to fifth. McPherson to third, gets Trudell. McPherson is all the way up to third after being in fifth as Chambers gets pushed off the track and gets some air after getting into contact with Trudell. It's Brady Shad with the win. Cade Yeager in second. Quentin McPherson in third. Porter Trudell fourth. Shane Reddy fifth. Oliver Gaffer sixth. Jack Feber in seventh. Josie Chambers drops to 8th, Lane Gibbs in 9th, and Cami Pfister rounds out your top 10.
Brady Shad, for the first time in 2023, gets a win. We've had 3 different winners in 3 times of asking in 206 Junior. What a run from Brady Shad, and this championship is wide open going into Millwright Raceway. And who do you think's probably going to be up front there? The Millwright Racing duo of Brady Shad and Quentin McPherson will be defending their home turf in Dousman in a couple weeks' time, showing some replays of an absolutely fierce battle in 206 Junior presented by our very own Whiteland Raceway Park. But as the 206 Junior drivers come into the scale line for the final time this weekend, Brady Shad has worked hard for this one, and he'll come in, smile on his face, surely, thumbs up to his crew. Quentin McPherson in third is pumped about that one after being put back about almost 2 seconds, I'd say, behind the leaders. Quentin McPherson finds himself in third, a really good run for McPherson. Cade Yeager, having a really good run as well in second, your championship points leader going into this weekend. I believe he will hold that in fourth. Porter Trudell, not happy with that one. What could have been for Porter Trudell, that could have easily been a win if things went Trudell's way on that 329 card, but unfortunately it will have to wait for another day for Porter Trudell. We totally missed Shane Reddy onto the podium. I don't know how Shane Reddy did that. Totally wasn't paying attention to that at all, as looking at the replay, Shane Reddy was really close to Porter Trudell. Holy cow, another 5 laps. Reddy would have been in that battle for the lead. Same with his friend Oliver Gaffer, who finishes just off the podium in 6th. Hey Oliver, good race to you, bud. Jack Faber in 7th. Josie Chambers, Lane Gibbs, Thomas Anthony in 10th. What a run, and I believe that will be almost pretty much confirmed with pending tech. Cade Yeager is your Hoosier State Challenge champion for 206 Junior, presented by Whiteland Raceway Park. And after a weekend to remember, after a weekend where I really don't want to leave, I kind of wish we could do every race here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Carter, only one race left, and it's BBS Race Engine Development Mini Swift.
Absolutely. We do have some time. Let's go over the final results of all finishers here for Briggs 206 Junior. So it's Brady Shad, Cade Yeager, Quentin McPherson, Porter Trudell, Shane Reddy, your top 5, Oliver Gaffer, Jack Feber, Josie Chambers, Lane Gibbs, Thomas Anthony, Jocelyn Schlenker, Raider Santos, Evan Hamitman, 13th, Max Cross 14th, Giovanni Vasquez 15th, Cami Pfister 16th, Angie Vasquez 17th, Owen Oler in 18th. right, up next is BBS Race Engine Development Miami Mini Swift, our last final of the day. Let's go over our starting lineup. Starting pole position, cart number 114, Cameron Marsha. Starting in second place, cart number 177, Jacob Mojeski. Starting in third, cart number 131, Jackson Tovo. Starting in fourth, cart number 122, Tucker Tribe. Starting in fifth, cart number 121, Jacob Scheibel. Starting in sixth, cart number 133, Christopher Yotzi. Starting in seventh, cart number 115, Isaac Nolan. Starting in eighth, cart number 159, Lincoln Davis. Starting in ninth, cart number 123, Pearson Golseth. Starting in 10th, cart number 103, Theodore Gaffer. And that is your starting lineup for BBS Race Engine Development Mini Swift. Top two in both heats are Cameron Marsha and Jacob Mojeski. Cameron Marsha taking both heats. Jacob Mojeski finishing second in both heats as well. Our pole sitter and Comet Kart Sales Fast Time Award winner is Theodore Gaffer. Gaffer with some tough luck in the heat races, finishing, I believe, 7th and 10th respectively in heats 1 and 2. One person to keep an eye on as well would be Christopher Yotzi, starting in 6th. Christopher Yotzi was fastest in practice this morning and also is starting in 6th, but he finished 3rd in the heat race this morning. Yellow flag here for Mini Swift as the start is going to be a no-go. So that is race start aborted. We'll be giving it one more go here, as it looks like it just there was a couple late entries into the track. Some people struggling to get fired up here, but we'll get it going here one more time around. Cameron Marsha setting up a nice slow pace as we head onto the front straightaway here. So it's going to be Marsha, Mojeski, Tovo, and Tribe, your top four, your front two rows. With how starts have been going today, make sure to watch for Jackson Tovo. Might end up in second, as the inside line has been getting a great jump at every start here. Green flag is in the air. A great start by Cameron Marsha. Around the outside goes Mojeski. He does maintain second. Jackson Tovo keeps third, and it's going to be Tribe bringing up fourth, and Jacob Scheibel in fifth. A very clean start by your Miami Mini Swift, brought to you by BBS Race Engine Development. All right, Nate, it looks like you got some guests in here. What do we got?
All right, so we got the Millwright Racing pair of Brady Schott, who took the win, Quentin McPherson, who took third after a really strong comeback for you. Brady, we're going to start with you. A really strong race from you between your battle with you and Cade Yeager. Just how was that race from your perspective?
For a long time. I thought he was going to make a move, like a big move on me, go for the win, but I secured the win. Yeah.
And Quentin, you had a bit of an up and down race throughout that. At one point, you were looking like you could battle for the win. Another point, you're almost 2 seconds back after trying to get past a back marker. Really, really had to fight hard. How does it feel to get third out of all that?
It feels really good. Back over there, a lap car came up and approached me. I went around, and I was really back, but then they started battling. They were racing last corner. They both crashed a little bit. I got through to third.
Of course, and both of you guys having a really solid result, and with only one round to go, you guys will be defending your home turf at Millwright Raceway. Brady, you've always done well there. You excited to head back home and try and defend that?
Of course, yes.
And Quentin, you've been one of the more exciting drivers to watch in a 206 Junior. One of the drivers that really didn't expect to be up there, especially after a kind of run at Newcastle, but you've really turned that dial back up to 10. Are you looking forward to getting back there and potentially fighting for a championship win?
Yes, I am.
All right, and then Brady, anyone else you'd like to thank for your win?
My mom and dad and No Riot, Brandon Lumpy. Yeah, that's
And
it.
anyone on the suit as well. Quentin, anyone you'd like to thank?
Definitely my parents, team, Brandon Lumpy, sir, people who work on my cart.
Well, congratulations to you two. We'll be seeing these two back at Millwright Raceway for the final round of the Sprint Series at Dousman. Guys, thank you for joining us. Amazing job on track, and we'll be back with Mini Swift in a sec.
Anyway, back on track for BBS Race Engine Development Mini Swift for the final race of this weekend, being led the way by Cameron Marsha, but Jacob Majeski isn't too far back. Tovo has not had the best of starts. Yotzi gets past Tovo, and that is Tovo down to 5th. And at the moment, Cameron Marsha in the same position, Carter, as Adam Kreppen, where he could potentially get the three-peat, the treble, the race win, the Hoosier State Challenge, and the championship all by the end of this race.
That's amazing form by Cameron Marsha all year, not just this event. In this event alone, he's qualified second, finished first in both heats, and now he's leading the final. So it's just been a great form this weekend by Cameron Marsha. So we'll have to see what Jacob Mojeski or Tucker Tribe or Jackson Tovo can do anything about it. The closest guy being Mojeski, who just did a 53.4 last time around. Over half a second faster than Cameron Marsha, and who is gaining even more is Mojeski. So let's see what the gap is here. Mojeski 53.5, another half a second taken off of the gap between Mojeski and Marsha. So Mojeski's really finding some pace here, and it might spoil Marsha's parade. So we'll have to see what happens here. We're only 5 laps into this, so I think there's going to be a lot of racing to happen yet, and we'll have to see if Marsha, if he's going to get this championship and the Hoosier State Challenge, all of it in one day. He's really going to have to fight for it.
Yeah, and of course we saw these two out in front, Jacob Majeski and Cameron Marsha, not battling on the sheets. If you didn't look at the difference between the two of them at the end of the race, they were first and second for a lot at Newcastle Motorsports Park. I think Majeski finished about 10 seconds or so, maybe 12 behind Marsha at Newcastle. Marsha was absolutely untouchable there, but now he's within touch for Jacob Majeski, who has a run, and Marsha knows that. Marsha tapping the back of his helmet. I have a feeling Majeski doesn't care.
Nope.
Up the inside goes Jacob Majeski, looking for a win in 2023 in a series that has been dominated by Cameron Marsha. Jacob Majeski to the lead for Franklin Motorsports and for Merlin, as we're not even to the halfway signal yet. It's going to be a long, hard race if Jacob Majeski wants to take this away from the dominant force that is Cameron Marsha.
Absolutely, and Jacob Mojeski last time around did a 53.443, setting the fastest lap of the race so far, 3/10 faster than Cameron Marsha. That's a big mountain to climb there for Cameron Marsha if he wants to keep Majeski within reach or even behind him. So we'll have to see how Marsha can respond to these fast laps being done by Mojeski. As Mojeski, as you watch him through turns 13 through 16, the tightest section of the track, he just really wheels that kart around and can really get a good drive off 16 and really pull a good gap there, as he does another 53.6 compared to Marsha's 54.0. So Mojeski definitely the class of the field in this race. We'll have to see what Marsha can do about it.
Yeah, of course. And Jacob Majeski is obviously feeling the pressure from Cameron Marsha. Majeski has been a very quick driver, as Jackson Tovo, up the inside of I believe that's Jacob Scheibel. who got passed. And those two are bumper to bumper now. It's not really been the day Tovo would have wanted after issues in essentially the pre-final heat number 2 and in the final now, not getting the start he would have wanted and really falling back. He's almost 2.9 seconds back from your race leader, Jacob Majeski, out in front. But you have to think Majeski has been one of the drivers who is really quick at Badger Kart Club in Dousman, and he's always one to watch up front. A lot of similarities to Dousman here at Whiteland, if I'm not mistaken, Carter.
Absolutely. Dousman, a track that's really tight in configuration, a lot of switchbacks back and forth, left and right, 180s after 180s, and it's much of the same here, especially when you look at the new section of paved track here at Whiteland. Some of the corners here, I would say, are definitely wider than the ones at Dousman. Dousman paved quite a while ago and it's been repaved here and there. But the track layout is a lot tighter, I would say, than the new section here at Whiteland. And yeah, that would favor somebody who is definitely local to Badger Kart Club or Millwright Raceway, excuse me.
About 3 names for it, either any
Yes.
3 of them you say, they're right. But of course, with Dousman being repaved this season, you can probably expect the same people who are up front now to be up front when we go to the final round of the season. A couple drivers that I've spoken to who have raced the new pavement at Dousman say it is just silky smooth. It is like driving on butter at the moment. The bumps and all those reference points are absolutely gone from years past, and really a lot of the character from that track, which it's unfortunate to see, but that track was in dire need of repair, and it's awesome to see that the money and the funding was there for Badger Kart Club to get that track repaved and some new curves as well, a lot of resurfacing some new areas, getting some revamps with turn 1 being widened a bit more. No longer you have that, you would know this, Carter, we both raced it. It's a bit sketchy if you go a bit wide in turn 1 up and over that curb. No longer is that there. That's all just run off now as we go halfway to go for Jacob Majeski and Cameron Marcia. It's about a 1/10.5 between those two. Yotzi up the inside of Tucker Tribe for position as Marcia really seeming to hound the back end of Majeski. A couple laps ago, Carter, we'll watch it this time, onto the straightaway. Majeski doesn't seem to get the best runs out of 8. Through 7 they go now. Marcia's really strong out of here. Out of 8 they come, and it's not it. Yep, there it is. Marcia pulls a lot right out of the corner. Then Jacob Majeski. It'll be interesting to see which one of these two is later on the brakes into 12. Majeski hard on the brakes. Same with Marcia. It seems like Marcia is just fractionally better getting through those high-speed braking corners that you would see at Newcastle. Probably why he had that 12-second advantage back at the start of the season. But Carter, these two are as close as we've seen, and maybe if we get lucky, Tucker Tribe and Christopher Yotzi could be in this battle as well.
I bet we will see Tucker Tribe and Christopher Yotzi in this battle, but what's really impressive about Cameron Marshall when he comes off turn 8 there, I noticed, is that the mid-range of the engine is really when he was catching Jacob Majeski by quite a bit. So, like, let's wait here as we go through turns 5 and 6 and 7. Watch here. It's not the initial bite off the corner that you'll see where Marcia gains on him here. You see it's even, and then boom, there's where the gap starts shrinking there. So that's something that is really interesting to see on this track here as we go through turn number 11, that bank turn. Majeski has pulled out about 2 car lengths here over Cameron Marcia. So I think he's starting to get zoned in maybe after that pass. He knows that Marcia's there, so he's under a little bit of pressure. Maybe a little tiny mistake here, maybe a little tiny mistake there. Nothing that we can see, but just enough to keep Cameron Marcia within touching distance of Jacob Majeski's rear bumper.
Yeah, Majeski goes purple there, Carter. Last time across the stripe, Cameron Marcia also doing his personal best. It's 1.7 seconds is the difference between Cameron Marcia and Christopher Yotzi, so I'm not sure, since Yotzi has left Tucker Tribe in the dust, that we'll see Yotzi catch up. If those two start to fight, which I don't think they will until the final few laps, because I know Cameron's a smart driver, Jacob's a smart driver, pretty sure they know if they start battling, especially in a tight and technical circuit like this, that Christopher Yotzi is going to get right into this battle, that they just want to make it a 2-car battle. They want to decide it between themselves and not add a third factor into this. But Jacob Majeski still out in front. It was 3.5 tenths or so across the line. Not a good run out of 14 for Jacob Majeski. This could be the run that Cameron Marcia needed. Not a good run out of 16 for Marcia.
I think he bumped him in the rear bumper as they were exiting 16, and it gave Majeski the run he needed out down the front straightaway in order to pull away a little bit from Marcia. So Marsha just, if he hadn't bumped him there, I think he would have had a really good opportunity to pull alongside him there.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. And with about 8 laps to go, Majeski went purple last time by. Even with that mistake out of 14, that's how big of a bump Marsha gave Majeski that went purple. As again, you can see the mid-range of that engine that you've talked about, Carter, that we've witnessed right in front of our eyes out of turn 8. Theo Gaffer going for a spin in the middle of 15 and 16. As you can see, that Gaffer will get going on that 103, but he will become lap traffic for these guys. He pulls right into the pits. Fair play for Theo Gaffer as we're going to watch. This is the closest I think we've seen these two come out of 15 and 16. Marsha's got to run, and he's going to probably try it. He doesn't. I think he was expecting Jacob to look back because he was doing the let's go with his right hand, so he's content with working it with him. It's 1.7 seconds yet again between Cameron Marsha and Christopher Yotze. It's been 1.7 seconds for the past 3 laps, Carter. So I think Cameron Marsha knows that Christopher Yotze is really just staying there. If they start to battle, they're going to see a yellow cart with a white helmet behind it closing in on him.
Absolutely. That's who I was talking about at the beginning before the race even started. I said, watch out for Christopher Yotze. He was fastest in practice this morning, much faster than Marsha and Majeski. Marsha and Majeski actually were 3rd and 4th fastest in practice this morning. Tovo was in 2nd, but Christopher Yotze just has excellent pace, and had he not finished P10 in the first heat, I think he would be a much bigger threat right now for the win had he started further up the field instead of starting in 6th.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting down there in the final few laps of this race, the weekend is starting to wind down as it stands 5 laps to go for Jacob Majeski out in front, who went purple last time by. It's down 2.2 seconds for Christopher Yotze that time. So Yotze, I think, has fallen out of favor for the battle for the win. If he can bring home a 3rd place finish, that'll definitely help him in points. He went into this weekend 6th, 243 points behind Tucker Tribe in the points standings for the 2023 season. That should definitely help him. But Cameron Marsha is pounding the rear end of Jacob Majeski.
Absolutely. We'll have to see how this race shakes up here with less than 5 laps to go now. Cameron Marsha, Christopher Yotze needs both the front 2 to battle. That's Marsha and Majeski. Needs them to battle in order to be back into this race for that win. And right now, Tucker Tribe is kind of in his own little island right now. Just, you could give him a magazine. He's so relaxed right now, just running in 4th. As we do have a little bit of a battle here between Jackson Tovo and Jacob Scheibel. Tovo ahead of Scheibel. Looks like they were just duking out a little bit on the front straightaway, but now they are single file and just running single file right now. But right now, the closest battle besides that is up front for the top 2 between Jacob Majeski and Cameron Marsha. Through turn 12 they go, through 13 they go, down into turn number 14. 14, such a tight corner, so deceiving when you're in the cart there. And then through 15 and 16 we go. Jacob Majeski has a great lap here. He's able to pull about 3-4 cart lengths. He's pulled 2 tenths on Cameron Marsha just in that lap alone. 4 tenths separates the top 2. So Majeski really starting to pull away here, and we'll see if he can keep pulling away from Marsha or if Marsha can fight back.
Yeah, like you said, breaking into that 4 tenths of a second bracket is Jacob Majeski over Cameron Marsha. You gotta think, is working with Majeski for that long for Marsha, was it the best idea? Would you rather have track position right now? Because the last couple of laps, it looks like Marsha just hasn't had anything for Majeski.
He really hasn't, but we'll see what happens here because he did get a really good run out of 12, and let's see if he can get 14, 15, and 16 right, because if he does, he'll be right on the back bumper of Jacob Majeski, and it seems like he did get a little bit of a better run. He does his personal best that time by 2 tenths faster. Yotze also does his personal best, 53.4. Cameron Marsha, though, he's right back in it by being 2 tenths faster just that last lap.
Yeah, Cameron Marsha with 2 to go. I don't know if it's going to be enough for Marsha. Jacob Majeski is looking at a potential first win on the season and looking to dethrone Cameron Marsha. Down the back straight they go.
Here they go. Jacob Majeski right ahead of Cameron Marsha. Cameron Marsha all over the rear bumper of Majeski. Here they go through the chicane through turn number 11. Less than 2 laps to go through turn number 12. hard on the brakes. He gets sideways, and Cameron Marcia takes the lead. Jacob Mojeski gets sideways under braking and not really able to keep it under control, so that gives Marcia the lead. Through turns 14, 15, and 16 we go. Cameron Marcia is in the lead now by multiple car lengths. He's in the lead by so much he can just relax on this lap. It seems like just make no mistakes. Cameron Marcia, 1 lap to go. 53.8, 55-second lap for Jacob Mojeski there. I wonder what happened. It seemed like he had just locked up under braking and gotten sideways. Through turn 5 and 6 we go. Cameron Marcia still in the lead. Mojeski trying his hardest to get back to him and see if he can pass him by the time they get to turns probably 14, 15, 16, but it looks like it's just too much for Jacob Mojeski to handle, and it's going to be Cameron Marcia's race to win right here. Through turn 11 we go, down to turn number 12, get the braking zone right. He does. Through turn 12 very smoothly. Cameron Marcia goes through 13 and 14. Great entry, great handling of a kart. 15, 16, down the front straightaway. Cameron Marcia goes. Cameron Marcia wins IAME Mini Swift.
It's not just that. Cameron Marcia wins the 2023 Mini Swift champion. He is crowned champion. It's a two-peat for Cameron Marcia. Micro Swift in 2022 and Mini Swift in 2023 for Marcia Motorsports. They are on top. They take the Hoosier State Challenge Championship as well. 2 pole positions on the season with 8 out of 9 wins for Cameron Marcia. He is the champion for BBS Race Engine Development in 2023. A big win for Marcia Motorsports, especially after the season they've had with a really tough start in Mini Swift competition over at the SCUSA Winter Series at Homestead, and they've been slowly building to have a really competitive program. They worked with Ryan Perry Motorsports for the first half of the season, and now they've gone and done their own thing. It's just Marcia Motorsports now, and it's just Cameron Marcia on the top step. He wins the treble this weekend with the overall win on the day, with the Hoosier State Challenge, and with the championship. Hats off to Cameron Marcia. You see a bit of a replay of what happened there. I think Mojeski just got spooked by Cameron Marcia under braking there into turn 12. As the carts come in for the final time this weekend, that is officially it for Route 66 Sprint Series racing here at Whiteland Raceway Park. And Carter, what a weekend it was.
Absolutely. Great race by Mini Swift there, too, to cap it off. You know, here's the final running order there. Cameron Marcia wins, Jacob Mojeski second, Christopher Yoti third, Tucker Tribe fourth, Jackson Tovo fifth, Jacob Scheibel sixth, Isaac Nolan seventh, Lincoln Davis eighth, Pearson Golseth ninth, and Theodore Gaffer rounding out your Mini Swift field. Your Mini Swift presented by BBS Race Engine Development Field. What a weekend so far. It's a whirlwind, really. We would just like to take one more time to thank our partners for this series. Franklin Motorsports for all your Tony Kart and Merlin Kart needs. Just see Jamie Saraki over at the Franklin Motorsports tent. They're at every Route 66 event. They'll definitely be at the next one at Millwright Raceway. We'd also like to thank IAME Engines and Italian American Motor Engineering, the heart of kart. Thank you to MG Tires for partnering with us for this year. Thank you to AMAX Racing for partnering with us and for having such a great event here at Whiteland Raceway Park. Thank you to them. Thank you to Mills Pallet Incorporated and Millwright. We'd also like to thank Whiteland Raceway Park for being such a fantastic venue for all of us and having such a great event of fireworks, great food, great fun, great track, great facility all around. It's just been a fantastic weekend for all of us.
Absolutely, and I really hope we get the chance to come here next season. I think it's been a bit of a fan favorite, especially for the Indiana contingent. Just a couple of things. Podiums, of course, are going to be at 4:20, so please be there for those. I believe that is, podiums at 4:20, so in about 40 minutes or so. That's not just going to be top 5. That's going to be your Comic Kart Sales Fast Time Award. That's going to be your Coleman Family Motorsports and Branding Speed Hard Charger Awards. And the crowning of Hoosier State Challenge champions will be there. So please, if you can, be there. Support your fellow competitors. I know it's a long ride home, but just staying a little bit longer and showing your support for those drivers would mean the world to us and to them. Quick note, if you lost any reading glasses in the shower last night, those were turned in. So head to the front desk. They have a bit of a blue tint to them. So go up to the front desk to claim those. As the sign says on the Route 66 trailer, thank you so much to Whiteland Raceway Park. Please clean your pit area. If there's a mess, just take a broom to it, sweep it up. We want to leave this place better than we left it because they have been such gracious hosts to us in our first time of visiting for our third round of the championship. What a weekend it was. A big thank you to everyone from Whiteland Raceway Park, for all the track workers who stood out in the sun all weekend long for us to go racing. We appreciate all of you. Thank you to Andy, Sarah, Vince, and everyone on the Whiteland Raceway Park crew. You have done an incredible job with this facility and saving it in the past couple of years. We hope to come back again. We hope to see the likes of USPKS and the SCUSA Pro Tour here in the coming years. Other than that, thank you all to the Route 66 staff, for everyone on track, from race officials, Flagman Porter Weisensell, everyone in tech, from Al Weisensell. You have Rick Jump, who is absolutely one of the best in the business, and I cannot tell you how lucky we are to have Rick working with a Route 66 logo on his shirt. Thank you to Betsy from timing and scoring for all your hard work. Carter, thank you for dealing with me for a weekend and listening to me talk. It was it was good having you back in the broadcast booth after missing you in Road America. Thank you to Dan and Jill over in the series trailer for not having any air conditioning to work with all weekend and really running the series when owner Chris Kardashian is able to go and focus on his AMK race squad over there. Again, thank you to all the drivers, parents, family members that made the run down and the drive down to Whiteland Raceway Park here. It's been great to see all of you, and we really, really hope to see you all at the series finale at Millwright Raceway later on in the season. It's just a couple of weeks away, and we hope to see you all there for the final race of what has been an amazing 2023 season, and what's been a difficult 2023 season with transferring ownership and learning a lot new things, a lot new staff. But thank you for your patience on all those things. But that will be it for now. From Carter Pease, myself, and the rest of the Route 66 staff, podiums will be at 420. Be sure to be there. We will see you in Dousman, Wisconsin for the final weekend of the 2023 series. My name's Nate Dean. Bye for now.